Finally, my bros were going to jump into a full story with all the chapters. This demon girl is extremely dangerous. Just by stretching, she causes collateral damage to the poor protagonist and immediately goes on the attack, but our boy stays locked and activates his secret system. Suddenly, right as the monster is about to strike, she feels a strange agitation. Let's say something takes over her body, and instead of ripping out the boy's throat, she ends up using her strongest muscle in an intense battle 1-versus-1 battle. What she doesn't know is that this actually ends up strengthening our noble, righteous hero. The creature backs away confused, wondering what just happened to her. But now with his stats increased, Cyrus starts dealing with the goblins easily when suddenly the demon girl comes down once again from above at a beautiful angle. He tries to protect himself, but 150 kilograms of just thighs is too much for the kid, and the worst part is that now the demon girl is staring at him like a dog staring at meat at the market, and the first blow lands perfectly and cruelly, while the poor boy suffers in absolute pain. His attributes slowly start increasing. The goblins ask themselves what kind of fight this even is, the type that I would like to be part of. And poor Cyrus tries a sneaky attack, but he's immediately immobilized. The cruel demon notices that his armor has extremely high resistance and decides to destroy it to increase the penetration of her attacks. And with that, our poor boy is completely crushed and obliterated, while his ally beside him wonders if this is even a real fight. Tired of staying on the defensive, our protagonist decides to show the power of the human race in a sequence of non-stop attacks. He farms an absurd amount of attribute points, but at that moment the demon girl's husband appears and witnesses Cyrus's counterattack. In real time, everyone watches. The king, in disbelief at what he's seeing, he explodes with rage and charges towards Cyrus. Our poor hero is thrown far away and immediately realizes the difference in power between them. The poor king is about to ask his beloved what happened, but she completely humiliates him. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Actually, I take that back. Instead of putting the demon girl in her place, the fool apologizes. He deserves to be a cuck. Meanwhile, Cyrus is trying to sneak away, but the simp wouldn't let that slide and charges at him again, stopping right in front of him and swearing that he'll pay for the hits he landed on his beloved. Our poor honorable hero is thrown right next to the chubby demon girl while the king advances again. Instantly, right when Cyrus is about to die, the demon girl slaps the beta across the face. And honestly, that's exactly what a simp deserves. He stands there in disbelief while Cyrus escapes, and his lady love calls him back with the expression of someone about to queue for a ranked match in Valorant. She asks Cyrus to wait. The king tries to grab her arm, but suffers yet another level 99 humiliation when she says Cyrus is all she needs. The wicked demon jumps and uses Newton's discoveries to crush our poor boy with 500 kilograms of force, starting another sequence of attacks. I genuinely feel bad for the kid. I take his place so he could recover a bit. The king, on the other hand, is as devastated. Our boy's ally tries to rescue him from the beating, but she's immediately immobilized too. Finally, the poor demon king loses his mind and decides to kill everyone. But the last second, his courage vanishes. He truly is an eternal simp. The disappointment hits him so hard that his self-destruction activates from his lack of will to live. Cyrus, however, takes advantage of that moment and finishes him off with a clean strike. Poor cuckold dies, and his ex-wife doesn't even care. But even without his head, he decides to go for one last revenge and throws himself forward to hug the demon girl. She cries in despair, knowing he's about to explode, but our Chad cuts off his arm and pulls the idiot's wife away once again, and with that the poor man dies in his self-destruction while the protagonist runs off with his wife. This guy is definitely reincarnating next to Sung Jin Woo in the next life, because in this one he suffered way too much. Everybody fell to the ground. There's someone above him and a lizard on top of his chest. It is the body of the demon Queen Yug, but with a life value of 9. She took a little run by his body and went into his pocket. His friend is doing us a favor, but serious Just wants to look at the system that says, Lord Demon Barrett defeated. Successfully reward for elimination dungeon map. While my reward is a map. Should I click on this map or not? I need to think very carefully. Our boy is taking his time for sure, like he really has to think a lot. Oh hey, how are you? Can you get off there please? She finally got off. He clicks on the system and opens the map of the place. The map is showing everything. Where the dead ends or where the traps are. The resources you can get. And even the boss room marked he's excited. This way they can go straight to the boss room without worrying about getting lost. The blonde asks what he's seeing there. He says that it's nothing, only he can see the system. He gets up there and helps her. That's when he feels something in his heart. He falls to the ground, vomiting weird stuff. The blonde asks, what is going on? The hand of our guy is already turning. Purple, the little finger is shining. Damn broken little finger. What's happening? He's agonizing. Rolling on the ground on his back there. Something's already coming out. She asks what's happening, then comes to hug him. He feels that his body is hot, as if he's catching fire. His little finger seemed to have dissolved. Our guy is going to lose consciousness in the arms of the waifu. After some time, he finally recovers. She asks, Sarus, what's happening with his body? Why is it melting? He explains that he was poisoned. The city of Warcraft was attacked. 6 months ago, he saw a bunch of monsters fighting against the guild folks. And one of the guild members was carrying a box. The boss came to give a hit that landed right on the box, which was destroyed by the monster when that opened. Saris was thrown far away, buried in rocks. The box was dripping with the same stuff he vomited. The demon got in front of that guy, and from the sky rained blood. The smell was so terrible. He started vomiting. Every flesh disintegrated when touched by that rain. Even the monsters were dissolved. But he buried in the rocks was safe from the rain. But even without touching it, just by smelling it, he was poisoned. When he woke up in the hospital, the doctor said he had at most a year to live. But the blood of the demon god could save him. That's when the system appeared with a message. If you accept the system, you'll have a chance to get the blood of the demon king. Obviously, he accepted right away. It was that or die. And the system told him that the blood of the demon king is in the near dungeon. Back in the dungeon, he says he learned how to recover slightly when the venom attacks him after a while. But now he needs the blood of the demon king because he's running out of time. He needs to go and finish this place so he can get that blood. But first they need a few more armors and equipment, right? They'll have to go through a room nearby to search for some new items. The scene changes to a group of adventurers walking through the dungeon. The guy was there with a shield, in front all confident. But his eye closed, and in a second, a laser passed right through the middle of his face. The blonde guy told everyone to calm down. If you make a wrong move, you might trigger some hidden mechanism and kill another person. Even the tank, who is the most resistant here, died in one hit. But someone has to clear the way, so who's going to go or who's going to be dragged? The guy with the bang shows up and says whoever has the lowest level goes first. Those are the rules. Weakest guy says, you're crazy, I don't want to do this. But Bangs explains, you already know what's going to happen. You either die there or die here, threatening him with a sword. He says, you know the consequence of disobeying orders, don't you? The blonde guy tells him to wait. He made a device that rebounds. Give it to the guy, it'll at least increase his chance of survival. The psycho just cut it off, saying that is unnecessary. But his friend asks, dude, what was that? That could have helped everyone. The guy with the bangs says, if you show me other garbage like this, I'll kill you now. Get up. The guy is shaking, thinking about the fact that he can die at any instant while searching for traps. He tries to be as careful as possible. Step by step, it's a mix of relief and desperation. He just stares at the ground. The crazy guy says, come on, we don't have all day. He wants to lift his leg, but he's sweating, knees weak. Arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater. Mom spaghetti. One more step forward. Nothing happened now. Keep going. The guy's about to go crazy. He can't walk anymore. There's no more courage left in his body. So shouting that he doesn't want to die, he runs towards them, but he stepped right at that moment. Everyone is shocked and confused. This time the killing blow came from above. So the device changes, even the direction of the attack, and there's no way to know where it's coming from. The guy's body falls lifeless to the ground, signaling the danger of taking a single step. The guy with the bangs coldly says, Now who's the lowest level? But it's at this moment that a doorway down the corridor opens. The guy turns to see what it is. It's our Cyrus. Apparently they know each other because the blonde guy says Sirius is from the distraction team and he should be dead by now. Crazy one didn't like seeing Sirius alive and shouts, "You idiot, how are you still alive?" Sirius is confused with that question. Asks, "What do you mean?" Then with some time before they went to the dungeon, the guy shouts, "You bastard. How do you know the color of my wife's panties? Explain. How you have such accurate information about her body." Also, Sora says he's training his intuition for the next battle, and that's why he can perceive the color of anything around him. The cop at this time didn't like that. He already goes to cut Sirius' neck and asks him one more time, "Explain. Why do you know this? What's your relationship with her?" The cop friends hold him back. "Calm down, Captain. You can't kill anyone in the city or you'll be arrested." Then hits his chest shouting, "I won't allow you to tarnish my integrity like this. I'll show you the result of my training. My intuition helps me with any gender, so I know this about you guys. The one on the right isn't wearing anything. You're wearing pink, and the two on the left are a couple." One of the cock's friends looks at the captain and says, "Captain, I think we should kill this guy anyway. That's the best logical, mature decision." But on the other side, the guy says, "Captain, you can't kill him. If they find out it was you, you're screwed." That's when they got an idea. "Let's put him in the bait group that goes in front. He's going to die anyway." Back to the dungeon, Sirius is thinking, "Why did I meet the subjugation team again?" Cup 2.0 says, "Siri, you come here now as the expedition. Captain, I order you to come." Sirius knows what the guy's intention. He wants to see where Sirius dies to know where the trap is. But the blonde guy tells Saris not to move and says, "Captain, we could just go back the same way he came. It's easier for everyone and no one will risk its life. But do you think the villain's gonna do something smart?" He says, "No, they've already lost too many friends to get here. We're gonna move forward. What is the logic? None." And that's what the blonde guy thought. But the captain says they don't have to worry. Sirius intuition is so good that he's not going to die unless he disobeys the orders the system tells Sirius the safe route. And just to provoke the captain, our guy makes a stupid face and then goes in a direction. The blonde girl holds his hand and tells him not to go. She knows something's wrong with this path. It's better they look for another direction than to him just dying meaningless. But Sirius says that is the captain's orders, so he has to go. He takes the first step and everybody's impressed that he's really coming. How does he have all this courage? This rank F is out of his mind. But the system is telling him about all the safe spots. Go forward 3 spaces and then turn to the left. Without hesitation, Cyrus just goes the guys. Everyone thinks that he's the luckiest guy alive, and Cyrus keeps going smoothly. Turns left, takes 2 steps. Turns right, he's already getting there. Does a little jump the guys don't understand what he's doing. How can he be so bold and so reckless? Carrie's almost lost his balance, scaring everyone. The boss's captain is looking, thinking why he hasn't activated any mechanism. Yet the system says it's just 5 more steps. And Carrie's is 100% confident that he's not going to die. The captain is just looking at him incredulously. He passes by the dead body and finally reaches the team. Everyone is thinking that he really has the best possible intuition, and that's why he survived. And also knew the color of the captain wife's panties. Cyrus then says, "This is the result of my training. I'm innocent." The captain instantly puts the blade on his neck. He can't believe it's all based on intuition. This little guy is lucky. But sooner or later his luck will have to run out. Him tells him to go ahead. Cyrus is leading smoothly until he sees a mushroom there. The system warns that mushroom increases physical strength but causes diarrhea. He remembers the monster girl in his pocket, right? Is she hungry, going to give her these mushrooms here? Or maybe he's going to eat cause. He's already drooling, want to take a bite. Suddenly the captain asks what he's doing, and he says that he's just getting some mushrooms. There the captain snatches it from his hand, instantly eats, and says everything in this dungeon belongs to the crusade team. You can't take anything without permission. While he hits Sirius' chest, our boy tells him, "All right, Captain, I'll follow your orders." He knows that soon the captain will have a bad time in this dungeon. The blonde guy says to Bella, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were put in that group. At least she's being healed." There she says she joined this group voluntarily. The guy asks why she just looks at Saris. While he's there telling the guy that door there will lead to the boss. And the door next to it leads to a dead end. After some time, her fracture has already been healed. Then he asked her, Bella, don't tell me you joined this group, just to protect that F-class, trash, imbecile loser. She says that it is correct. She wants to protect Saris. But the guy explains to her that the investigation and bait group only serve for us to discard people. Whoever is in this group is just a waste of resources. The only way they serve is to die on the front lines. She shouldn't do something like that again. But it's alright, he's going to protect her series. Then tells the captain that this is the correct way. He just tells him, alright, then go open the door. Our guy doesn't want it, the captain. Tells him, wait a minute, are you asking my powerful members to go in and risk themselves? No, answer, just go and open that door with that service. Goes to open the door. The guy's already holding the sword. They're scared that something's gonna appear. The captain's stomach ache already started and our guy opens the door very calmly. Everyone is dying with anticipation. But the guy in red is smelling something strange, huh? Is this smell familiar? It's Mac human. The captain turns. Stop talking nonsense and get running. Again, or you'll be poisoned too, the leader. Reaches a wall, the captain says, serious. Do you knew what the properties of that mushroom were? And that's why you ran, didn't you? But Sirius tells him, Captain, no. What's the problem with the mushroom? But the captain is holding his pants, one of the members. Gets a stone for him to sit and rest. Captain, are you tired? You can sit down, but the captain just kicks it. Shut up, I don't need to sit. Then put the sword on the Sirius. Next saying, if you run again, I'll kill you. Our protagonist says, all right, Captain, I'm not going to run, damn. And they keep walking. Saris is always giving the right calls. Oh, don't step here. Oh, there's a big dragon right there next to it. Let's go this way to avoid the creatures altogether. Don't touch anything here, the captain finds it strange because the deeper we go, the less things they need to worry about. And besides that, they haven't seen any monsters yet. Is he really avoiding everything? With his deduction skills, no, it's not possible. This guy would be eaten by a direct monster at any moment, let alone knowing the whole way, but series. The captain draws his sword, saying if we get to the boss's room, you won't have to be alive anymore. I don't know if it was luck, but yours ended here. The captain notices that on top of Sirius, there's a pillar, so he activates an aura on the sword. Sends a slash up there to hit right on our little guy's head. While it falls, he's thinking it's just an F-class guy who died to a completely normal dungeon mechanism, but something suddenly appears from there. Sirius tries to protect himself. While everything explodes, something hits the captain in the chest. A big creature that was. Inside the pillar faces everyone, while Cyrus ended up on the other side, separated from the group. The captain in shock. If he hadn't blocked it, you would have been dead. Our guy puts his hands on the stone, thinking, Dan, I'm stuck here. Then he heard a female voice saying, I'm a human being here. Oh, here comes another cruel monster girl for sure. Girl tells him that he's disgusting, making me remember the time that I confessed to my crush. And Jesus, this monster girl in Alaska would have some big white mountains. Then we see the fight with the teammates against the rock creature that is already releasing a big shout with an evil purple aura. It's a B rank scorpion puppet. Everyone is trying to keep the formation because this creature is way too powerful for this low-level team. While Bella finds strange that the sword she received is too heavy. Tired of blonde guy, orders the defense group to prepare. They grab their shields, then he calls the archers. The guys are at least organized. A rain of arrows is sent against the monster. Lightning is showering over it, but I don't think it's causing anything to the creature. That just kicks the air with a blow that ripped everything off and even sent the arrows back. Tyre is in shock. All the arrows were stopped just with the wind of his blow. Not to mention, they didn't even scratch at the captain, who loves to order a lot and do nothing. Says, what are you standing here for? Go up now. There's no need to be afraid of just one monster. We're back with Ceres, who's thinking, what was that voice? He sees a little glint in the darkness, and suddenly something attacks him. He dodges it just in time to soon realize it was the tail of some creature that has already jumped on him. He moves aside and gets in the perfect position to punch the creature. Take this one with 3190 power, piercing the creature. It seems that all the hard work that he did with the last demon, girl was pretty effective creature, was evaporated. And the voice says, you destroyed my creature with one punch. But Cyrus is thinking that the elixir to remove this poison from his body is right in the room ahead. He can't waste his time with these meaningless fights. That's when the B-ranked female satyr shows up saying she doesn't mind that he destroyed it because she doesn't want anything touched by a human hand. She's going to use that creature to rip his head off. But now she's going to take care of that job herself. He sees that as another female monster and tells her my head won't come off so easily. Just with your hands, you're going to have to use everything you have. But she tells him she won't touch his disgusting body with her hands that would make her dirty. Then we see that she's controlling the monster on the other side with some lines. She says she'll deal with him first and then finish off the people outside, already lifting her foot there, while the guy's already bleeding from the nose. And all she did was lift her legs. Maybe she found Sarah's weak point. But there he comes with his speech saying that protecting humanity is his duty. He's going to stay here. He's going to fight even if she tortures him. The system is starting to activate. She rushes to give him a kick, surprises him by grabbing his neck with her thighs, throwing him to the ground. Saris couldn't even react. The system finally locks on her, giving that little aura around that we know that is going to create some confusion in her mind. She's glaring him from above. She's saying that he underestimates her abilities. Agitation is already at 16%. On the other side, her creature is getting shy and reddish tired, seeing that thinks his attacks are taking effect. Then Cedar touches Service Face with her lethal weapon, saying he's a human who got this far, but now is going to be treated like a dog, torturing his face in a way that could rival some of the cruelest people in this world. She flicks on him very hard, saying she hates it when humans enter her room. Sirius is thinking that she's too strong. He can't allow this to happen. But now he is powerless against such strength. He needs to finish her off now. Looking at her foot, he gets ready to attack it and then goes for a lethal blow. Satyr is confused. She asks what he's doing with her foot. He's crazy. But it's already plus 220 agility for our guy. Back on the other side of the fight, the knight was thrown to the ground and the monster, still red-faced. Bella's noticing there was no movement on Sirius. Besides, she just hopes that he isn't unconscious. She needs to get him out from under those rocks. Tyra tells her to wait, but she thinks that she really needs to save Sirius. She rushed, but the creature went to hit her back. She stopped there in a beautiful movement, and when she was about to get hit, Tar defended. Seeing the rocks, she thinks Sirius is a guy that never gives up. I'm sure he's okay. Back to the other side, I think the cave is wet, because Saturn's foot is wet and slippery. He says this water is disgusting. My boy gained 340 agility. He almost lost his breath, but finally he freed himself. She's angry, saying she can't believe you dirted her foot like that. Sarah sees in the system that he can't use his only skill because he doesn't have a weapon to make a cut. If he knew, he would have brought even that broken sword. But since that's the case, he can only use his punch, and he's already going for it. But Satyr easily dodges, giving him a nasty look. Now he really took a kick in the face. But you know what he did when he took that hit, right? The legendary popsicle hit. He was thrown far, but he gave her 54% agitation. Satyr started to whisper with herself, wondering what she's thinking. What's going on? She activates her line on the ground. She needs to kill this guy quickly. Pulls the line to one side, sends it towards Saris. He stares at it, then sidesteps and dodges. After all that intense battle with her, he has enough status to dodge and predict some of her movements. He raises his hand, focusing his mana, and cuts the tail in half. But there's something coming at his face. He took another hit, falling to the ground again. Satyr really likes this move. She says he was caught again this time, and he won't escape. He'll be suffocated by her. Strong hip flexors and hamstrings. But Cyrus is tired of this. He raises his hand, saying that he's going to show her the power he has in his grip, and then practices his forearm strength with all his might. But suddenly she gets him with a kick. Now she's really stepping hard. She's angry, saying that he should not use his nasty Hand to touch her leg, she used the scorpion's tail. He broke to lock him in the floor. Now he's screwed. He knows that even stealing status. She's too strong, too much for our boy. She says it's time to crush his head with. Sirius is gaining stamina perception. He's getting magic. While satisfying strange, why is it so? Interesting to walk over him. She says she wants to walk all over his physique. Agitation is at 66%. She activates the lines. They're on her monster that's also going crazy, already with its legs a little wobbly there. The guy that saw that we're thinking. He's already losing his balance. We're about to win. While Saturn comes with another aggressive blow. Stepping on him, look at the angry face she makes while crushing this poor guy. Bell's still running. Go girl, one day you will arrive. I believe in you. But suddenly the scorpion's tail is coming in front of her. She defended it, but it was a hard impact. Tyra sees she was thrown far. And the captain there hasn't done anything. But Poop so far service is telling Sander to wait, but she has no mercy. She doesn't stop. The pain is intense. And the trauma is irreversible. The scorpion's tail this time is heading toward the captain, but he defends, sending the attack to the side that breaks the stone. Seeing that from the captain, knew that if he hadn't defended it would have pierced him. And the poor boy's side agitation is at 95 this time. And the monster is coming for the captain. He wasn't prepared to defend himself. But too late, cause there's nothing he can do. Satyr is crushing Satyr, poor thing. The monster on the other side is vomiting. Out of so much pain, the captain defends himself and sees that the creature hesitated in front of him and takes the opportunity to use his ability. The tiger that runs through the body, a bunch of cuts. We're done, and he sends the monster back. The group is impressed. While the captain is so strong, my God, one blow. And he pushed it back. Meanwhile, the cruelty continues. Man, this is turning into actual torture. Even though before it was fun and games and toes. Now it's been a long time since I've seen my breathing. The captain is approaching, saying he's going to end it. Just watch. While Satyr is confused with why she's going crazy. Why is she doing this to this human? She says she needs to calm down. There's something wrong. Her body is heating. Her thoughts are getting wild. Series, on the other hand, is saying it's really hard to win over her. She is flexible. Legs, and moreover, he can't find a place to escape. If it continues like this, his body won't hold up. Sugi needs to go for a Saitama-level attack. He opens his mouth as if he was about to eat a hamburger after starving for 100 days and goes for a crushing sequence of chewing. What he did not expect was that she would push her cruelty even deeper, telling him that he was saying too much and should just be stuffed in silence. Saying, I don't want to hear that disgusting voice of yours, shut up. That was the moment that Sirius reached ultra extinct. With 160 vitality, plus concentration, plus stamina. The captain is in his fight with a terrible creature. Here we are again, while the poor creature agonizes because of all quote-unquote pain. He defends the blow he's feeling himself. Everybody says, wow, it's the classic captain's move. The big one fell to the ground, while she lifts her foot after a precise blow to our kid. Around the creature, everybody's celebrating there, while our boy is gaining another 3,000 defense plus 4,000 agility. She's torturing a poor kid. 3,200 perception. The captain is confident. I'm very strong. Satyr was enjoying every second when she heard a voice in her mind. Satyr, why are so noisy out there? It's the lords and boss from this place. She backs off from Sirius. Not even his power made her stay. She's confused and scared. Even for a moment, she forgot the Lord's orders. She needs to kill this human quickly. She clenches her fist. I'm going to fix my mistakes. But Satyr gained 10,000 attack power and asked her, are you sure you want to continue this fight? She's confused. His aura looks like the boss aura, the owner of this dungeon. Under such terrible pressure. Look how big he is in front of her. Right now, she is now chance. After all that intense, exhausted fight. So she ran away, scared. Ceres didn't do anything. Just got cruelly stepped on and let her go, but Izumi saw her running. Away the thought, am I going to chase her or just forget about it? My goal here is the blood of the demon god. It's not worth spending physical energy on her. Everybody around the captain is praising him. Wow, you're the bravest invincible. while Bella is running over to the pile of stones. She's gonna dig when boom, look who's here, Cyrus. She asks, are you okay? Are you hurt? But he tells her that he's fine, relax. She grabs his arm, no, I need to take a look, let me see, he tells her. Again that he's fine, Shun, can chill now, Tyra from far. Away didn't like that Bella was so worried with Sirius. Captain raised his arm and gave a speech. Everyone listen, we're going to defeat the boss, cause I'll show my strength to you all. Right now the captain's confidence is sky high, saying he's sure that this dungeon is not even D-level. If he can win this, he'll be promoted and make a lot of money. Saturn is talking to the boss. Lord, there's a very strong human outside. Strangely, when he arrived, he seemed weak, but his power increased to an unimaginable size. Please be careful. The boss tells her, Satyr, one of my orders. She answered, saying I have to look at the door and not let anyone in. And he tells her, so what are you doing here? She got lost in her fear, saying that she was stabbed. And then he blew up in power, and she ran without thinking. But the boss tells her that she will be dragged away, saying that he doesn't want to hear any excuses from her. He gave her a slap and sent her flying. She fell in a pile of bodies. She's thinking that she doesn't want to die like that. Will she help our buddy? The Laura is making an offering to a demon there, saying it's finally almost ready. Thousands of humans were used as fuel, and now the demon's blood is finally starting to boil. At that time, the door explodes. Is it him, the captain? Lord looks back, asking who dares to enter his room. The captain says, I came to bring fear to your heart, and he's confident the system shows that in the cauldron is something that can release serious poison. The demon looks at the captain and asks, is this the powerful human sire spoke of? Sirius is only thinking about how he can get that elixir for his curse. The captain and the guys are all cheering, go captain. Show him the strength of humans. Ceres recognizes what's in the middle there. It must be the so-called blood of the demon. The boss made the pentagram, then just raised a finger and attacked the captain. A strong aura that consumed his armor. He was thrown far away. Everyone turned in shock, and he hit the wall. The soldiers were worried. Hey, captain, are you okay? While the demon asks, is this the most powerful human Senna was talking about? Surely it was a waste. The captain is there finished, and thinking one blow, and I was destroyed. It was lucky that I'm wearing this dragon S-rank armor my brother gave me, otherwise I would have died. The guys there come to help him up. Captain, your armor broke, but the captain is confused. What's up with this dungeon? Why are the forces of these beasts so different? It doesn't make sense for me to try to beat this guy. I'm gonna have to use my team to weaken this monster's strength, and men, when he's weakened, I'll act. That's the best course of action. He raises his sword, shouting, everyone follows my lead. Let's go for it. Everyone uses your special abilities. But Tyrus says, Captain, if everyone just goes without a plan, we'll suffer many casualties. It's better to use the strategy with the front shield. The captain shouts at him, are you questioning my judgment? Are you going to disobey my orders? Tyra says that this is not the case. Captain tells him to shut up already. He turns to everyone. Everyone grab your weapons and fearlessly go for it. Everyone rushes toward the boss, and the devil says, you bunch of ants. It doesn't matter if you're alive or dead. Your flesh and blood are not even fit for an offering. Everyone's going for it, thinking that they have a chance. Now is the time to show him the difference between monsters and humans. But suddenly a laser came and wiped out everyone in a second. Cyrus saved the day, but the rest got toasted. The captain dodges to the side just in time, but his sword is done already. The boss goes in his direction. Floating you now, feel fear. The captain understood that he couldn't win. He needs to find a way out. Tyrus, seeing the arms of his buddies all burned, the captain runs away screaming, follow my orders, retreat, but Sirius grabbed him. The captain shouted, you bastard, let go of me. Sirius tells him, you said you were the strongest in this group. The battle with the boss isn't over yet, so you're not leaving. The captain swings his arm, trying to get away. I'll do whatever I want, I'm a captain. If you want to die so badly, stay here alone. The devil raises his finger. You invaded my home, and now you want to flee. The captain in shock looked behind you. Ceres, he's going to attack with that power, let me go. The captain don't understand how he can't release himself from that trash F-rank grip. Everyone's running away. I told you to let go already. He's coming to give him a blow. He's sure he's gonna win. But Sirius just holds on his fist and almost breaks his hands. Then Sirius tells him, you have to keep your word. If you're the strongest, protect your group. And throws him. He went face to face with the devil attack. An explosion occurred, everyone's was running away, and the captain's body fell on the ground. Our protagonist says, now it's my turn, pulling out his broken sword. The juicy Bella says she wants to stay to help Sirius. Tyre also says he won't run away, but she looks at him and says, you don't need to stay, I'll do it because it's Sirius. Tyre says he knows, but he's the only rank B here. He's going to destroy these creatures. And he's not going to run away, Devil warns everyone. Even after seeing my power, you were trying to escape. Don't underestimate me, but in 1 second series. Was about to cut his arm. He used that insta-kill ability of his. The demon dodged by a small fraction, but Sirius took the opportunity to ran towards the ritual. Scared by our guy's speed, who already ran off the boss. Was confused with why is he running to the altar. Sirius was really close to obtaining what he has been desiring for such a long time, while Tyra and Bella took the opportunity to strike the boss back. Tyra, he thought to himself, that's the opportunity. But in the blink of an eye, the demon stopped both attacks with his bare hands. Then he aimed at Cyrus, saying this bastard Tad is fast like a cockroach. But I'm going to end this. But Bella told the boss that she would not let him attack Cyrus, the beautiful cut and angle. She thrust of her sword with Tyre, making the boss lose his balance and barely missing the attack on Cyrus. He used the explosion shockwave to launch himself to the altar. He was almost there. His antidote was a 1 finger of distance when he was stopped. The altar was protected by a magic array that sent him flying to the other side of the room. The boss told him that he created the magic array, and as long as he was breathing, it would be impossible. To break it, Cyrus told makes sense. Just taking the elixir would be too easy. We need to kill you to proceed. That's when he noticed a lady by his side and went to see who it was. While Tyra and Bella were being beaten by the boss, that was saying that they were arrogant. Just by having the courage to attack him, Tyra and Bella fell to the ground while Sirius was thinking, what is the female monster that I let escape? How did she end up like this? Satyr was a bit red, trembling, and big, telling Sirius to be quiet so no one knew they were there. At the moment, Nazir, the boss, was saying that his ritual needed a calm place, so he needs to finish them. It's time for their death. From far, Sirius saw everything and was scared that Bella was in danger. He gave a mushroom to Satyr and went rushing to help his friends. Satyr saw the healing mushroom and began to cry. The system told to Cyrus, the female monster, Satyr is developing affection towards you. Completed the weapon requirements. Please choose one. Cyrus was surrounded by cards, while Tyra and Bella were about to die. Cyrus shouted to the system to skip that. He needs to save his friends, but the system insisted. You need to choose one right now. He picks up a random card, getting a golden and red blade, the exploding garment, divine sword. He rushes behind the boss, telling him test his new blade, but once more Nazar grabs it with bare hands and tells him you fell for it. They were just bait. My target was you human cockroach. And now, at such a close distance, Sarah shouted, slicing Nazar's hands once more, but he could only leave a small scratch. Nazar laughed at his face, but suddenly all of his clothes exploded, revealing a juicy, voluptuous, curvaceous body that I know that no one expected to be a XX chromosome holder. Nazar got shy, asking where the hell her clothes went, while Bella and Tyre were asking themselves the same thing. This serious stripped the boss with an indomitable expression and a nose bleeding. Sirius said that this monster was truly powerful. The sword that he got from the system has 2 effects. On the first strike, it exploded enemies' clothes. But on the second one, it activates the ultimate move, the divine sword descent. Nazir was trying to cover up herself, saying that she never expected such a despicable move and that now she's really going to kill him. But without hesitation, Cyrus tried to attack her that skillfully dodged. Staring at her, Cyrus thought my first attack exploded her top. Now I need to hit once more to vanish her underneath the robe. Then I just need to knock off her face mask and I will be able to trigger the ultimate move that is going to kill her. All he needs to do is use his unique flash/cut. But the system tells him that he can only use that 6 more times. Cyrus tells the system that the only skill he has is an absolute. Trash the system asks if he wants to turn it off, but he just says no, and teleports aiming at Nazir's legs. Once more with a swift jump, she dodged in the air. She was thinking about why he's aiming at her legs. He is not trying to destroy her lower robe, right? Poor Nazir, no hesitation, Cyrus goes for another slash. She calls him a filthy bastard and steps on his chest. Sending him far away, he was able to stop himself with the sword. But his nose was broken, but for him that pain was much lesser than the cursed pain, so he rushes. Her once more the skills has a 10-second cooldown, so he dodges some of Nazir's attacks while decreasing the distance between them. When the 10 seconds Rocky used once more the swift body, slash aimed at their legs saying, "Let's see how you can dodge from something so close." He felt that his sword went through something and knew that he had landed a hit. But when he looked up, Nazir was standing on her tail, telling him that if it was not for the fear of showing the mountains, she would have already killed him. Using a laser attack that Sirius narrowly dodged, she kept striking, while he was trying to gain time to use his swift attack again. But at some point he got cornered and had to deflect the attack head on the explosions and shock. Waves were extremely strong. Tyre couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could F rank do that? Even he who is AB rank can't do anything. After the dust, Selling Cyrus was impressed with his sword. They told to Nazir that now her attacks would be useless against him. Nazir told him that this was true. It was hard for her to kill him, but was easy to kill her friend already sent in a fire strike in her direction at that second. Sirius used his swift slash to cut Nazir nails while he instantly went to Bella direction. Madzir shot one more time in Sira's back, thinking that he was dumbing from turning back on her. But in the middle of the way, he turned and faced the attack head on. Again, Bella was there sitting in a very comfy and relaxing position. Just a shock wave was enough to break her armor, exposing what Sirius strength that was exposed and became clear to everyone. Even Nevizir was losing her patience with how hard it was to kill that boy. But that's when she notices that the ritual was in need of more firewood to keep going, or she would lose her 100 years of work. But Bella suddenly was feeling strange, saying her body was feeling hot, and I'm also feeling some extra warmth. Damn, Bella. She lost her ability to control herself and enveloped her hands around Sirius' head. Panting in need of some more oxygen, she pulled Sirius closer while from behind Tyre was shocked. We see she opening her mouth in the point of a cup that is about to be swallowed, slowly getting closer, but Sirius remembers the first he saw her, when she looked like a Lux Maxer of the mewing jawline. He jumps back saying that he doesn't want to do that while Tyra asks what she's doing. Bella regained her consciousness, asking herself why I was trying to kiss Sirius. Even my tongue was out my mouth and I didn't notice. Even worse, we are in the middle of a battle. She was shy and embarrassed, trying to hide herself, while Tyra was asking if she was poisoned because she was red and panting. But also she's not the type of girl that acts this way. At that moment, Nazir opened her arms to bring some meat of the monsters to use as fuel for the ritual. Sirius noticed that she was burning all the blood of the demon god. He knew that he needed to stop that quickly. He had a plan. He would utilize all of his power in an explosive attack. For that, he needed Bella. He went to her and said, I figured out a way to defeat the boss now, but I need your cooperation. She was shy, and Tyrell knew that something bad was coming. Bold and courageous as a soldier that fights for the good of all humanity, Cyrus told her that they need to connect their USB ports so he can charge his power to defeat the boss. While she was listening to Cyrus explaining every single detail of the plan, she was getting more and more happy, while Tyra couldn't understand how Cyrus could explain that plan with such a straight face. She was already on her side, while Cyrus was trying to comfort her, saying, I know it must be difficult for you, but I beg you. Her agitation value went up to 93%, but suddenly Tyra grabbed Cyrus' hand, telling him to stop thinking about those things in the middle of the battle. He looked at Bella and said, don't trust him. With a happy face, she told to Cyrus that she trusted his words. Tyre was shocked. While Bella was saying that she knew that would be embarrassed, but only to kill the boss, she would accept. It is incredible the determination of this dude. Really going through thick and thin to save their species. She grabbed Sirius' head, once more all she could. Remember was the younger and goblin Bella, while Sirius was going crazy. The poor tire took a critical hit. As some sort of memory reflex, Sirius pushed Bella. All way that now was in the floor, confused suddenly. Cyrus gained 5,000 stats because he made Tyrus suffer. Our boy literally gets much stronger when he makes a guy a cock. Through a beautiful angle we see Cyrus telling Bella that her help wasn't needed anymore. He was feeling stronger. She didn't want him to go, so she asked, what if he still couldn't defeat the boss? With her crossed legs and 99% agitation, she asked once more, don't you really need my help? Service bluntly told her no. He went running, while Bella was suffering on the floor. With the rejection, what's her defeated was aching. Her Bella, and I'm the Service, is stronger than me. And that's why I got a crush on him, but I want to ask. But before we see the answer, we see Sirius going for Nazir. His plan is to hit leg and head at the same time, and then finish everything in an instant. With 5,000 extra points. All he needs is find an opening. Nazar was looking at her, called her, noticing that it was too cold. She needed for fuel, maybe those humans would do. She started to fly, and told Siri to be grateful because all of them would become sacrifices. She let her rounded mountains take. Fell some windy, while conjuring her most powerful spell. The only thing Cyrus thought was is really big. The attack went head-on, and Cyrus tried to block it, but his magic power used to resist was rapidly going down. After just a second, he was depleted. Nazar told him that the battle was over. But that's when a beautiful hand surrounded his face. Turning his head, he saw a blonde goddess, telling him that she knew that he needed her big helpers. Without hesitation, Cyrus became an alpinist and started to enjoy the mountains. But unfortunately for Tyre, his heart was broken. Bella knew that Tyler liked her, but she already had told him that she has had someone in her heart since childhood, and that never changed. While Cyrus was climbing to new heights, literally, in all senses, his powers her surging and his stats increased by 27,500. His aura was destroying the whole room. Nazar couldn't believe what she was seeing. He shouldn't have no way to fight back now. But there he was with his golden aura bursting. But even in that moment, Nazar was feeling confident. She told him that no matter how much he increases his power, he was just a simple human being. She was about to say that he was nothing but an ant when he vanished in front of her. In a second, a vertical cut went through her entire body. That was the strength and swift body slash that broke Nazar's mask. And now Sarah's final move, the Holy Sword Descent, had been unlocked. Nazar was screaming to the heavens. How did he dare to hurt her face? She used all her powers to create a gigantic sun over her head with all her power infused. But Cyrus was relentless when she used her attack. He used his sword descent. An enormous golden sword struck right above Nazir. The shockwave destroyed everything around, and when the dust settled, the only thing left was Nazir's body in the same way that she came to this world. His divine attack was in cooldown for 20s, and he ran for the demon blood, but the magic array wasn't destroyed from the floor. Nazar told him, I will never allow filthy humans to touch the demon. God Holy Blood series was waiting for the cooldown and told her, I will take care of you in 9 seconds. That's when he looked back and saw Bella and Tyre dropped on the floor. Nazar stood up, screaming that it was about time to see the superior race. Monster or humans, but Cyrus just ran to grab his friends. He was more worried to save them while Nazar fell to the ground, thinking that humans are truly foolish. Cyrus was shouting to the system to find the shortest route out of there, but a creature was observing them from the side and appeared in front of him. Bella saw how much Ceres was fighting for her. She remembered that in their childhood, everyone would make fun of her, but it was Ceres that always would stand up and punch anyone who tried to bully her. Cyrus used once more his swift body slash to cut the monster, while Bella's mind was being filled with all the kindness that Cyrus had shown her. But that's when Nazar made a critical move. She used herself as a sacrifice to the Demon King's blood. A dragon used a fire breath attack on Sirius, but he skillfully dodged and finished off another creature while Nazir was being burned for the holy demon. Then suddenly, Sirius' weapon disappeared and the system told him the enemy has been defeated and the weapon has returned to the system. After 12 hours, the weapon will be back. Sirius thought that it didn't matter because they just reached the exit of the dungeon. Right at the entrance, the captain, the ones that were able to survive, saw Sirius coming back. The captain lost his mind and shouted, "Sirius, how dare you defy my order and attempt to run? You're out of the expedition team and the guild is not going to help you anymore. And now I will execute you." But one instant and Sirius' foot was in his face. He couldn't care less about the captain and just kept running with his friends back to the dungeon where Satyr was observing what was about to come out of the ritual. From a fountain of blood, two pale hands opened the red curtain. Satyr felt a chilling sensation as if her body was being stabbed by countless needles. The pale creature appeared with red hair and a femboy body. It was the demon god Azathoth. Satyr tried to escape from the place as quickly as possible, but Azathoth noticed her and with a flick of his finger, destroyed everything in the way, revealing Satyr and making every creature of the whole dungeon fall to the lowest floor. All the monster asked if that was Nazir, but Azathoth just said that Nazir was dead and he needed a new servant now. Instantly, a bunch of goblins fell to their knees, begin to serve him. But Azathoth said ugly and killed everyone. He wanted something beautiful at his side. So he went to Sander and told her that she looked good and asked her to raise her head while opening her mouth. Hesitant and with tears in her eyes, she did. Azathoth poured some green blood on her mouth. Satyr instantly felt that her body was being healed and happiness was flowing. Azathoth grabbed her by the chin, explaining that his blood could help and fortify her immune system, but the digestion process caused some overflowing happiness. Then he told Satyr that it was getting dark. She should find a room and wait for him there. Then we see the guild headquarters, where the captain is being cursed after failing such an easy task. The golden arm guy is the S-rank Darren and is his brother. The captain was begging him, "Bro, help me. If I lose my position as captain, we're going to lose everything and they will discover that we are stealing from the guild." His brother told him to shut up cause he already knew all of that. Then he asked, "What's the name of the guy that went against your orders?" The captain told him that it was Cyrus. Darren told him that they would put all the blame on Cyrus, and he would be sentenced to death for desertion. Back to Satyr, she was feeling something soft and juicy touching her back. A warm breath made her ears red. When she got up and looked back, she saw a white-haired girl with Pixar mom proportions is Azathoth. That explained that in the night, she loses her strength and goes back to her original girl form. In that time, she needs Satyr to protect her from anyone that tries to cause harm, and she should never think about hurting her cause. With her blood inside Satyr, she can easily dissolve Satyr body. While this was happening, Cyrus was running around searching for where the demon god blood went. He wasn't going to give up even if he had to scour every corner of that place. He had already left Bella and Tyre in the hospital, as it health explained that she needed her heart that was within the Heroes Guild. Even though at night she becomes a weak human, when the day comes she's going to retrieve her heart and recover 100% of her powers. That's when Sato heard something. Someone was approaching. She told Azathoth that she was going to stop whoever was, but Azathoth told her that if she got more than 5 kilometers from her, she would be instantly killed. Service was running for a door. He knew that it must be their cause. He had already searched every place in the system. Told him that the blood was present in the dungeon. What he wasn't expecting was that Satyr, with her skillful foot, was about to kick him once more. She went for a vertical overhead attack, but she noticed that it was serious. She stopped saying, "It's you, the disgusting human being." Again, but strangely inside the room, Azatel felt immense comfort. That was the reaction that she should have. When finding her heart, she was confused. Satyr told Saris that Nazar was already dead, so he came back. He should hurry and leave the place. But Saris told her that he was happy that recovered herself and could fight again. Maybe the mushrooms that he gave her were helpful. Satyr got shy and red. telling him that wasn't the case at all. Those mushrooms were the most disgusting thing that she has eaten in her whole life. And he should get lost, but her agitation instantly went to 71% bounty. Sirius pointed to her, saying that he knew that she had some favorability towards him. Satyr vanished and tried to kick Sirius' face that was able to dodge. She was trying to step him once more out of shy. She closed her eyes and kept stomping the poor boy, saying that he was disgusting. But when she opened her eyes, he was in their service, was running to Azathoth. Room in front of the door, he could feel the presence of the blood of the demon god behind before he was able to do anything. Azathoth suddenly opened the door, but he was running fast and wasn't able to stop his body. The only thing that could stop his advancement was a warm snowball. Sirius retracted, while Satyr asked who Azathoth came out of the room. Without hesitation, Azathoth grabbed Circe's fears, while Circe was screaming in pain, as Azathoth could feel that her heart was inside his future family nest. Cyrus freed himself, asking her what she was doing, but the system told him that she was the blood of the demon god. Cyrus was asking himself, did my antidote become a human? He made a small cut in her hands to drink some demon wine as Athel felt something strange, but the system told Cyrus that his curse hadn't been cured. Azoth was smiling at his face. She knew what he wanted. But at night, when she's a human, her blood is ineffective. Satyr tried to kick Sirius, telling him to get off her master. Sirius went back while Azoth was thinking. My heart was actually absorbed by a human and was transformed into his essence. I need to regain my power back. Even if it's forcibly, I will absorb it back to my body. But unfortunately, after all that fun, she's going to melt Sirius' body using her power, while Sirius is thinking that he needs to take other liquids from her to see which one has the correct effect. He tries to go for her when suddenly the floor under him breaks. He dodges the sneak attack, and from the floor, another cool friend appeared. She had a raccoon body carrying 8 limbs and 3 balloons. With a happy face, she said that she could felt as a tough power from thousands of miles, and she was even carrying the bell she was bestowed upon long ago. She is the boss Ghana. She runs towards Azathoth, saying that she had already proven her love and now is time for her to devour. Azathoth as a weak human just waited. She couldn't do anything. But suddenly Service grabbed her, evading Ghana attack and jumped out a hole in the wall. He was confused with why a boss rank monster appeared so suddenly. But his priority is to save his drinks that were inside Azathoth, but Gon of course went to follow them. After some time, Siri put Azathoth on the floor, saying that he was finally able to lose that monster. Azazath asked him where he had brought her. He told her that she was inside the Heroes Guild zone in his home. Azazath was happy upon hearing that now she can recover her heart and go right into a killing spree, so she grabbed Siri's neck, pulling him closer and saying, Dear hero, I've been cursed by a terrifying monster. If I don't find a man to release myself, I will soon die, so please help me. I need you to save me right now. He insists he's noble, a righteous hero who can exploit others' vulnerabilities. But she's already floored him, claiming her whole body hurts, and she needs saving. Stress is on the ground, fearing the embarrassment of this situation. He's an honest man with a pure heart, unable to take advantage of others. Yet his sense of duty as a man tells him when someone asks for help, he must save them from suffering. He can't stand idly by, he must act, sacrificing everything he holds dear and endure the pain and suffering alone. Meanwhile, Asato threatens to eradicate all future generations of him and then kill him, but at that moment, Cyrus notices something odd. She has a tail, but why is it in front? Suddenly it clicks. She has elephant member hanging. He slams her against the wall, demanding an explanation for this bizarre feature. Yuga collapses besides him, and he keeps asking why she has it. Azatov interjects, insisting she desperately needs help. He promised to save her. However, as dawn breaks, her body begins to change again. He can't back out now. Yuga might. A glowing aura beside them and suddenly grows enormous, declaring she's starving. She begs the boy for help, and Cyrus informs Azathoth that since he found YOV first, he'll help her first and then her. With that, he dashes off. As he cooks, he ponders. If he doesn't help, he'll die, but should he help? Is he losing his mind as Atoth appears behind him, impatient to reclaim her power immediately? If he refuses, she'll make him one at Cyrus. Abandoning his frying pan, rushes to save Yug, finishing his meal as Adolf grows. Angry, powerless to suppress him right now. Meanwhile, Cyrus notices a little tail. When he checks on Yug, she's drinking cleaning products, claiming it tastes wonderful now that Yug's eating. Azathoth insists they deal with her problem. Cyrus suggests waiting, but Azathoth hurls him against the wall. Suddenly the weapon's cooldown ends, and he transforms. Azathoth is taken aback, and the system commands him to wear only a piece of cloth, go outside and greet 33 people. Confused, he complies. A massive golden door appears, warning that failure means joining those monsters on a party. Cyrus worries the cloth is too short. No matter how he wears it, he'll expose himself. He orders both girls to stay in the room and rushes out. Yuji marvels at his disguise, while Azathoth insists they wait until morning. Humble Yug offers a sip of bleach, but Azathoth declines. Cyrus decides to cover his face, at least then. No one will know he's the crazy one as he heads to town. Gonna senses their presence despite their escape. Cyrus rushes through the city, feeling like a mad pervert, that he must greet 33 people. Everyone chases him. Meanwhile, Zatter approaches the spherical room. Fuller than the Milky Way, Yug hides nearby. Zatter urges Azathoth to flee, warning it's humans' trap zone. But Azathoth argues it's nearly dawn. There's no need to hide once her powers return. She'll drain the boy dry and gain the strength to destroy the place, instructing Zeta to fetch him. As Zeta races through the city, she knows, after she hands the boy over as a tough, she'll drain everything from him and turn him into a blood pool. Then she stops on the roof, sees a bunch of people chasing someone. When she looks, as our guy greeting everyone. He's already greeted 24 of the 33, and there are 4 minutes left. But suddenly a monster appears in the middle of the city. When he looks back, what the heck? It turned into a dungeon. He tells the system to activate for him to have the extra attributes. However, the system notifies him that as long as he has a mission, he'll be a powerless F rank. The girl starts announcing there's a monster in the city, and some hunters will help. A guy's holding the monster and asks for a weapon. Our guy passes by and gives him a slap, saying thanks for being my buddy. Suddenly a knight appears and saves him. It's the leader of the A-class security group, Kajik, who says it's ridiculous. They can't deal with such weak creatures. Meanwhile, the vice president of the Brave Guild is asking for an escort, but right behind them, Gianna is coming like a man-woman, saying she can smell them. The knights turn and jump to protect. Suddenly, this Cat Jack guy comes to swing a sword at her head, but she arrogantly and gracefully dodges. She asks if he wants to get so close, and with a touch on the sword, his whole arm is cursed. He falls to the ground, warning no one to touch her. Well, Gunna says they're too fragile to deal with just this. Seeing him standing in front, she says it's ridiculous for trying to block her. Meanwhile, our guy has greeted 32 people, only one left. The president sees everyone being destroyed, while Ghana says the way they scream in agony is amazing. She finishes off another and heads towards the president, saying she wants to hear one more scream. The president screams for help when our protagonist turns and sees them. Now that he's greeted one more, the mission is complete. The armor and everything are back. He tells the system to activate and draws a card. What he receives is the divine silencing finger. Basically, he can touch his enemy's body from far away. And if the enemy scream in a cute, warm way, it'll increase the silencing power bar that caused damage. Jana recognizes him immediately and goes on the attack. Up there, she says once she's done with him, she'll hunt Azathoth in broad daylight. Our hero activates the power and dodges, retreating. As soon as the little hand activates, she feels as if someone touched her body. The value rises to 12%, and the silencing power is activated. She screams in extreme agony, and the power explodes, crushing her on the ground. She can't understand why it feels like he caressed the mountains. And as soon as she screamed, it feels like an invisible force hit her. Although not fatal, it's all very painful. Cyrus' face, as she says his power, is disgusting actually. The scream she accidentally lets out isn't just any scream, right? It's a high-pitched scream, let's say. The famous corn scream. But she warns that her body belongs only to the Azathoth, and anyone who touches her deserves death, and she'll never release that high-pitched scream again. The system warns that the power of the scream is related to the power of agitation. Heading his direction, she warns she'll finish him off and take his dead body to Lord Azathoth. She goes on the attack, telling him to die in agony. But Cyrus crouches. She comes at him with her big hand. Oh, he dodges while doing some caressing. And now she felt a little extra power. She lets out another loud scream and ends up suppressed on the ground. Our hero says his hand feels like it touched the armpits, while Vanna complains to her mouth, saying she doesn't understand what's happening. Why is she screaming like this? But she says that for a second. A little scratch he gave her spun the same happiness she thought only the Azathoth would be capable of. Humans have truly evolved. She starts hitting herself on the head, saying she woke up as a toast will forgive her, right? While Cyrus is thinking she's crazy, she's beating herself up, already lying on the ground and beaten up. She tells Cyrus that his blows are weird, but now she's going to fight seriously and draws a sword. That sword came from a peculiar place for a spider, but it's really slimy, slick, not suggesting anything. And Cyrus notices this. He says first it was on the mountains, then in the armpits, what will be next maybe on the back. But no time, because she's already coming at him and he's fleeing. She comes from behind him, warning it's too late, and she's ready to finish him off. But he sneaks a glance sideways and manages to dodge. He warns that he's more agile than her and she can't catch him. But she says she already knew and he fell into the trap. He got a spider's tangle and is already stuck to the wall. He tries to free himself, but it's not working. And she approaches, saying now he can't escape, draws the sword, and orders him to die. Our guy manages to at least release the hand and caresses her thigh. She knows she's going to unleash the infamous scream. So she covers her mouth to prevent it. She gradually releases her hands and says she's finally holding back as long as she doesn't release the heavens. Melody, she won't be attacked. But when she looks, he's already freed himself and is on her back, saying she won't run away. She says he's stupid. And she's figured out perfectly how his attack works. And that was his only chance to escape. All that'll be left now is his unilateral death in this fight. She then seals her own mouth with a spider's web. As long as she doesn't make any weird sounds, his attack will be invalidated. Cyrus says he knows very well that his last attack hit her in the middle of the thigh. Gonna thinks he's gross for paying attention to that. Cyrus says he's ready. Now that he's started exploring the body's proportions, there's no way he can lose. From this moment on, he'll dominate this battlefield because he'll attack the most accurate points of her body. She goes on the offensive, saying it doesn't matter where he touches. Now that she's covered her mouth, he can't win. She won't make any sound and he'll be defeated. Cyrus, from the middle of the alley, gives 2-hand squeezes. She feels something somewhere, but says she won't scream. He looks and says she's amazing for not reacting, while she says it's getting strange. Before it seemed like it was outside, but now it's inside. She's agonizing, saying she's holding on very well. She just hopes war as a tough sees how much she's managing to resist. She's not attracting him. This level of joy is incomparable. She comes at him again, but now Cyrus is learning to use the little hand. He makes 2 strides on the wall and a cut in the middle. And then she says that one touched a place that she didn't know she had. Meanwhile, the president of the Brave Guild is watching everything, saying that monstrous woman is riding all over. He doesn't know what kind of magic this is, but with those screams, he wants to learn it. Ghana is already falling to the ground, still not understanding how he's doing this. And now, unfortunately, she's already surpassed Azathoth, who is fading from her mind. No, she gets her hand again, saying that won't happen. She'll stop this. She won't think these things anymore. She just needs to calm down seeing this. Sarah says she really didn't make any sound. It seems it wasn't enough. She touches the sword and starts injecting her toxins into the blade. She comes at him again, and this time she ensures she won't be defeated. But Cyrus runs his hand on the wall, and she falls to the ground, saying she can't. It's impossible to take a step forward. With all this happening, she has to kill him quickly or Lord Azathoth will disappear. From her heart, she sends the blade his way. Cyrus manages to dodge, but suddenly she activates a power that explodes the blade on his back, and the entire corridor becomes poisoned. Seeing everything destroyed, she's sure he wouldn't be able to escape from such a close strike. Now his whole body is poisoned and he's going to die. But Cyrus is up on the building saying the same trick. Doesn't work twice on him. She's incredulous that he thought of escaping in this situation, and he warns that now it's his turn. He jumps into the middle of the walls and slides down, dragging his hand on everything. Then it's over for her. She even says, "Here we go again." He keeps sliding and she keeps slipping, pleading for him to stop descending, and it feels like forever. He's descending so slowly. Now even the web blocking her mouth starts to give way. It opens and lets out a huge scream. The gift from Azathoth explodes. The whole place turns into an atomic bomb, and she's being consumed, our guy, just gaining power. After everything settles, she turns into a spider. With that, the enemy is defeated, and the weapon returns to the system. Our guy goes over there and picks up another one. Favorability is already at 100%, and he unlocked the Conqueror passive. After defeating a boss, he receives their exclusive abilities. And now he can poison his own weapon, but suddenly Azathoth appears behind him and says that she got him. Meanwhile, in another place, Zader is pouring her blood on the floor. And at home, Azathoth vanished in front of Yug. The portal appeared in front of Zeta, from which Azathoth came out asking where was the human. Zeta got on her knees and told Azathoth that she unfortunately lost track of him with a demonic face. Azathoth explained that Ciro's system was her lost power, and if she doesn't recover it before night, she will become once again a powerless human. That's when the explosion happened in the middle of the city, and Azathoth felt the energy of the system. She instantly rushed, leaving Zeta behind, who didn't know how to respond. At that moment, Cyrus was using his new ability that made possible to send Monster back to their home, while he was getting drunker and bigger at home. Suddenly, a small spider appeared in front of her. Of course, it was Gunna's body. And then Azathoth appeared behind Cyrus. He tried to look back and react fast. But Azathoth was saying that she would have to use some tough measures and went to devour him. Cyrus got scared. He flinched, back telling her to not do those things while she was with female. Clothes her body had clearly already changed, but with puppy. She told him that he was very sweet. He tried to escape, but she easily stopped him with a red aura. Using her hand, she got closer, saying that she had mastered the system long ago, and told him to use the system to lock her up and boost his attributes. That would be fun for both, but Cyrus told her that he would never use his system on someone that had a men's body. That was his bottom line. She then used a magic power to bring him closer, making an offer with her antidote blood for some different kind of joy and fun. Cyrus is a man of integrity. He shouted at her, saying that if this was the only solution for him, he would prefer to let his body melt and decay. She kept insisting, saying he dared to resist her, but Ceres kept shouting that he would never do that with a bro. Suddenly she made a light orb and told him that he needed to be disciplined, so she would make him beg for it. She touched his back, saying that her power system heart could now return to her body. But strangely, the light orb vanished. She was confused with that, and the system refused to return, and told her that all attacks against Cyrus would be useless. Then the system asked Cyrus if he would trade 50% of his life for a chance to kill Azathoth. In that situation, Cyrus didn't hesitate for a second and accepted. He received a notification saying that when he locks on Azathoth, he would trigger the Spear of Oblivion. After, Azathoth will be fully absorbed by the host and the poison detoxified, but he had a 50-day time countdown. Azathoth couldn't believe that the system not only reject her, but was also helping Cyrus to finish her off. Cyrus looked back to use his power to lock on Azathoth, but suddenly a Karmasin explosion filled the whole place. He couldn't open his eyes, so it was impossible to lock the system. Suddenly, Azathoth made a cut on her own hand. The same cut appeared on Zetas, who got confused and thick. Thick she already was. Her blood touched the floor, and the same portal appeared once more behind her. Azathoth came out of it sweating and saying that she almost lost her life, and the worst part is that she knows that the system locked her location in a mini-map. Cyrus could find where she was and was impressed that she moved so fast in a short period. Zada asked what had happened and if she was injured. Azathoth explained that no one could harm her right now because any damage would be transferred first to Zeder. She asked if Azathoth took care of the human, and she responded that she couldn't while asking if Zeder was happy that the human had not died. She denied and said that since she couldn't hurt him, they should just go back to the dungeon. But suddenly Azathoth smiled, saying that she's been with the system for thousands of years, so she knows very well. She can't physically harm Cyrus, but she can make him die out of joy. Azathoth was sure that as soon as Cyrus died, the system would return her, since it was hard to find a new host. Then she told Zeta to go find the human this night. Again, she then made Zeta transform her body in a heavy truck, specialized in carrying giant circles, and then asked for a different appearance. While she said that would have to rely on Zeta to keep the transformation on all night long. She became the most mid girl in this series, but said that heroes love to save a beauty. So she would let him play the hero once, and then find an opportunity to make things happen. Zeta asked if it was really possible to kill with excessive joy, for which Azathoth responded that for her it was, and that's how she got killed, and even ended up abandoned by the system. She hit the tree angrily, saying that she couldn't understand what the system saw on Cyrus. While Cyrus was thinking about those 50 days left of life and the risk that he took, he knew that he needed to hurry, but suddenly felt a pain in his body. The poison was acting up again. He felt something on his feet and was unable to move at the purple. Poison was consuming his little toe, and he felt the full and agony his vision kept blurring, and from the side the president, from Brave, saw him losing his consciousness. Sometime later, he opened his eyes and saw a doctor. They went running to inform the Lord. Cyrus asked why he was in the hospital and who brought him there, to which the doctor explained that it was the vice president from the adventurers guild. Some time later, Cyrus was explaining that his magic was very difficult to learn, so he didn't know if it was possible. But enthusiastically, the president shouted that he would give his best to learn everything that he could, even if that cost his own life. With a serious expression, Cyrus explained that his powers starts in the fingertips. Suddenly, the president kneeled and begged him to Cyrus to be his master, while Cyrus told him to get up. The president apologized, and Cyrus said that as his master he understood how he felt, but another blessed babe was knocking on the door, telling the president, Charlton, that she had something to report. Her name was Daisy. Cyrus saw warned of death for desertion. Daisy explained the accusations of abandoning the part and disobeying the orders of a captain. But the president said that this was tricky, but he would try to find a way to handle it. Cyrus told him that this was not needed since he didn't run away and even took care of the boss. Nay, Jesus, thank you, Lord. Daisy said that it was impossible for an F rank with a C rank Bella and B ranked her to defeat an S boss. Nay, Cyrus told her that she could send someone to see the dungeon, for which she responded was already done, and she knew it was empty, but he would detain to prevent any escape problems. Charlton interrupted her and said that it was no needed, because he believed on the boy, which made big Daisy. Incredulous, the president said that he would carry the responsibility of supervising him, but Daisy reminded that he needed to attend to banquet tonight. Charlton said that if that's the case, Cyrus should just go with him, and Daisy couldn't find a way to deny it. And with that, they left the room. Cyrus decided to take a look on where Azathoth was to make some plannings. He got surprised when saw that Azathoth was really close to him, but then he noticed that Azathoth was actually at his home while he was in the hospital. He got up to ran from the hospital. Next moment, he was opening the door on his home. He looked inside, but saw nothing at first glance. Gunnar was on the floor, exhausted. Cyrus checked every room, but couldn't find Yo. Poor boy was sure that his thickest Pokemon was captured. In another place, Yo was opening her eyes slowly. She was chained, and at her side was Azathoth, transformed but also locked. Her feet were being held by a huge circle, but she already carries for other ones, so I think she will just get up and leave. She asked where she was for which Azathoth responded that was the auction venue for monsters, and humans that don't leave like in the video to help. Mamormi and you all, remember that the last chapter, Wyobi was slowly opening her eyes. She was bound to the ground. Azathoth was beside her, also restrained. She asked where she was, to which Azathoth replied that they were at an auction for creatures and humans. Meanwhile, Cyrus was seeing her location on a map he was getting closer and noticed that she hadn't moved for an hour. Suddenly she disappeared, making it impossible to track her at night. Out of nowhere, a guy from the city appeared and struck him with an axe. Cyrus stepped back, barely dodging. He slid backward, asking who that guy was. Guy said that this was the territory of the Stellar Cavalry, and no one could pass through there. Cyrus knew these guys were bandits, making a living by kidnapping. They were surrounded from all directions, and the men were talking about capturing certain monsters. Others said they were lucky to have captured so many people today and should take the boy for interrogation too. Cyrus guessed they were the ones who had taken Yuck. This was the perfect chance to ask if they had seen a monster man around. The system then warned that the weapon return mission would start in 2 minutes. Cyrus knew that once this happened, he would revert to the status of an F rank. Meanwhile, in the prison, the smallest girl in the world was struggling to free herself from the magical shackles. She needed the master's nutrition to keep her strength up. Azathoth beside her asked why she didn't return to a dungeon if she was a monster. Yum replied that her race, the Liang caterpillars, always depended on the energy of men to get stronger. That's why she always chose the strongest guy. Suddenly the entire cave exploded and one of the guys outside was thrown against the wall. Someone obviously re-entered. It was Cyrus, celebrating that he managed to resolve everything in 2 minutes. At that moment, he received a mission to hit a drum 10 times until it made sounds. It had 60 minutes when the weapon wouldn't return. He ran and grabbed the guy he had punched, but he had already fainted from the ground. The fake Azathoth was screaming, asking to be saved. Cyrus knew this part of the city was dangerous, so his first objective was to complete the mission. He ran to Yug and turned the lock. With that, the monster fell to the ground, and he seriously called out to her. He apologized and made the first precise strike. She let out a slight sound. With a face of pain and suffering, she asked what he was doing. The mission now stood at 1 out of 10. He turned to the girl on the ground and said that for the sake of everyone, she too would have to take a little slap. Azathoth was already sure that he wasn't the type of man who could control himself, so dealing with him would be easy. She found it ridiculous that he invented something so idiotic just to take advantage of her. With that, she lifted her foot, asking for help and saying she didn't mind doing whatever he wanted. Cyrus just went to her ankle and released the shackle. In a second, she threw herself, hugging him and saying she was terrified because she had been kidnapped. She delivered a cruel blow to our boy, saying she was afraid of being sold to the goblins. But Cyrus had no time for conversations and stretched out his hand once again. The strike was delivered without any hesitation. Unfortunately, she didn't make any sound. Cyrus asked why she wasn't saying anything. She said he didn't need to worry and should just keep insisting a little more. Our boy realized he was in trouble. The system warned that when he slapped and there was no sound, he would be frozen for 5 minutes. With that, he felt like an idiot. Yap got up, calling for a master. She apologized to him, saying she was feeling very weak and needed some essence. This was the only way. Otherwise, she would collapse and die. Cyrus wasn't responding. She said that if that was the case, she would take it as a yes. At that moment, she started sucking the boy's blood. Azathoth called her shameless and told her to let him go. But Azathoth was weakened, so Yug easily immobilized her, explaining that Cyrus was her master. She said she got everything he had. Azathoth was trying to break free, but in that situation, she couldn't win. She realized she had no chance and just stayed aside, watching. Gradually, she moved closer when she saw an opportunity. she was pretentious, inviting him to a threesome adventure. He began to question whether she was really restrained, against her will, and why she was offering something like that. Meanwhile, Satyr was watching everything and could feel the same feelings as Azathoth. It became very clear to her what the chief's desires were. Azathoth took Sarah's hand and said it had been a long time since she had done something like this. With that, poor Satyr stood by suffering. As always, she was struck with much cruelty. Azathoth kept manipulating our boy's hand to deliver cruel blows, and poor Satyr was suffering indirectly since she wasn't involved in anything. The little hand was just on the attack. Azathoth knew that now her plan was advancing. Cyrus, on the other hand, was trying to resist, telling her not to do that. However, she guided Sarah's hand to something strange. He felt something odd, touching him, and knew it was Azathoth again. Suddenly she noticed that the expression in his eyes had changed. She thought it was a matter of technique and decided to change her style of attack. However, she was pushed back and realized she had been exposed. She called for Segur, who immediately exploded the wall beside them. Here hadn't recovered yet, so she ended her transformation at that moment. She became tiny and asked Cyrus for help in the smoke. As Aphath admitted she had been exposed and asked Satyr to flee with her, it was a good chance for Cyrus to finish her off, but he was still without the system. When the system's freezing finally passed, she had already left. All that was left for him was to recover his powers. He realized how Azathoth wanted to end him and decided to be more careful when women approached him at night. Meanwhile, 51 minutes had passed on the system, and the mission was at 1 out of 10. Back at the gate of area Z, as soon as Cyrus came out of that place, a lot of people were waiting for him. The first leader of that group came forward with a poster saying that Cyrus would have to die. However, someone ran up to him. The president's secretary stepped in front, saying that the president had given the order that the boy was free. They couldn't capture Cyrus because he was registered to attend the guild's banquet that night. However, the guy slapped her, saying he knew it was a lie and he would only believe it if the president himself said so. If she kept insisting, she would also be thrown into the interrogation room. Cyrus told her to bring the president's letter, and she said she could get it in 10 minutes. Cyrus told her not to worry because the guy would regret hitting her. The scene shifted to a room where Cyrus was tied to a table. The former leader questioned if Cyrus remembered that it was he who had done this to his arm. They barely escaped alive from that fight against Nay, but Cyrus easily survived. He pounded the table, saying that a coward like him didn't deserve to live. Cyrus replied that a coward who flees from a fight against an enemy indeed deserves to die like an animal. Guy knew it was here who caused this disaster and was seething with rage with that. Cyrus turned to the ally and ordered him to bring the hammer. Unfortunately, the secretary hadn't returned yet, and Cyrus would have to rely on his physical strength to resist. However, from his pocket, you warned that it was impossible for him to be hurt because she had absorbed the blood and would strengthen his body. But when they got home, he would have to pay the price. Our boy already knew it was going to be a crazy request as a hammer swung his direction. The guy said he was joking and asked Cyrus to choose which finger he wanted to lose first. But before he could do anything, a man opened the door and said they had brought a message from the president. He saw the poster stating that the accusations against Cyrus were false. The guy got angry, realizing that the damn secretary was indeed from the president. One of them announced that they would have to release the boy since continuing would now be illegal. However, he just pushed him back, saying to bring that poster in half an hour. Cyrus didn't like hearing that the man warned that now Cyrus would have to pay the price. Outside, the guy said the president wasn't answering the door, so unfortunately, they couldn't deliver the order. At that moment, the guy gave the first hammer blow. However, the hammer started to crack while Cyrus's hand remained intact. There wasn't even a scratch thanks to Yog's aura. The captain was confused, wondering how this was possible. While a man outside tried to stop the secretary, someone appeared. Both looked back and were startled. The president arrived, kicking the door open. The guy, all crook, asked why Carlton was there. He showed the poster and ordered them to release Cyrus. The guy dropped the hammer on the floor, scared. With that, our boy simply broke the shackles. The president announced that he disobeyed the order and would lose his position as captain. Trembling, he said he didn't receive the order in time and that all group members could confirm it. However, no one spoke up since they knew the president would find out anyway. Carlton said it seemed no one wanted to defend him. Suddenly Cyrus spoke, confirming that he hadn't seen the guy receive the revocation order. He said the guy didn't need to worry about imprisoning him, but he would have to kneel and apologize to the secretary. She stood there not understanding why Cyrus was doing this. His mission was still 1 out of 10, and he had 1 minute left to complete it with that. All the guys leaned in to apologize to her. Cyrus said they were horrible for mistreating such a wonderful secretary. While the guy was being beaten, she stood there blushing, not understanding why Cyrus was going so far for her. The men apologized, saying they would never do something like that again. She just smiled. With that, our boy made 10 people let out a little moan, and the mission was completed. Cyrus turned to the captain and said the mission with the secretary was complete. He grabbed the guy's arm and said they would have to settle things between them now. Cyrus simply said this was for hitting his hand. He started twisting the guy's arm, who desperately apologized. He begged Cyrus not to do it again. However, our boy broke his second arm. Once again, the poor guy was left all twisted. At that moment, Carries left the room, saying he was now forgiven. Carlton said Daisy would take him to the banquet because the president had to meet someone from the church. Cyrus was confused about who these important people were. The man spoke about some nuns who could eliminate any type of toxins. But to understand them, you couldn't have any evil thoughts. The scene shifted to the banquet hall. The Holy See sect was arriving, and people were impressed. However, everyone commented that they thought it was a bit inappropriate for her to dress like that. She suddenly stopped and stared at everyone, making them feel awkward. She said her mission was to eliminate any evil thoughts from this world, which was why she needed to dress like that. She ordered them to stop looking at her with those disgusting eyes. Immediately, the president called the guards and told them to punish those men for disrespecting the saint. However, she said it wasn't necessary. If they were to punish those men for that, everyone there would suffer the same fate. Except for the vice president. He was confused, asking how he was different from the others. She said his mind was in torment, but his body didn't seem to react. The president thought it was some kind of compliment, saying he had good self-control. But everyone knew it only meant he was impotent. Other people approached the banquet entrance. It was Ceres with Daisy who had arrived. He asked if that holy purification magic was strong, and she said it was extremely unique. From severed limbs to any type of disease, she had seen it cure even extremely severe poisonings. Since heroes always get injured, the Hunters Association needed to ally with the church to get these cures. The guild had tried to put another hero in this position, but they were all rejected. This was because the saints didn't like using their powers on others. For one simple reason: people couldn't have improper thoughts. Cyrus thought that if this person could fix his finger, it would be perfect. With that, she swept the verification card, and they both entered the event. At the door, Sarah saw a commotion and asked what was happening. At this moment, Carlton appeared and said that she was looking for people to collaborate with the Holy See. If someone could pass this test, Zonzi would gain a lot of strength. The saint presented a curtain and said that it was the veil of the Sacred Heart. When they entered the levels of impure, thoughts would be shown on that gem. The collaboration with them would depend on the purity of the heart. However, she warned that no other guild from other regions had managed to pass it outside. People wanted to know how purity would be measured and what was inside. The saint just said that if they wanted to test it, they could enter a muscular man said he would show that he had never done anything shameful in his life. He was the captain of Team 7 in rank, number 9 in that city. He entered while the saint smiled. As soon as he was inside, he encountered something peculiar. There was something dangerous waiting for him. It was a cat girl who somehow reminded him of Yug. Logan knew that she was his weakness. In a second, he thought that place was magnificent. The cat girl threw herself at him. He was embarrassed by her initiative, she meowed, and the boy almost fainted from lack of blood. He said she was magnificent and asked if he could pet her. She questioned if he already wanted to start. He said yes, this place was too good, and he didn't want to leave. Her expression changed, and she said he was disgusting. The poor guy was thrown out of the curtain. He sprawled on the ground, and no one knew what happened. His impure thoughts had reached 88%, clearly a person of an impure heart. The people outside said that whatever was in there was extremely dangerous. However, the captain of Team 6 said he would finish off whatever it was. But he was also kicked out bleeding. He felt all happy, saying he had indeed seen something dangerous inside. 92% impurity, and everyone was curious. He said it was the weakness of men and advised not to even try to beat it. Several continued to go in, all with impurity levels above 90%, until someone approached. It was Cyrus. He said it was his turn now. The saint saw him enter and thought he was the last loser. However, as soon as our boy entered, he was surprised. Before he could react, he had been taken on an exploration in the mountains, and the girl was squeezing him tightly. She asked if he wasn't interested in doing a certain thing. Suddenly, she was met with a hand to the face. Cyrus threw the cat girl away. He questioned why so many women were approaching him provocatively. Now, he was going to be more cautious. There was a good chance it was Azathoth once again. The cat girl was confused. It was the first time she had been rejected. So aggressively outside, the sink was shocked. It was the first time she had seen a 0% impurity level. Truly, he had a mind as calm as water. Cyrus was thinking that before he continued. He needed to confirm the identity of that person. The girl stood there unsure of how to react. He then initiated the system, which asked if he wanted to activate it on the person in front of him. The problem was that he only had one use of the spear of forgetfulness. If he wasted it and faced Azathoth again, he would be done for. The girl still hadn't recovered. It was the first time she had not only been rejected, but also thrown far away. And the worst part was that he seemed to be looking at her intently. Yet there wasn't a trace of a corruptive thought. Cyrus was sharp, wanting to stay alert to any movement. Now she was angry, saying that he was worse than those who desired her, as it meant she wasn't capable of conquering what she wanted. However, she was determined to make his heart race. Somehow, meanwhile, Cyrus was interested in finding out if she had any masculine characteristics. She jumped towards him, asking for a hug and telling him to stop looking at her so intently. Cyrus was more interested in checking if there was something between her legs. When she went to hug him, he vanished in front of her. Seeing him retreat meant she had been rejected. Once again, however, she didn't give up and jumped towards him again, telling him to stop being so shy. The problem was that Cyrus had tripped during his escape and was now lying on the ground. She was certain that once he felt her softness, he wouldn't be able to resist. However, Cyrus was actually looking for the perfect angle to see if there was something beneath. In a second, he made a quick movement, sliding to check if there was anything unusual. He observed as best as he could to find something out of place. Just a little more, and he would be able to find the answer he was looking for. She found it strange because not only was he dodging, but at the same time he was staring at her aggressively. With that, he stopped, sliding his hand once again. He was on the other side, and she had fallen by herself. She couldn't understand why he was acting this way. Leaving, Sarah said that this mission was very difficult because he had to look in the right places. Meanwhile, the cat girl didn't understand. She stared at him and asked how he could look at her with such intensity, his body reacting, but at the same time have no impure thoughts. She screamed, demanding he explain himself. Cyrus then said that he was a righteous person. He had no impure thoughts about her body. If he was in this world today, it was because as a child he was nurtured. It was such mountains that allowed him to grow strong and survive. He looked at her with a heart full of gratitude. She was confused, saying the light he emitted was too strong. Truly, from the beginning, she had no chance. The power difference between them was too great. She then lowered her head, saying he had passed the test and could leave this place. Cyrus thought that if she was letting him go in the end, she really wasn't as a thought. With that, he withdrew, saying goodbye to her heroically. He appeared outside with a 0% impurity level intact. Meanwhile, she fell to the ground, saying she hadn't trained enough to defeat someone like him. Everyone outside was shocked, saying it was impossible, that the cat girl hadn't done anything to him. The saint, beside him, commented that it was the first time she had seen someone with such a pure heart. He asked if she could now use purification to remove the poison from him. She said yes and ordered everyone to leave the area. A while later, only the two of them were in the middle of the hall. She sat in a chair and told him to lie. Down in front of her, he did. And she told him not to move, explaining that each saint could use her magic through certain parts of her body. Then she started to remove her sandal and warned that her magical powers came from stomping. Here comes another one wanting to mess with our boy. She warned that if he had any impure thoughts, while she used her power, the effect wouldn't work. He asked if these impure thoughts only involved him. She explained that the day she became a saint, all her impure thoughts were removed. She told him not to move because she first had to examine his physique. It was the only way she could properly treat his body. With that, she began to feel his chakra points and energy flow. He noticed she seemed to be trying to manipulate his hand. He lifted her to try and help. However, she told him not to do anything when the magic wouldn't work. She apologized, saying that the chair was too small, and warned him that she would have to use him as support. She continued her meticulous analysis, focused on his fallen pinky toe, and said she would begin now. With that, she stepped on his hand suddenly. Cyrus found himself in another place. He was in the middle of a void within a sea. Out of nowhere, a giant foot came to step on him. The poor guy tried to react, but was being pushed down. He managed to resist and didn't drown, but his toes still wasn't healed. She told him not to fight against what was happening, because it was part of the process. She was using magic to project his consciousness, and this way she would heal his pinky toe. Suddenly he was clinging to her foot, and a dark energy was rising from the depths of the ocean. He said that strangely, his leg was being pulled by something odd. She explained that those were the poisons present in his body. She told him to hold on to her foot so she could pull him up. With that, he grabbed her big toe, trying to tear the stocking to get a better grip because he had no hold. She said he was very rude for doing something like that and surrounded him with her toes to try and lift him. The problem was that the poison was still in his body. Despite her seemingly using a lot of force, he felt no pain at all. Strangely, he felt comfortable, and his toes seemed to be starting to heal. With that, part of his body was removed from the water. When she lifted her foot, his toe was regenerated. He woke up looking at his hand and saying that it was working. However, she warned that she still felt a strange energy and told him to remove his boots. She then performed another sequence of healing approaching his pinky toe. The whole process of limb reconstruction was completed. She informed him that they would proceed with a difficult part. She had located the poison in his body and would try to remove it all at once. As we know, Azathoth poison was in a dangerous area. She sent him to the bottom of the sea, saying that he would have to find the core to then be pulled out. He said he was drowning in the middle of his consciousness, but she reassured him that in the end, everything will be fine. He realized he was receiving energy, and his body seemed to be growing stronger at the bottom of the sea. He located the source of the dark energy. Now, with a golden glow, he approached. However, the saint felt strange. The favorability had started to count towards her. Once again, the evil energy was pulling Ceres deeper into that place. He alerted her to pull them back as he was being dragged down. She insisted that it was part of the process, but he kept asking to be saved. She assured him not to worry, as she would begin now. However, at that moment, she became a target of the system and felt her body acting strangely. Suddenly, the poison began to dissolve. She gave him a protective shield and told him to go to the bottom of the sea. He swam, destroying all the poison, and was impressed that it was working so well. Gradually, he managed to get closer to the bottom of the lake. The strange thing was that he kept swimming but seemed to make no progress. She explained that the way distance is perceived in consciousness is different from the real world. It appears close, but is actually far. The problem for her was that she had to continue using her powers to keep him alive. Yet something strange was happening to her, and Cyrus's shield began to crack. He shouted to her that everything was breaking and asked what was happening. The favorability was at 47%, and she realized that her purification wasn't working properly due to emerging wrong thoughts. She told him to stop having impure thoughts about her, or everything would fail. Down below, the shield was already being destroyed. Cyrus couldn't react and was suffocating. She told herself she couldn't fail like this. It would be a disgrace for her. However, the favorability continued to rise, unfortunately for Cyrus. He was being devoured by the poison. Suddenly, he woke up back in the church. The sink was embarrassed, saying she needed to repair that shield. Favorability kept increasing. Strangely, when she stepped on the boy, she felt something odd. She wanted to keep stepping on him suddenly. Ceres called out her name, bringing her back to reality. She asked if he was awake, and he said yes. The saint questioned herself about what had happened and why her heart was beating so fast. She knew this was the sensation of wrong thoughts, but it was impossible for her to feel something like that. If anyone ever found out, she would lose all her dignity. Cyrus asked why she couldn't heal him. She replied that she could, but his treatment would need to be long-term. She took off her shoe, saying she needed to research more about the poison in his body. And she said he could visit her anytime and that her name was Lilia. She left, saying that was all for today, and waved goodbye. Cyrus realized that the only way to truly purify himself was by defeating Azathoth. Outside, the saint leaned against the wall. She told herself that she had almost lost control and didn't understand why. The problem was that the sensation had been incredible. The scene shifted to the captain being kicked by his brother. Skull found him and asked if he couldn't do something so simple. He apologized, saying it was the president. But his brother told him to shut up. He threw a paper on the ground and told him to look at it. He asked what was, and his brother said it was the Shade Dungeon, which he would not go to. The first captain said it was impossible because that dungeon was ranked SS. However, his brother explained that the boss of that place was extremely injured, so it would be very easy. He intercepted this information, so no one else knew about it. This was the perfect chance for him to regain his position as captain. Excited, he thanked his brother, saying that this time he would make it right. However, someone delivered blood to the boss, obviously. It was Azathoth who said that now that she had done this, he would be recovered. At that moment, the boss stood up, saying he felt stronger than ever. He looked at Azathoth and said she had saved him once again, so whatever she asked he would do, of course. Azathoth said that his mission was to kill a simple human. Looking at the map, Ceres saw that she had traveled very far. Back at the church, the president thanked Cyrus because now they could cooperate with the saint. He said Cyrus could make any request he had. Cyrus asked for the position of captain so he could enter any dungeon he wanted, and the president agreed. Our boy said he would go back home and prepare, since he would leave the city tomorrow. He only had 49 days left and couldn't waste time. The president apologized and said that the process to become a captain wasn't that fast. However, Daisy got involved and said she knew everything that needed to be done, so she would help him expedite the process. It was a kindness for everything Cyrus was doing for her. A while later, Cyrus was finally back home. As soon as he entered, a gigantic maid was waiting for him. It was Yug, who had finished cleaning the kitchen and was just waiting for him. She grabbed Cyrus, saying she did it because she knew humans liked it and told him to thank her. Our boy complimented her, but asked her to let go of him a little. She turned to Cyrus and said she was too useful and would stay with him forever. Cyrus asked if she didn't want to go back home. She found that word strange and looked confused, saying that for a monster, there is no such thing as home. Our boy was silent for a second. He then said that it was okay, but she couldn't let anyone discover she was a monster. She thanked him, saying he didn't mean to worry and that she was very good at hiding. With that, the favorability was at 100%. Now that they were closer, the values had doubled. She placed her hand on his face, saying that now that she had done everything, it was her turn. He was confused, and she reminded him of the promise he made when he protected her hand. She said that he had promised to repay her double, and he agreed that he had indeed promised that. He knew that getting closer to her was a good thing, since it would double all his attributes. In this situation, they would both benefit meanwhile. Daisy was heading to his house, feeling a bit excited. Suddenly a piece of cloth was torn. Yub remarked that he had a very well-developed body and warned that she would start devouring him with a bite. With that, the poor boy was tortured as his defense rose to 24. His agility and attack power were also doubling, while his attributes increased. She was recovering magical power. Suddenly she grabbed him by the spine. But then someone knocked on the door. Our boy was immobilized by the monster, while Daisy was on the other side. Cyrus turned to Yug and told her to go hide. She ran to the bedroom, and he went to open the door. Excited Daisy brought a lot of food and said she had completed the process he requested. He thanked her, and she said she also brought some fruit for him. Our boy said that was great because he was running out of food. Meanwhile, Yub was listening and knew it was a woman. The secretary said that if he needed any help in the future, he should just ask. He agreed without realizing someone was behind him. The secretary then asked who that tall woman was. Cyrus was all flustered, not knowing what to answer. But then he noticed that Yug had transformed into a human. She clung to Cyrus, saying she was his sister. However, she was very close in asking for a kiss, which left Daisy confused. Suddenly, Yug snatched the fruit from Cyrus's hand, said goodbye to him, and left. Was excited, saying she knew this transformation magic. However, Cyrus was dismayed because now he was out of food again. Daisy, on the other hand, was fuming with anger over the whole situation. A while later, our boy was putting on his boots. He had things to resolve and told Yub to buy food in her human form. It was time for him to resume hunting Azathoth. However, when he stepped outside, there was a bag in front of his door. The bag of fruits from before had been left there, along with a note that was clearly from someone angry, apologizing and asking him not to be mad at her. Meanwhile, the group, led by the captain from earlier, was heading to the dungeon. He had the perfect map to reach the boss, was basically dead. Everyone was excited since it would be easy, and the items would be very valuable. He announced that they wouldn't share the items from that place with anyone else. While this was happening, Cyrus was walking through the dungeon, easily killing everything. He knew Azathoth was there because of the mini-map. The approaching group heard the commotion in the area. The captain warned everyone to stay alert, because there was something ahead. Someone was coming from the middle of the field. The captain was confused when he found himself face to face with Cyrus again. He immediately questioned if that bastard was there to steal their victory. He asked Cyrus what he was doing there, and Cyrus replied that he was hunting monsters. Cyrus then turned away, saying he came alone and was in a hurry to hunt. The captain suspected that Cyrus knew the boss was nearly dead and was there to kill him alone. He shouted to his group that they needed to move quickly. Cyrus once again opened the map. The system has always provided the information. He had to move the sword left or right to deactivate or activate the traps. The captain, on the other hand, had wrong information and believed that the sword couldn't be pulled. He directed his team based on his incorrect assumptions, and seeing Cyrus standing there, thought the boy had the wrong information. The path lay straight ahead. All they had to do was follow it and kill the nearly dead boss. Suddenly a giant mouth appeared. It was a dragon, and it seemed someone was riding it. The captain was terrified, as he had no information about such a thing. A sweep of the dragon's tail sent a bunch of rocks flying towards them. From above, the dragon seemed to be falling. A muscular girl was holding it by the horn and punched the monster. The dragon's face was smashed against the castle. The captain ordered everyone to run as they were about to be crushed. The remains of the beast fell to the ground, and the leader couldn't believe she had defeated the dragon without using any weapon. She descended and stood face to face with the team. She was Daphne, a rank-as hunter from Area K. Daphne asked where they had come from, embarrassed. The captain replied that they were from Area Z and asked if she was also there to complete the Shade Dungeon. She informed them that Area K had not requested support from their area, so were they there to compete by chance? He said no, in fact, he was there to cooperate with her, and it would be an honor to fight together. However, she simply told him that he stood no chance. She did not cooperate with anyone, because only weak people depend on others. With that, a strange bubble approached her ear. The energy warned her about a nearby dragon, and a hero asked for Support. She crouched down and told everyone to disappear from there, or they would only get in the way. They had no chance as her rivals, so they should consider this a warning. She then jumped, breaking ground. On the way, she knew by the sound and the warning that she shouldn't be far. Cyrus was nearby, impressed that she could fly. The captain was sure she went to the wrong area and thought he could grab the boss's items before she returned. Cyrus found it strange that they were in such a hurry. The captain struck a wall with a weapon, saying there was a mechanism there immediately. Something activated and a door descended, trapping them in the room. The captain said they were now stuck in that place and would get all the items. However, Ceres activated the sword in the center, using all his magical power to try and pull it out. After much effort, the sword was finally removed. Inside, an earthquake began, and he followed the path he knew was right on their path. The captain was confident, since the monsters in that place should be dead. More importantly, he believed Ceres had taken the wrong path and would surely die. What they didn't know was that someone was already waiting for them ahead. One of the guys was startled and told the captain to take a look. A pack of obsidian wolves ranked B was approaching. They found it strange. We had no choice but to fight. Meanwhile, in the boss's room, Azathoth was sleeping peacefully. She said she was exhausted and had never seen a monster drink so much blood. She reminded Shay to complete his part of the deal. The boss informed her that his strength had multiplied several times. Satyr asked if that boss was really stronger than Cyrus. Azathoth said that surely now he would die because that dungeon had something perfect. All the creatures there were male. Cyrus found himself face to face with the pack. However, he was confident because the sword he had pulled was very powerful, and the sword had an effect that activated when it hit the right point. For Cyrus, that dungeon was going to be a training tool. On the ground, he saw a guy that instructed him to make a cut to the left and to the right. He drove the sword into the ground and began following the movements. With that, the trap in the area was activated, and the wolves were hit by arrows. The problem was that not all of them died and were heading towards him, but Cyrus was confident. He easily pulled the sword from the ground and cut down the first wolf. The second came from behind, but he simply turned and struck it in the middle of the head. Meanwhile, the captain's group was fleeing in desperation, unable to handle the situation. They ran back towards the corridor they came from, but found themselves facing the barrier they had to close at that moment. The captain realized he had made a mistake. They had no options, as the trap was already behind them. He told the group to deal with the wolves, while he found an escape route on the map. So they started fighting to buy time for the captain. The problem was that the map had no information on how to reopen the gate they had closed. Meanwhile, Cyrus was once again being attacked. However, he was easily dodging. The sword showed the mechanism of that place again. He drove it into the wall, and the gate descended, crushing the two wolves. The gate near the captain's group also began to open. They started to run, but the captain had no idea why it opened. Stumbling, he tried to escape from a wolf that was approaching, but got bitten on the leg. Cyrus, on the other hand, was confident that everything was very easy as the captain passed with the wolf. The door closed and cut him in half. The problem was that his entire leg had been destroyed, while Cyrus was having fun activating and deactivating the mechanisms. The captain was being carried away, severely injured, and his group suggested giving up. However, he insisted they couldn't do that, or Cyrus would take everything. He knew that if he returned without any credit, his brother would kill him. They passed through creatures full of arrows, wondering who had done that. The captain noticed that the map was now drawn inverted. This was because he didn't know that when Cyrus activated the mechanism, everything changed. They reached another intersection where they had to choose a direction. Since the map said to go right, he decided to go left. Cyrus has always followed only the systems and the swords instructions until he finally reached the boss room. However, he noticed something strange. The boss of the place was unusually outside the door. At that moment, he understood that Azathoth was inside. The monster roared that he would take Cyrus's head to meet his goddess. Cyrus questioned the word goddess. and asked if the monster thought Azathoth was a woman. The monster replied that Azathoth had a giant mountain, delicate skin, and an enveloping fragrance. If she wasn't a woman, then what was she a man? Without hesitation, Cyrus activated the mechanism beside him, telling the boss he could think whatever he wanted. A giant axe emerged from the ceiling, heading towards the boss who stood confidently. Easily broke it in half with one attack and shouted for Cyrus to come at him. Cyrus found it strange that the boss was dealing with the trap so easily. In a second, the boss began to approach, saying Cyrus would regret thinking his goddess was a man. Cyrus was more concerned with the fight and how fast the monster was. He barely managed to defend himself. The sword he had taken from the dungeon cracked in half. He realized this time it wouldn't be so easy to solve the problem. However, he assured that it was okay, since now it was his turn, and activated his quick cut ability. In a second, he disappeared in front of the boss and was already behind him, even with a broken sword. He went for a precise attack that the monster shouldn't be able to react to. However, strangely, a clone of Shay appeared behind him and defended the attack. Cyrus was confused as to how this was possible, since he used his fastest ability. The monster explained that his ability allowed him to create several physical clones. He attacked Cyrus again, who barely defended himself. The creature said that his power had been multiplied several times because of Azathoth's blood. Cyrus began to realize that this was the strongest monster he had ever faced. The biggest problem was that while he defended against one another was coming from behind. The cut was close to hitting him, and he had no chance. He stretched out his leg to try and change the direction of the sword. The problem was that even then he was thrown. Poor guy was thrown against the wall. The monster was still laughing at our boy. With his strength increased multiple times, his clones wouldn't be easy for Cyrus to defeat. Meanwhile, the timid captain had once again been taken to a dead-end place. He was about to be crushed, crying for help, shouting to the heavens who would save him this time. Suddenly, the monster's weapon broke in half. The creature had a hole in his head and fell to the ground. Obviously, it was Daphne who had arrived to help. She asked if he had been shouting for help. He was confused, and she demanded an answer. The group felt relieved, thinking that if she hadn't shown up, they would all be dead. However, Daphne kicked the captain in the face, sting, and fall unconscious. The group thought it was the end. She said that the people from areas were pathetic and shouldn't even call themselves heroes for acting like that. If the world depended on them, this entire place would have been taken over by the Demon King already. Captain had passed out, and she told them to get out of there before they ended up the same. With that, they carried the captain away, saying there was no way to win anyway. Daphne turned motivated. She was already very late and decided to go straight towards the boss. She jumped and started breaking through all the walls in that place. The girl had a forearm of the ram, and Dino, meanwhile, Cyrus was worn out, realizing he wouldn't be able to strengthen himself enough to win that fight. The clones were hitting him, saying he had to respect Azathoth because she was going to marry them. For the sake of their wonderful love, he had to die. Cyrus didn't have any female monsters nearby to strengthen himself until the wall next to him shattered. Obviously, it was DAF and who had arrived. She saw him and asked why there was another person from Area Z in that region. Seeing he was worn out, she told him to give up because it wasn't worth losing his life there. However, Cyrus just said that the boss was stronger than he thought and asked for help. Clearly, for someone who likes to fight alone, this wasn't an option. Cyrus told her to look at the target. She ignored what he said and grabbed him by the collar, telling him she would handle it and that the trash from Arizona should leave. However, she got too close and the target was locked. She was about to say she would finish him off, but Cyrus made a quick move at that moment. He gained an additional 13 power, and the favorability jumped to 77%. Poor Daphne was startled and backed off, asking why she had done that, saying she had never kissed anyone before. The boss was behind them, asking why they were flirting and ignoring him. Another clone approached Cyrus from the side, saying he deserved to die. However, both dodged the attacks. Now, Cyrus managed to retreat and advance towards the creature's lair. Shay quickly realized that he seemed to have gotten a bit stronger with the cut he made on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Daffy was trying to understand why she lost control and felt the urge to do that. The problem was that she liked the warm sensation and wondered if that was what a kiss felt like, and the favorability went up to 85%, and attack was coming straight at her when Cyrus told her to snap out of it. She didn't have time to react, so he put his arm up to protect her. The monster's attack seemed to hit full force. Her armor was shattered, and she narrowly avoided death. She was shocked by how easily everything had been destroyed. Sagras warned her to be careful as she was nearly cut in half. Once again, he had to defend her from an attack. She was still struggling to recover due to a strange sensation. It was the favorability that kept rising. She felt as if electricity was running through her body. The favorability was already at 92%, and Sarah's power continued to increase. Shay began to get scared because that boy seemed to be getting stronger by the second. Daphne was trying to regain control to fight, experiencing a sensation she didn't quite understand. She told herself she needed to calm down to defeat the boss, but she couldn't. Ceres had saved her life twice, and she didn't want to be a burden in this fight. He fell beside her and said they would have to cooperate to win. She said she would never work with him because fighting alone was her principle. However, since there were two creatures, he could face one and she would face the other. With that, they stood side by side. Our boy grabbed her by the waist, saying that with her nearby, he was sure he had the strength to win. At that moment, the poor girl suffered from the sensation again, and the favorability reached 99%. Meanwhile, Azathoth was suffering. As her body was reaching its limit, Satyr asked what was wrong, and Azathoth understood that Shea wasn't able to defeat that human. Outside, Daffy was questioning herself, wondering why she made an offer she would never accept. She didn't know if it was because she wanted to fight, or if it was because she wanted a like on this video. And you remember how that last fight was going so well with the gorgeous Daffy helping our protagonist take on Shay. She's standing there thinking, back then, I would have just thrown a punch to make this guy back off. But now he suggested this kind of fight. And I don't even know if it's because I want to kill the monster, or because there's something growing inside me that makes me want to keep going with this. The scene cuts to the next chapter, as Azathoth calls out to Sander and says, we don't have much time, Sadiel. She's gonna lose to that guy. This right here is the spirit of my blood. She has to consume it, only then can I take control of his body and his abilities. Once I get the physical duplication he obtained, I'll be able to fool the tracking system. But it has to be quick, because that guy's body will only last a few seconds under her power. And in those few seconds, she'll recover her heart. Satyr, looking uncertain, asks if a human will die because of this, as Azathoth immediately senses her hesitation and asks, Satyr, why do you look so worried about that human? She lowers her head, saying no, she just feels disgusted by him. That's all back to the fight. Our protagonist being thrown back, his blade completely shattered. A few ribs broken. His power boost wasn't enough. Shea and his clone charge, again blasting both of them away, but Daphne jumps in front, blocking an attack aimed at our protagonist while heating him up. Still, they're thrown far back. Cheeks dented, camera tilted, and somehow our protagonist's defense shoots up by 13. Daphne starts wondering why the strange feeling is coming back again, while the monster thinks the perfect opportunity has arrived. She's staring at the protagonist with pity, saying he's bleeding so much. She crushed the poor thing. Standing up, she says it was an accident. But that creepy romance gets interrupted when Shay forms a massive energy sphere, shouting that with this attack, both of them will disappear. The monster fires it like a giant Kamehameha straight at them, sweeping across the whole room and filling it with smoke and debris. When the dust settles, both of them are gone. Shea smirks. Those humans have turned to dust. There's nothing left of that trash. But the other clone looks confused. What the hell? Daphne had stepped in and tanked the hit for our boy. Unfortunately, for her sadness and the audience's delight, her armor got destroyed. She realizes I took in too much of the impact. Then she turns and asks Cyrus, are you okay? He says yes, and she tells him he doesn't stand a chance. Against Shia, if he keeps fighting, he'll die. This fight was supposed to be hers alone. But as she says that, standing firm in her heroic pose, inside she's wondering why when she crushed him earlier, she felt the strange urge to get even closer to his body. She wanted to hug him, to hold him, to feel the power pulsing through him. Whoa. Then she says, "Serious, I got no armor left. I need you to come closer and hold me tight." He's confused, and she adds, "I don't want that monster to see my body. If I have to keep covering my upper half, I'll only have one hand free to fight. So I need you to increase my combat efficiency. It'd be much better if you could cover me, but..." Inside, she's panicking. What am I saying? Why am I having these thoughts? Wanting Sirius to do something like that? I'm an X-rank hero who's trained my body and mind for countless years. There's no way I can't control my own body or my own desires. Cyrus, however, gets up completely wrecked. All my ribs hurt so bad. We need to find Lilia for treatment, and Daphne just lies to herself, saying that now she understands. That was a wounded man. He wasn't after desires or anything like that. What really took over was her instinct to protect the weak. Oh boy, the girl totally misunderstood her own feelings, and now the huge hand is coming right at our protagonist. She's got that look the kind people get when they fear the present day in an apocalypse, saying she has to protect those weaker than her. It's her duty as a strong hero, and at that exact moment, the good old favorability hit 100%. From now on, as long as they're in close contact there, stats will be doubled. Shia comes charging for another attack. The ground explodes. Smoke flies everywhere. But that wild woman's retreating like a rocket, while our boy's got his hands in the air. She's squeezing around his abdomen and thighs, saying this sensation, it's getting powerful. That's for sure. She feels a burning flame of power inside her. Even if it's tough, she's a mighty heroine. She'll overcome any obstacle. The protagonist, meanwhile, is getting crushed underneath. Amazed at how she can be so soft, yet so firm and strong at the same time. Holy hell. Agility, 3,200. Concentration, 2,400. It's pure magic. Pure attack power. Then she collapses to the ground. She tells him not to worry, that she'll keep protecting him. You shouldn't get the wrong idea about any of this. Cyrus replies, "Of course. I know that you, like me, are a righteous person. Every sacrifice is necessary when it comes to destroying evil." While they're talking, she is watching from a distance. Suddenly, they realize he's created 2 more clones. He warns them that his power is now multiplied 4-fold. This is the limit of what his body can handle. Daphne comments on it, saying that weird monster split himself into 4 more pieces. Meanwhile, Satyr is staring at a bloodstone, hearing a voice say, "Satyr, you have to remember you drank my blood. You resonated with my body. If I die, you won't survive either." It's a mental message from Azathoth. But Satyr's just sitting there, staring at a little mushroom. "Bob, that mushroom, I gave it to her ages ago. Looks like she only took 1 bite and saved the rest." Then we hear Satar say, "Sadiel, once I regain my heart, I'll reward you with unmatched power. You'll be worthy of becoming one of my consorts and experience infinite blessings. Now, go find Shay." Satyr starts to leave while Azathoth closes her eyes to focus. Through the blood spirit, she can see everything happening outside. She just hopes Satyr won't disappoint her. But right then we get a short flashback of Satyr's memory, when Azathoth grabbed her and asked if she didn't like the hug. Satyr replied that she wasn't used to people touching her like that, and told her to back off as it felt. However, said she was dreaming if she thought she could share any kind of pleasure with her, she was far from deserving. Something like that, so she better disappear right away. Satyr awkwardly agreed, but inside she was thinking Azathoth was even more disgusting than that human. Meanwhile, outside, another attack from Shia comes crashing down while Daphne tells him to hold tight. The boy's holding on strong. I thought he'd block with his hand, but nope. He's blocking with his head. She throws a punch, knocking the sword away, while another clone comes from behind. She notices the attack just in time, while the protagonist's stats keep climbing. Defense, 4,300. Agility, concentration. She kicks her leg up, deflecting another sword strike. Magic power surges 5,000 more attack points. Shea dives down from above with a vertical slash, but she crosses her arms and manages to block it with an elbow. Crush at the same time, the protagonist underneath her gets smashed again, but somehow it looks like you leveled up from that too. The two of them start glowing with a golden aura, and Daphne realizes, my body isn't moving and my energy is draining incredibly fast. Shea yells that now they'll feel Azathoth's love. He's going to have to sacrifice one of his clones and a bit of his power, but he says it's worth it. Then she notices they're forming another giant energy sphere, and this time she doesn't even have her armor. Shea shouts goodbye to the two humans, while the protagonist, now at level 25, gains 15,000 points across all his stats. At that moment, he grabs the demon's sword, and the sword itself says it's unbelievable he's still alive. But Cyrus replies, it's my turn now, and lands a solid blow right in Shea's abdomen. The creature gets launched backward, crashing through a wall straight into the room where Satyr was about to leave. She freezes, startled to see the monster buried under rubble. Daphne says her energy is completely drained, and Cyrus answers, it's fine, it's my turn to protect you now. And the monsters fire a mix between a Genkidama and a Kamehameha. The blast heads straight for Ceres, who activates his level 25 fist technique. The boy looks totally calm. One punch, and boom, the entire attack disappears instantly. Meanwhile, Satoru's thinking about destroying the Bloodstone, saying Azathoth is a disease, but the Demoness answers that she's a treacherous brat and destroys her own arm, which in turn damages Satyr's arm, stopping her from breaking the stone. From that stone, some strange fabric-like thing appears, like something used to cover a bed. And from inside it, Azathoth herself emerges, grabbing the stone for herself. At the same time, she lands right in front of Shea and forces the thing into his mouth. The monster starts transforming while the protagonist stands there completely lost. Suddenly, Azathoth appears in front of him, then another Azathoth and another. Seda looks just as confused, while the protagonist tries to make sense of it. At least he knows the system should identify the real one. He orders it to locate the true Azathoth, but countless markers appear all over the map. Azathoth, slightly nervous, says she needs to extract the heart from his body. Daphne rushes in to punch her, but one of the clones blocks it effortlessly. Daphne has no idea what's going on, and Azathoth just slaps her, saying, get out of my sight. She smashes through the wall and collapses under the debris, completely wrecked. Then the system alerts him he only has one chance to activate the Lance of Oblivion. Cyrus asks, wait, only one chance? How am I supposed to know which one's the real body? Azathoth, standing nearby, says all of them are the real body. And by now you've probably noticed, the system's lost all its power over me. The only way for you to win is to fight until there's only one of us left standing. But at the same time, he still has that ability, one that makes him immune to all of Azathoth's attacks. Oh boy. But Cyrus is about to lose in the worst possible way. Azathoth grabs both his arms and says she never intended to cause him pain. He's about to experience something much worse. Remember, as Athos actually male. Don't get fooled by the appearance. He says the boy has a soft body, and there's no way he's escaping now. He moves closer, saying the system can't stop this kind of sensation. By the end of it, not even a shred of her heart will remain inside Cyrus. The protagonist, horrified, shouts, get off me, woman. I'm not interested in you. I only like women and beautiful ones. At that, Azathoth smirks and replies, whether you're interested or not doesn't matter. We'll test that body of yours and find out what your true desires are. Only then will we know the answer. He goes in for the deadly bite, but just in time. Satoru swoops in, saving our boy's dignity, blasting Azathoth away. Right then she warns him. Azathoth can only maintain that multiform for a few seconds. Don't let her grab you again. The protagonist immediately breaks free and jumps back. He finally managed to escape, and now Azathoth only had a few seconds left. Perfect, but Azathoth asks, why are you helping him? If I die, you won't survive either. I don't understand. Satyr answers, maybe this is how I want to repay him for that mushroom or maybe. I just don't want that human to die. Favorability, 100%, and the protagonist heard every word. Azathoth lowers her hand and says coldly, "Then die," but right then Cyrus activates something Satyr, vanishes in an instant, and reappears near the giant Yug. Doug's a little confused, seeing someone appear out of nowhere, while Satyr is lying on the ground, drawn in perfect detail, trying to figure out how she's still alive. Azathoth mutters, "Why can't I sense her anymore? Her body's moved beyond my detection range. The human must have transferred her somewhere far away. But I don't have time to care. I need to get my heart back," the protagonist grabs. She is sword realizing. He can barely hold the thing, even with both hands as Aphoth suddenly appears beside him, saying, "You really think holding a weapon like that will let you defeat me? It's useless. I'll destroy you with my power. Alone you won't even be able to resist." But Cyrus activates quick, whipping the blade across one of the clones. Next, as Azathoth turns and says, "Because of the system's interference, my attacks don't affect you. But with your strength alone, you can't hurt my body either." Sirius replies, "I never said I wanted to fight. I'm just dodging your attacks," as a half laughs. "I know that. Attack you use has got a 10-second cooldown." She rushes forward with several clones shouting, "You got nowhere left to run. You'll fall into the abyss of blessings." But then one of the clones is suddenly marked by something, and in the blink of an eye Service appears behind her, as Aphoth is confused. "Wait, 10 seconds haven't even passed. How to use that ability again?" Cyrus explains. "Each one of your clones is basically another version of you that's confusing the system. Marker, but it's also confusing the cooldown timer. Every clone has its own cooldown. That's why I can keep using this skill over and over to dodge everything you throw. If you want to catch me, you'll have to get rid of every single clone, otherwise we'll be stuck playing this little game forever. But I think you're running out of time." As APHF realizes there's no way to catch him, maybe you should flee and find another weaker human body to possess, but he's a god. Running away like that would be humiliating. The problem is the systems on the boy's side. Before long, Service will grow strong enough that defeating him will be impossible, as Alpha burst out with pure energy, aura crackling everywhere, shouting that this is his last chance. Either he wins now or never. But right after that speech, he suddenly explodes upward in a wave of energy. Cyrus wonders if he's trying to escape, as Aphoth climbs onto his purple clones and yells, "I'll use that guy's clone ability to fragment my body into countless pieces." He reaches. The sky explodes like fireworks, and purple spheres start raining down everywhere. Whoa, what a sight. But then those body fragments begin fusing into new forms, landing on a massive female demon and a powerful harpy girl, and even a green draconic demoness radiating danger. Good lord, how many new ones are spawning? And yet, clearly the artist a fan of those full body stockings. Can't even blame him for that. The protagonist just stands there completely in shock. Azathoth had vanished. And then a new system message pops up he has to collect. Azathoth has fragments to slow down the poison and extend his lifespan. At that moment, he's got 48 days and 6 hours left. Just then his head drops to the floor. Cyrus realizes the creature's been completely destroyed. There's barely anything left. But the system unlocks a new feature. Storage ability, my friend. Now the boy's got that classic apocalyptic inventory. The system says his head has no real value, but asks if he still wants to store it. He says yes. In the background, Daphne's coughing exhausted and half collapsed on the ground. He runs over to help her stand, and she says she lost. She can't believe she was defeated by a single movement from that monster's hand. How could someone so strong like her lose that easily? Ceres tells her they need to get up and leave this place. First, meanwhile, outside, the blonde guy tells that same idiot from before, "Should we go back to the guild? We need to get out of here." That fool of a captain from the beginning says, "Forget it, man. It's over. We're done for. How are we supposed to explain this to my brother?" That's when Ceres and Daphne appear. The guy points, saying, "Daphne's still alive," and the captain's shocked to see Ceres standing next to her. Right away, he knows he needs Daphne to say something good about him. If she gives him some credit, he could still keep his captain title. He limps toward her and asks, "So you managed to win how looks like everything. Worked out." But Daphne lowers her head and says she lost. The guy's stunned. He can't believe it, but at the same time, he's secretly relieved. If even DF and S rank hero couldn't win, no one can say he didn't work hard. Obviously, it's mountains. He just needs someone else to take part of the blame. So of course he points at Ceres and says, "You definitely got in Daph's way. She could have won if she didn't have to. Protect you whole time," the protagonist realizes this bastard's trying to throw him under the bus again. But before the captain can finish, Daphne turns and lands a clean punch to his face. His head slams into the ground with a loud crack. His buddies rush over, yelling, "Captain, you got beaten up again," Daphne says. "Finally, I'm starting to recover some of my power." The protagonist asks if she's really okay, but she turns her back and says, "What happened in there no one can ever find out." Completely red-faced, she warns him, "If anyone learns about it, you're getting beat into a pulp." It's a good thing that Sleazy Dyed heard that loud and clear. Then with one big leap, she vanishes. The protagonist sighs, thinking this girl really has a sharp tongue. As Daphne flies over the city, she keeps replaying the intense battle in her head. Her ABS tighten again. She's trying to understand why her mind feels so chaotic. Why are those strange thoughts eating away at her head? She seriously needs to stop thinking about it. The scene shifts to Zanzi's barracks. In the conference room, someone says, "You failed 2 missions in a row. Those were devastating defeats, and you'd better be ready to face the consequences." Man tries to explain, but Judge Blaze cuts him off, telling him to shut up. He hasn't even answered the question yet. If he interrupts one more time, he'll be thrown straight into prison. The captain goes quiet. Another officer with red eyes says, "If you've got the guts to lie to my face, I'll personally send you straight to hell. Now, start explaining why the mission failed." The captain says, "We failed because there was no way to defeat the boss. Shay, it's all Sirius's fault apparently. The lie detection skill isn't working very well today." The scene then cuts to the guild hall. Protagonist opens his storage and is pulling out, apparently, Shay's head. At the same time, the captain's still yammering. That serious bastard, he wants all the credit. He led us the wrong way and got a bunch of people killed. I had to sacrifice my legs just to get out alive with the team. Every time that Cyrus sees a creature, he trembles and collapses. He's a coward. Same thing happened on the last mission in the Nay dungeon. His abilities are ridiculously weak, and he's always in a filthy rank F. This guy was dead weight who messed up the mission. I thought Blaze would be smart and tough, but he's just an idiot. He goes on, "Yes, strip that rank F service of his rank and bring him here. I'll interrogate that kid. And remember, monsters are vengeful. Shay could attack the city at any moment." The captain swears that if it weren't for Cyrus, he would have ripped Shay's head off himself. But at that moment, the protagonist is doing something. Oh my, Shay's head comes flying up behind the captain and slams into his face, dropping right in the middle of the hall in front of everyone. People jump up asking what just happened. Isn't that Shay's head? Carries just stands there, gives one cold look and turns and walks away. The stunned captain is called out and Blaze orders him to repeat exactly what he said. Then the captain completely freaks out. As the protagonist leaves, he runs straight into her, the towering saint. "Dear Lilia," who says the high priest wants to see him. Ceres asks if it's now, and she says yes because he discovered something that might cure his poison. The scene shifts to the high priestess performing a ritual at her feet. Yeah, you can tell something big is coming. Cuts to the betrothal mansion. Daphne's hitting a punching bag, flushed and sweaty, replaying that little kiss from Cyrus. She lands a blow and everything shatters. Damn it, why can't I forget those scenes? They won't leave my head, kicking and punching. This bag isn't doing anything to dampen that feeling. My body's at its limit. Someone calls her name, her sister Dahlia. Asks if she really failed a mission with an F rank hero. Looks like only 2 trash survived. Where's the girl who always said she could handle everything alone? Daphne snaps, "What are you doing here? Get out." Dahlia warns her not to be so rude. Getting that angry will mess with her hormones and ruin her skin, make her less gorgeous. She's just curious what this Sirius did to make Daphne break her rule about never cooperating with anyone. Daphne tells her to screw off and says it's none of her business. Besides, they need to get out of her room now, Dahlia asks her to calm down. She's worried about her big sister. In this world, people grow brains, while you only seem to grow muscles, she teases. Daphne fires back daily. I don't know if you managed to grow a head, but your body definitely. Not really, she's the skinniest girl in the story. Daphne orders Rokuro to deal with that woman, but he says he can't hit the eldest miss of the family. Daphne challenges Daily, if you want to fight, come at me now. Dahlia glares, turns away, saying she won't. Stoop to it and tells Daphne to leave. Then out of nowhere, a heavyweight comes flying at them. Rokuro reaches out, forms a demon hand, and crushes it. Dahlia turns, asking what that was. Rokuro replies, I just squashed a fly. And she finds it a bit gross now. I'm kind of confused. Is this girl strong or not? Daphne was staring as Dahlia turns and says she should take everything her sister wants, and since apparently Daphne changed her rules for Cyrus, Dahlia figures she might as well try to steal him too. Here comes another contender for the competition. My girl Cyrus is a man of grit, a straight-up honest soldier and a proper gentleman. He would never give in to that. He's so upright that right now he's on his way to the church to pray. For the nation's future, the saint hesitates for a second and tells him to wait and not to go in. He's confused and asks what's wrong. She's trying to act casual, says it's nothing, but you can tell she's hesitating. There's some fear there. Carries opens the door and walks into a huge room. From across it, he spots a woman sitting in a chair. You can already tell this fight is going to be tough. As expected, the artist doesn't disappoint and delivers another terrifying design. This monster's beating Seprahina is the high priestess of the sacred church. She props her foot on the other chair and tells him to come over because they need to talk face to face. Sirius swallows hard. The kids rattled seated, she says. I hear you've been poisoned. After contact with Azathoth's blood monsters, used it to strengthen their bodies, while humans should melt away. And your body, oddly, seems to be fusing with the poison, slowly consuming you. Sirius smiles. Wait. Seprahina, you already understand all that about the poison. Nice. She snaps at him to be quiet with a precise strike of words and warns him not to open his mouth while she speaks. She nearly crushes him with her presence and says that if another creature consumed his blood, the consequences could be terrible. He's a catastrophe for humanity. To prevent that, she decides she'll consume him herself. Sarah stands up, stepping back. What is she saying? Why would she plan to consume me if we're both human? Suddenly she rises, surrounded by a mass of blue tentacles. Seprahina announces she may be a monster, but she stands on humanity's side. And for the sake of everyone's minds, he must be consumed. The target's been marked. Cards appear, and Cyrus says there's no way that monster's eating him alive. He summons the name and receives the angel's blessing gauntlet. When he touches a marked target, the glove charges a shockwave and hits a single very weak point for a finishing blow. Dangerous stuff. To Prahina is holding an Azathoth fragment and says that peace is the only thing keeping him alive in this world. She consumes it and declares Azathoth's power was delicious. Her tentacles are weird as hell, and the protagonist notices strange mouths forming along them. Sir Prahina says, once I devour you, I'll have enough power to turn all humanity into cattle. The church will indoctrinate you, then consume and purify you. I'll create a world free of this corruption. Cyrus replies that she doesn't sound like someone who wants to protect humanity, and he'll never let her consume him. Seprahina attacks, calling him an idiot if he thinks he can escape. The killer mouse lunge and strike his leg. He touches them and realizes those vines are part of her body. His sensitivity rises by 1%. He tests the gauntlet's firepower at 1%, but it does nothing. Isolated strikes against small parts won't do much. Unfortunately, the vines wrap around his body, immobilizing him and pulling him in. Seprahina asks where she should start devouring him. Then she notices his shoulder is bleeding and says something like that can't be wasted. The protagonist takes the first solid hit while she says he has the same blood as Azathoth. Really, the amount of power is intoxicating. There's no way she can resist. Saris notices that the moment she swallowed a drop, the veins in the vine started popping out and she began strengthening. He needs to get out of this fast, so he flings an arm to the side and manages a small touch. Sensitivity rises to 15%. Seprahina pushes him back, asking what he thinks he's doing. She wants to devour his body, and he better not move that nasty hand. But Cyrus is determined to win as he ducks. Down he goes for the most precise weakened spot. He tells himself that if he lands this hit, the percentage will climb, and he'll have the strength to finish her off. Prahina reacts fast, blocking with her shin and locking his hand. Strangely, her nose is all red. She then slams him awake, saying she'll break that arm. But I don't know where the hand went. What I do know is sensitivity dropped to 11%. He fires a flurry. Sensitivity goes to 14%, but gets knocked away. He's panting. The fight is intense. The protagonist says each of these attacks emits a shockwave that drains all energy. I need to stay close and keep the intensity up. Only then will the glove charge strong enough to deal real damage. Cyprahima's legs are shaking with rage. This terrible feeling is an absolute insult. It's unforgivable. He must die now. The attack comes again. And Sirius knows that 14% he won't break the vines. To create an advantage, he has to stay close. Fleeing isn't an option. He charges like a ball through the vines. Thinking for humanity's sake, I have to push forward. I have to make contact with my enemy and raise the percentage. He's closing in behind her. The strike will be decisive. And suddenly he feels something oddly resistant. That wasn't right. Sensitivity has apparently dropped to 6%, and he wonders if this wasn't a weak point after all. Seprahina tells him to let go and calls him reckless, then boots him. He's hurled toward one of the vines, and his legs starts getting eaten. He realizes he needs a solution or he'll be defeated right there. He points his hand at one vine, knowing 6% is just enough to push himself, but he notices something weird in the vine's mouth and suddenly is swallowed. While he's being engulfed, Seprahina laughs that it's funny he didn't strike at the last moment. Apparently, he gave up and surrendered. In the end, he had no choice but to be consumed. She's celebrating how wonderful the energy she's absorbing is. The protagonist, though, sees mucus on the wall and figures that's the clue. He runs a hand along it and lands a precise hit. She screams, asking what he's doing to those vines. And sensitivity jumps to 25%. She's agonizing. The vine spits him out onto the ground. Sarah's cough's ruined and says the smell was horrible. He managed to raise sensitivity to 25%, and she has 4 vines. So we'll need to defeat them all. At least if he touches one more, he'll hit 50%, which might be enough. Seprahina seems to understand his plan. She can't let him touch her again. He must be eliminated and truly devoured. Then he sees a vine that used to look friendly suddenly grow what looks like a jaw. And then, oh no, it slams into his chest, nearly crushing it. The protagonist realizes this is the vine that spat him out earlier. And now, strangely, his speed is much higher than before. Another vine is coming up from behind, and he knows he has to test whether he can raise his sensitivity again. Instead of backing away, he thrusts his big arm into it. And immediately Seprahina feels the intense blow. 25% more sensitivity, while she tells him to pull his hand out. And this new vine lashes out a spiny tongue that slams into the middle of the protagonist's chest, sending him flying, bleeding, and slammed against the wall. He notices that oddly his sensitivity got stuck at 25%. It didn't go up. I thought it would increase, but it looks like the second weak point must be somewhere else for Vine's attack. He tells them to go to hell, smashing them with the glove. The attack almost hits Seprahina, forcing her to retreat. She realizes that after he managed that touch, his attack got stronger. Something's letting him grow in strength. Now charging forward, Cyrus figures out that since the weak spot is no longer in the vines, it must be somewhere on the body. For the sake of humanity and freedom, he has to search every inch. Seprahina asks how this freak can keep pretending to be a hero. While talking like that, the protagonist, however, lunges like a zombie toward the main target, saying he'll start with one of the primary points. But a curtain of smoke from one of the vines rolls in and everything becomes covered. The smell is awful. He tries to regain his bearings and suddenly realizes she managed to put distance between them and is hiding. The problem is the angel's blessing. Glove hasn't charged in this situation. He'll have to rely on his physical skills. But he's dizzy, and there's clearly some paralytic effect in the air. Then a vine appears and almost stabs him through the chest. It actually sinks in and starts drawing some of his blood. When he reaches for it, the creature slips back into the smoke. He realizes Sapphiraheim is doing everything to avoid being touched, she says. Soon your body will be paralyzed, and you'll lose consciousness. Then I'll do whatever I want indeed. His vision is getting fuzzier and his body heavier. Sappho notes that every time he touches her body, he emits a strange light, and now she's certain he can't get that arm near her. The protagonist spots a vine on the right side. He reaches to prepare an attack. But at the same time, another one appears behind him. Before he can do anything, it bites his arm. He sees it was just a trick to split his focus. While being dragged away, he thinks she unwittingly gave him the perfect chance to touch her. But then the boy gets spun like a Beyblade and falls flat on his back like an idiot. She, all graceful, says his body is pretty resilient. He thought that bite would be enough to eat his arm. But it's okay after inhaling so much gas. He's about to become immobilized. Another vine emerges from the smoke and another attack rushes in. He says that his arm will be gone soon and she'll slowly savor every drop of his blood series. They'll think that's interesting. What she doesn't know is that the explosion ability comes from the glove, not from his hand. The trickster swapped the glove to the other arm, and now she bit the wrong one. She continues to writhe and scream, but sensitivity remains stuck at 25%. He pulls his arm free and triggers another explosion. He charges toward her, thinking this monster's body is truly unique. Although the exterior looks human, the internal structure is completely different. He comes in with a precise strike, saying he's already figured out that the densest cluster of nerves has to be in that unexpected spot. Then he starts preparing the Rasengan, doing those up and down spinning motions. With the sphere, Sapphirahana is suffering from the charge, but it only bumps her sensitivity up to 38%, and Cyrus is stunned. So that wasn't the answer, apparently. And before he can free himself, her hand is too close. Sapphirahana screams, "Stay away," and kicks him, sending him flying. The protagonist manages to land on his feet. He checks the glove and decides he'll have to make do with 36%. He fires a blast toward her, and she's shocked that he's attacking again. She has to use the vines to defend herself, but now it actually hurts. The attack cleaves through the middle and starts tearing everything apart in the room. Outside, Lilia sees the wall crumble and wonders why there's a fight happening in there. And you already know how the protagonist will get stronger, right? We've seen this before. He's there with his hand on his face saying, finally the smoke's clearing. My mind's much clearer now, I can think, Sepahina says. Give up your attack isn't enough to kill me. And thanks to your blood, my defenses keep rising. The protagonist sees that 36% wasn't even enough to hurt her body. I need to find the weak point I haven't touched yet so I can finally understand how she works. He starts wondering whether he needs to strike precisely at the neck, maybe the abdomen, maybe the belly. He doesn't know which of the many options will work, so we'll have to try them all. Then he notices something odd. She was about to hit his neck, but strangely she kicked. Instead, also when he entered this room, she told him to be quiet. She used her foot rather than her hand. Maybe one of her weak spots is in her hands, Sepahina, saying he'll never get anything again, and that to avoid suffering, you should just stand still and let her drain him. That's when Lily appears, asking what this draining of his blood is about. ¿Y priestas? Sepahina, are you planning to consume Ceres? Safina looks aside and asks, Lilia, why are you here? You should leave. Lilia replies that this is weird. Safina had promised to only imprison him in the church. If she couldn't detoxify him, she'd just leave him to die. Ceres realizes the usual plan isn't positive either. Lilith, says a saint, is forbidden to harm any living being, Sepahina warns. Even if he can be sealed, he might break free. That's why consuming him completely is the perfect solution. Can't be so rigid about the rules, Lilia. Besides, with the power I'll gain from this boy, I can strengthen all humankind and bring them to this church. With such a glorious conquest, I'll become supreme leader and you'll become a high priestess. All you have to do is keep your mouth shut. Lilia answers that things won't happen that way. She'll have to report this to the main church and tells Ceres to go with her. That's when Seprahina prepares and attacks, saying Lilia is too righteous and must be consumed. The protagonist jumps in front, pushing Lilia away, and is slammed into the wall as his blood begins getting sucked again. Seprahina notes him. This human's movements are getting slower. It looks like his body is reaching its limit. Ceres drops to his knees. All my internal organs are destroyed. It hurts so much I'm about to collapse. But Lilia's healing field kicks in. She says she'll help with the bleeding. This magic will stimulate nerve recovery and reduce the pain. The protagonist immediately says, wow, it's working. Can you pump the maximum amount of magic into me? Lilia warns that too much magic will put his body under extreme stress and could make things worse. Also, that magic, once it enters the bloodstream, numb sensations with his body basically paralyzed. He'd be at anyone's mercy, but the protagonist grabs the energy source and says, inject everything into me. I can handle it up above. Seprahina shouts Lilia. Using purification on this boy is a waste of effort. Ceres is pulled again while she's immobilized and starts being lifted. The high priestess says she doesn't want to kill her like this. If the girl promises never to act this way again, she'll forgive her for risking herself for this irrelevant human. Lily replies, he is not irrelevant, he is my patient. According to our teachings, I must aid him. I cannot abandon someone to die. I must prevent suffering until the end of time. Seprahina says that since Lilia insists on this path, she'll watch the boy die right in front of her. The blood keeps being drawn, but Seprahina begins to feel strange. Her mind gets a little dizzy. He stops sucking the boy's blood, and in that moment, he uses the glove to boost himself and flies straight at her. She thinks he's coming for an attack, but instead he grabs both her hands and locks them. Immediately, his sensitivity shoots to 100%. She screams as the system announces it found the enemy's weak point and unlock the final move of all possible weak points. Hers was embarrassingly simple. She shouts, "They don't come closer." Let go of her hand. But it's too late. The protagonist has grabbed hold. He squeezes with all his strength and realizes her hand seems to expand. Beneath his grip, the truth is every nerve in Seprahina's entire body is concentrated in her hands. She drops Lilia falls to the floor while Seprahina screams that a cruel electric current is climbing to her head. Oh my God, Seprahina starts spitting everywhere, and Lilia recognizes it as impurities being expelled from the high priestess. It's like Cyrus is an inverse priest, forcing her to purge all the filth inside her. Cypher Hannah's face begins to fracture as she screams that she will never become food for him. She sprouts 4 eyes, a mouth full of big teeth, and lunges to try to bite him. The protagonist wants to raise his hand, but has no strength because of Lilia's healing. Tefrina screams that he must be devoured for the good and future of humanity. In response, he bites his own hand, lifts it with his teeth, and declares he refuses to submit. He channels his power at 100% and detonates an explosion that obliterates her. Lily is knocked away. The energy levels destroy the whole chamber, and when the smoke clears, there's only a crater left. Leo wonders what kind of magic Cyrus used while he pulls his hand out of his mouth, groaning that it hurts like hell. His teeth are ruined. Still, one of the targets has been eliminated. He recovers a fragment of Azathoth and increases his lifespan by 34 days. He also awakens a resident skill. He can use abilities corresponding to monsters that live in his house. At that moment, something called Jalea, the remnant of the carnivorous plant he acquired, appears. It grants him a large-scale smoke curtain skill that can make enemies dizzy. The protagonist immediately asks if Lilia is all right. She asks if he killed the high priestess. He says no, she merely reverted to her original form. Lilia strokes him gently and says she understands. She's fine. The protagonist cheers That it's good to know, but then something's wrong, and he faints. Poor guy face planting into the ground. She grabs his head and says his body temperature dropped drastically. He used too much energy and needs to recover as fast as possible, or his life will be in danger. She lays him flat, stands up, and says she has to start healing his internal organs as the queen of the stomp begins. The protagonist finds himself in an empty place wearing ragged old clothes. He wonders where the water is and why the floor looks like it's covered in moss. She explains that the moss is a manifestation of his ferment, showing how fragile his body is right now. He tries to stand, but says the stuff is holding him down and his body feels colder and colder. She tells him to stay still and calm. She'll remove all that filled with her magic so his body won't turn to ice, and he'll be healed before losing consciousness. She stomps down, and the protagonist, wearing a crooked little grin, says the heat feels amazing. His body feels like it's lying on the most comfortable bed in the world. It's almost beyond comprehension, unfortunately, for Lilia. She's targeted, and that sensation begins to creep back. She tries to keep the healing going after all as a sinker. Job is to mend wounds. But those tainted thoughts are weakening her magic. Before she runs out of power, she has to burn everything to fully restore Cyrus. The protagonist lies there being drained, but the moss starts to dissolve, and his body at least begins to warm up. Lilia finds it strange. She expected stomping on that body to be harsh, since he was weakened, but it's unbelievably soft. That uncomfortable feeling starts to spread in her mind finally. Cyrus manages to get up and is about to open his eyes. She tells him he can. Most of the Furmans have her covered. She even tells him to open his mouth. And while he sees a cake, the author makes it very obvious, no shame there. It's clear what they like. The protagonist stands and eats a huge slice right there. He doesn't care. The author likes it and makes no excuses. Favorability ticks up to 51%. Lilia sits there telling him not to use the strongest muscle in his body, but he's even swallowing hard. This is about to go further. She says he's absorbing energy way too fast, and his body is having weird spasms. At this rate, he'll wake up in agony, and she must stop that from happening. She doubles down on the healing, tapping both her sources until she's at 80%. But the truth is, she tells herself it's healing. Yet the classic temptation keeps growing. While she works, she repeats that she's a priestess and must control these corrupt thoughts. She urges Cyrus to finish quickly because she can't hold on much longer. She's already at 84%. The protagonist increases his energy absorption and pour. Lilia suffers for it. She reminds herself that in her order, everyone renounce desires. All she has is innocence and the will to be sincere. This creeping feeling is evil. She must remember her principles, suppress it, and not be controlled. Somehow she brings it down to 79%. Good on her. She manages to control herself. That finally signals the treatments. And the values dropped to 67. The protagonist gets to his feet saying, "Phew, I feel better." And at that moment, Lilia's energy begins to rise. Healing, he given a bigger energy boost than anything she'd ever received. And she can't figure out how that's possible. Strangely, fixing his wounds doubled the amount of magic she had. The protagonist is getting up, stretching. Lilia, your magic is incredible. She, on the other hand, is thinking that at this rate, series might be her chance to become an archbishop. She tells him he should remember that whenever he's injured, he can come ask her for help, even for a tiny scratch. He thinks it's weird, but says it's fine. A little later, Daisy and Charlton show up in front of the church, confused about why there's a hole in the wall. At that moment, the protagonist, coming out the entrance, and sees the two of them, also baffled apparently. He already told the story. They're shocked that the archbishop is gone. Lilia explains they'll have to wait for the church to choose another archbishop before the collaboration between the church and the hunters can continue. Charlton tries to argue, but she explains it's the only path. There are too many steps to do it without an archbishop, so it's better to wait for a new one. The protagonist waves goodbye and says he'll be back later, but the guy asks him to wait and tells Daisy to take the boy home and tell him everything. That's happened in the past few days. Ceres is a little confused, but they give in the car. Daisy says a strange demonic beast invaded the city, and it seems to only be killing warriors countless. The ranked knights had their blood sucked out and died. Protagonist finds that odd. He explains that not only was the blood being sucked out, but their masculinity was being taken from them as well. Also, their bodies had the phrase, not even you, carved into them in some strange beast language nobody's heard of. It seems the demonic beasts are searching for someone. Protagonist wonders, sucking blood and cutting masculinity. Are they looking for me? She says that to prevent the problem, Daphne, over in Zone D, is investigating everything. Seems to be hunting these demonic beasts. But it's not easy. We see someone with a cigarette by the window and Dear Satyr entering the room looking as lovely as ever. Why does she always look more beautiful? When she gets into the room, you ask what she's doing there, and she explains. There are countless soldiers outside. There's no way to escape. You want to know if she plans to live here, Satyr. Answers no. She knows this is the enemy base, so if they're captured, they'll all die. You should be careful, Yug says she knows. She has transformation magic, so she won't be captured. She's relaxed about it. But Satyr can only change other people's appearances with her magic, and leaving her current form will be dangerous. She has to find a good place to hide. And she spits blood and suddenly collapses. Face first to the floor, Yug tells her to stop faking illness, just to stay with her because she won't share the master. Satyr remembers that when the protagonist teleported her after Azathoth's attack, some veins and organs had already been destroyed. Meanwhile, the protagonist gets home and tells Daisy to tell him more about that demonic beast. He calls for Yug. She's inside, huge, holding Satyr and wondering what to do with the girl. She has to hide Satyr before the other one arrives. When the protagonist opens the door, Yug's there kneeling. He tells Daisy to come in and greets Yug all sweetly. But of course the demonist isn't happy to see another human woman, but Daisy isn't dumb either. She's thinking, I have to take this chance to get to know Ceres better. Last time I couldn't control my emotions and messed up, but I'm not making that silly mistake. Again, Yug, on the other hand, is thinking, I need to find out what this woman's doing here and make sure she stays away from Master. The three of them sit down at the table, and the protagonist already has that carnivorous plant and creepy spider beside him. He wants to know how the vampire beast even got into the city and what's going on. Then suddenly Daisy starts talking about a huge southern dragon that swallows everything in sight. The guild sent people to evacuate the nearby villages. But unfortunately, that's when the vampire managed to sneak, and she says, all right, last time, I want to give you your captain's insignia. I was in a hurry and forgot to tell you something important. As the secretary and vice president of Zone Z, I'm also responsible for knowing the lives and preferences of every warrior. That way I can serve everyone here better. So please fill out this paperwork so I can learn a little more about you. The protagonist asks if that's something special, and of course, Daisy made that one just for him. There are normal things like name, age, height, and weight, but then it goes deeper. Who he's dated, what kind of person he likes, what traits he admires, most what personality he prefers, what he expects from someone he likes, and even what kind of clothes he likes seeing on a woman. He looks at it and says, why is there a whole section here about wives? Do I really have to fill out all this? Daisy, blushing hard and embarrassed, says, yes, every new captain goes through this process, I promise. It's how we understand everyone in the guild and evaluate performance. He replies, well, if that's the case, I'll take it seriously. Daisy's clever. She knows with that information, she'll be able to become exactly what he wants, even more than YOV, and that way she can get closer to him. But then someone coughed, startling everyone. Daisy asks if there's someone in his room, while Satyr, who's there too, wants to know why another human's in that place. Ceres stands up to check, and there she is, Satyr, telling him to shut the door right now. Ceres is shocked she's still alive, but she wants to know if that woman noticed her, to make sure she won't be hunted by other warriors. She decides she'll kill her right now. Cyrus tells her to calm down and not do that, but Satyr asks if he's trying to protect another woman. He says no, of course not. He's just going to finish filling out the paper and then send her away. Daisy then asks Yug who's in Cyrus' room. Yug answers, "It's just another big sister type, poor Daisy. He already had 2 women that close to him, and now it looks like she'll have to fight for 3rd place in his heart." In the room, sitter smacks him on the head, saying she better disappear before she's seen. Daisy hears a little yelp of pain and asks, "Shouldn't we check what's happening with Cyrus?" But Yug says, "You better not, that other girl will bite you besides." Cyrus can handle her. Then the protagonist steps out of the room, saying he didn't realize she was in such bad shape. He goes back to finish filling out the form, hands it to Daisy, and says, "All done, can you turn it in for me?" She says sure, and mentions a really nice restaurant nearby. Does he want to go grab a bite? Cyrus seems a bit surprised, but then Yug grabs a cookie off the table and says it's time to eat. Since it's been recorded, he's kind of confused, right? When did he agree to all this? But then she tosses the cookie on the table and pushes it at him to eat everything, saying she worked hard to make it while he grimaces. Chewing, Daisy gives him a puzzled look. When he pulls his face, he asks what it's made of. The taste was weird. She says it's snake liver with bat wing, and it tastes wonderful. Of course, the protagonist isn't enjoying it, but she tells him, "Come on, have another bite, you're in delight." That's when Daisy asks if that's really what he's been eating. He's about to say no, but Yug squashes the guy, saying of course it is, they eat that every day. The master loves to eat like that. If she doesn't like watching, she can leave. Daisy stands up, saying she'll go, and apologizes for the interruption, wondering if they're really that close. Then someone knocks at the door. Outside are Dahlia, Daphne's sister, and Rakoro, the bodyguard. Yev isn't thrilled to hear another girl's voice. "Hey artist, are you trying to trick us by drawing Dahlia all chubby like that? We've seen her from other angles. She's a stick, don't pull that on us." Now Daisy wonders why Cyrus isn't opening the door, and Rokuro says he'll handle it. A twist of a knob and everything explodes as he opens the door for her. She steps in, smiling. There are people inside. "Why didn't you open it?" Cyrus runs over, swearing at her. He yells a lot, can't repeat it, and complains that the damn door cost 100 silver coins, and those 2 broke it. She says she'll pay 1,000 gold coins, and that he can withdraw the money wherever he wants. He immediately asks, "What can I do for you?" The girl sees he likes money and UPS the offer 500,000 gold if he comes to work for her. The protagonist is floored. "You have wonders. Why are so many women always trying to steal my master, one after another?" Meanwhile, Daisy says, "Cyrus, don't say yes. If I remember right, you 2 are from Zone D, aren't you?" Dahlia answers, "That's right, old lady. What's the problem?" Daisy gets mad and says, "Sirius is extremely important to Zone Z. No way is he going to Zone D." The scene shifts to town, where an old man has been drained. Someone says the blood hasn't fully corroded. The body's intact. Enough he didn't die long ago, maybe 5 hours. Daphne gets a message that Miss Dili, for some reason they call her Diana, visited Cyrus. She thinks that little witch loves to be a nuisance. She tells everyone, "I've got something important to handle, keep you updated, especially if you find that vampiric beast, and I'll take care of it." Then she jumps up and flies off, saying she won't let Diana steal anything from her again. Man who I miss right now is Bella. Remember her from the start? The blonde one, she was strong. Haven't seen her in a while elsewhere in town. Suddenly, a giant hand erupts from the ground. A huge steel-like dragon with a green eye appears. Clearly, it's a big problem. This is the giant southern dragon Bigo. If normal girls are already huge, imagine a giant. It says it's starving and is absorbing the entire city. People nearby say, "Well, at least we managed to evacuate everyone." The trouble is those dragon scales are the toughest defense in the world. Only a true dragon-slaying blade can pierce them. Some guys nearby say this is the perfect chance. Normally, that dragon consumes an entire city, then goes to sleep, and where it devoured everything. Countless treasures usually show up, so as long as it's not heading for the Knights Guild, they don't need to risk anything. Just wait and see what happens back at the apartment. Daisy says, "You guys are brave to come here and steal the captain of Zone Z. You went too far." Diana replies that if Zone Z offers the boy more money, she won't complain. But really, she's just curious what Ceres thinks. Protagonist greedy, but not dumb, and he's wondering, why are you guys offering me so much money? Nothing in this world comes free, so tell me, what do you want me to do? Diana says first you'll have to explain why Daphne, who never cooperates with anyone, agreed to work with you. I want every detail about what happened in that dungeon. He asks if there's more. She says of course it'll appear on a TV show and tell your story to the whole city, announcing how Daphne betrayed her values and decided to work with you breaking her principles. We want you to shame her. The protagonist laughs. Understood. If that's the plan, I refuse. Diana is startled. She's offering 500,000 gold coins. It's basically a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Cyrus turns and says if I tell everyone, Daphne will be hurt. I promised her I wouldn't do that. If you've got anything else to say, then leave. Diana gets angry and thinks promises don't matter. I've got plenty of money and money can solve everything. I'll get what I want. She prepares another offer, but Daphne suddenly comes up behind her. When Diana turns, bam, super drill style entrance. Daphne looks amazing as she barges in, telling that bastard to get away from Cyrus. She lands a huge punch powered by massive muscles, and a whole hallway echoes with the impact. Rokiro says, Miss Daphne, there's no need to be punching Miss Diana like that. She tells him not to get involved. Daisy shocked. Wait, why does Daphne? From Zone D care so much about series. Diana asks why did Daphne come running? Has your confidence dropped? So low you don't trust your partner's word. Daphne sees that the brats trying to stir trouble between them. Series stands in the background, making a little gesture like, I didn't say anything, which only makes Daphne happier. Not only did he fight beside her, he also resisted the temptation of money. Then Diana, trying to recover, face fires off some inflated boast and laughs, telling the little sister that not everything in this world can be bought. Filling her brow with stuff won't make her more confident. A surgery to add an implant only shows how insecure she is. Diana's embarrassed and says her sister's gone crazy. She's always been that big. Anyway, she storms off. This place is full of disgusting people. Let's go. Rock a row. As she leaves, she thinks, there's got to be some secret about this boy, and I'll make sure. Cyrus ends up on my feet. I'll humiliate Daphne 10 times over later. Daphne goes over to the boy and says she's impressed. Sister came to bother him, and he just kicked her away. The protagonist notices how bad the relationship between the two is. Right then, Daphne gets a message. Captain, we found the vampire beast. It's here in Zone 6, and it's a white-haired creature. The moment Daisy says she's leaving, the protagonist turns around and Yag suddenly shouts that Satyr's sick. The story doesn't slow down for a second. Our guy rushes over and sees Yag holding the girl in her arms. EV explains her body temperature keeps dropping, and I don't think she's going to make it. In this condition, only powerful magic or some rare herb from a high level dungeon could save her. Cyrus looks heartbroken seeing her like that. He knows she needs something to strengthen her body, and he remembers that his blood gave power to another monster before, so maybe it'll work again. Cuts his own head and starts letting it drip. Yeah, not on the scalp like you think, but right in her mouth. Meanwhile, Yug suddenly makes a strange expression. Satyr starts recovering, glowing faintly green, and then opens her eyes. But far from the house, the scene pans toward the massive dragon that's been devouring everything. The creature suddenly catches a delicious, sweet scent, something it desperately wants to consume. Down below, the heroes around it are confused. Wait, why did the dragon stop consuming the city and turn around? That hasn't happened in hundreds of years. Another response. The worst part is that direction leads straight to the warrior city. We need to inform the guild immediately. The dragon's marching right toward them. The dragon has picked up the scent of Lord Satos, a pear of the finest flavor in the entire world. Back at the apartment, Yug's in a daze, mumbling about how amazing that smell is. She sees Satyr's reaction, wide-eyed and cheerful, saying she can't waste a single drop. The protagonist tells her to take it easy, that she's pulling too hard. But Doug's drooling now, trying to resist, as she edges closer, claiming she's not feeling well either and needs to recover too. She grabs the poor guy and drags him down under the mountains, practically crushing him, and starts cheering with Satyr. Sarah is pleads with him to slow down, his arms going numb. But both of them start feeling something strange yet wonderful spreading through their bodies. It's like their very beings are being purified. That explains why Seder healed so fast. She can't help but be tempted by it. Then suddenly an emergency alarm blares across the city, announcing that a high-level beast is approaching in a top tier. Barrier has been activated. Inside the aura zone, our poor protagonist, still being crushed under Yug. While Satoru says she blacked out for a second, Yug notes that her clothes reverted to normal, but weirdly her magic seems weakened. Saris, however, is just happy they finally let go of him. Right then the citywide announcement echoes warning. A massive dragon is advancing towards Salem City. Estimated arrival time, 10 days. All citizens must evacuate to the bases immediately. All warriors have 3 hours to reach the base. To begin forming a plan, anyone who fails to report within 3 hours will be expelled from a guild. A bunch of small armored cars, rolling out of the base like Hot Wheels. Sierra shows up to request one. But the woman at the counter says, "Holding the only one from your squad, sorry. But we can't assign a vehicle for less than 2 people. Confused, Cyrus asks, "Wait, you're telling me to run 100 miles in 3 hours?" She explains Kid Zone Z is under threat. Vehicles are scarce, and everyone's trying to get to the base. I can't just give one to you alone. He's still complaining when a tall blonde walks through the door. The secretary reminds him he needs to recruit someone. He's a captain after all, but he has no idea who he's going to pick. She comes over offering, "Hi, I'm Irene from Squad 1-4. My captain's got the vehicle. You can come with us if you want." The protagonist lights up and says, "Well, I'm the captain of Squad 15. Rank F." She freezes for a second. Hold on, rank F, captain. Are you kidding me? Then she spins around and says, "All right then, let's pretend this conversation never happened. I'd rather not waste time on a loser F like you." Harsh humiliation, but relax, the one I missed is back. Our dear Bella shows up, saying she wants to join Squad 15. The protagonist is surprised, and she goes, "Hey, how are you? Serious? It's been a long time." He asks if she's okay, if she's out of the hospital. She pounds her chest and complains that it's been ages since he visited. Did he forget his friend? The protagonist tries to explain, saying he's been wrapped up in complicated stuff. She laughs. "That's fine. Now that you're finally a captain, focus on your job. But when work's done, we'll have a long talk." She tells him to come sign the paperwork, and he answers Bella that he'll be right back. Iron chimes. "And wait, why would you want to join a rank F group? Are you trying to get yourself killed, girl? You really believe this guy's a captain? You should join us. We're rank A." Someone with golden boots stomps nearby and says, "That guy's only a captain because of connections. With Shorten, he has no skill." Iron smiles. "Captain. The guy's name is Tyler," and tells Bella it's been a while since they saw each other. Here comes another guy about to get played. "Long time no fool." He spreads his arms and says, "Hey Bella, check out my gear. I'm fully equipped." "That's right. I joined the Kalen Society. I'm in a different league. This makes me stronger than Cyrus will ever be in his life. So how about it for all times? Sake, I'll give you a chance to serve me. Come on, sit close to a truly strong hero." He moves in threateningly and says, "If you join my squad, I guarantee you'll hit rank A immediately. At least I'll bump you up to rank B right away." Bella apologizes and says, "Tyler, I've already decided I'm going with Cyrus." At that moment, Cyrus appears. "Bella, just sign here." She runs off to do it. Tyler is seething. "You bastard. Is trash again? What is that damn Cyrus have that I don't?" Iron to the side. "That girl's an idiot. She doesn't see what's good for her. Forget her, captain." He agrees, convinced they'll soon see the difference in power, and beg for help. Cyrus asks, "Wait, what's this about no cars left?" The woman replies, "Sorry, the last 2 were taken by Squad 14. They need them for a 5-person team. If you want to ride, he'll have to talk to Captain Tyler. They might have a few seats left." Outside, Tyler's leaning on his car. "What a disgrace for that guy to be a captain. He doesn't even have armor. I'll humiliate those 2 idiots and refuse him a seat." Meanwhile, Bella realizes she picked a loser. The protagonist is holding a card worth 1,000 gold coins from Diana with a message saying he can call her for help if needed. Outside, Tyler and the others look confused. Why aren't they coming out? One of them asks. Then they see the protagonist walking out with Bella. Tyler calls out, "Hey, Cyrus didn't get a car." The protagonist answers, "Yeah, what's the problem?" Tyler drops his sword by his foot, and it falls right on the protagonist. "Sorry, Cyrus," he says. "I still haven't gotten used to my Thunder Fury rank S. It keeps slipping out of my hand. Can you pick it up for me, please? If you do, maybe I'll give you a ride after all. A rank F like you isn't good for much besides grabbing things off the ground," Bella tells Tyler he's going too far and that it's obvious he did it on purpose. But the rest of the group just keeps kissing up to him. The captain's such a big-hearted guy, they say. Tyler turns to Bella. "Bella, it's a special situation. I don't know if you realize it, but any soldier who doesn't reach the barracks within 3 hours loses their rank, even that amazing guy you like so much, your great squad leader will be dismissed. So you better accept that this kid's gonna lose that position soon and go back to being just another rank F, which is exactly what he deserves." Bella feels guilty, thinking it's all her fault that the protagonist is being treated this way. But then our guy says the person he's been waiting for has arrived. Tyler hears a noise and looks to the side. A helicopter is approaching to pick up the protagonist. They notice the emblem underneath. It's one of the private helicopters of the VIP Guild. The guys are completely baffled. "We've never seen one of those before. Who's being picked up like that?" Tyler tells everyone to stay focused and keep their composure. "Whoever they came for, we need to represent the guild properly." Then Diana steps out, waves at Captain Saris, and tells him to come on. The idiots are left speechless. "Wait, why is a VIP guild helicopter here for that rank F kid?" The protagonist calls Bella and tells her to come with him. Tyler's left there dumbfounded. No way they're actually letting that guy on board. Then he realizes Cyrus has taken his sword. "Hey, bastard, give back my Thunder Fury," he yells. The protagonist apologizes, saying he forgot. "Here, take it back." Tosses it right onto their car. Boom, everything explodes. They stare, realizing he struck straight at the gas tank. Now they're screwed. But then the scene shifts completely. Another guy's being drained by a woman I already know is dangerous. Oh no, it's our dear Azathoth. Well, not dear at all, as I thought it's a man, and definitely not a friendly one. "Get out of here," he says. "No, his blood's terrible. It's not human, but that's fine. I'll drain every man in this city until I find the right one." Damn, what a monster. The soldiers nearby say they need Daphne to get there fast. One of them raises his sword and says their duty is to protect the city. There's no way they'll run. But as a Faf charges at them, smashing their swords to pieces with a single grab and tossing them away, he opens his mouth wide to attack. But just then something well-trained arrives. Daphne stomps the ground, sending Azathoth flying backward. She's standing there with that glowing bear of hers. The soldiers cheer that she's here, but someone asks what she's doing in this place. Shouldn't she be at the hero's barracks? She replies that she still has 2 hours left to get there. Plenty of time to finish off this beast. Then she realizes something. Azathoth is the same demon that was at She's guild. How is she still alive? Azathoth doesn't seem to remember. Daphne smirks and says, "Wow, amnesia, huh? But I've noticed something. You're not radiating that intense magic anymore. You've gotten a lot weaker." Azathoth replies that it's obvious. After all, she's just one of countless fragments of the original being now. She's only there searching for something, or rather, for a certain man. Something in his blood makes her crave it, and she remembers having fought this person before. Right then, Daphne is sure of it. During her fight with Saris, Azathoth said something similar. So she must be after him. Daphne immediately declares that if that's the case, she'll have to stop her here and now. The scene shifts to another building. Our protagonist is entering while Diana explains that down below lies the seal dragon, sword kept there for emergencies like this. Bella looks nervous, asking what they'll do if a demonic beast happens to be there. It could be dangerous. Diana tells her to relax. The sword is just ahead, and the place is extremely secure. No demons around. But as they turn the corner, they find everyone on the floor defeated. Instantly, confusion spreads. Weather reports they received wrong. And in the middle of the room stands a statue of a sleeping maiden, something that shouldn't even be there. Bella quickly notices one of the men is still unconscious and props him against the wall, while Diana realizes from the scene that this was a complete massacre. She demands to know what's going on. The injured man weakly tells her to stay quiet. Make no sound if they wake the statue. They're all done for, but it's already too late. The sleeping maiden lifts her head, locates them, and fires a laser in their direction. It looks like Diana's about to be hit, but Rokuro jumps in, activating his claw to block the blast. The maiden stops for a moment, closes her eyes, and returns to her slumber. Diana asks if Rokuro's okay. He says he's fine, nothing serious, he'll heal soon. Bella's busy healing the soldier, and Sirius notices that any noise makes the statue move its eyes and shoot a laser. The soldier warns that 3 steps for where they are marks the death zone. Saris tells Bella to take care of the soldier and Diana, while he handles it. Meanwhile, Diana orders Rokuro to go in and destroy that cursed thing. The protagonist says, well, the statue's got only 2 eyes, so each of us will handle one. At least if one of us gets caught. The other can try to distract her. Rokuro shoots him a look. I heard your rank's pretty low. You really think you've got the power to destroy that thing? Unfazed, the protagonist charges forward. We'll find out right now. The statue hears the sound, opens an eye, and fires a laser, but Cyrus dodges to the side at that pace and speed. He can evade, but getting close would be tough if his energy runs low. He needs to finish this quickly. He kicks off the wall and sprints, while the statue's beam tears through the room from afar. The others can only watch, and Bella realizes she doesn't stand a chance against something like that. The protagonist keeps moving forward, noticing she always targets the spots where he steps, throws his sword. It clangs behind her. The statue turns toward the noise, and that's when he rushes in from the side. He realizes she always reacts to the loudest sound now that she's facing backward. He closes in from one side while Hero approaches from the other. Perfect timing. He slashes at her shoulder with full force, but his sword snaps in half. Still, Rokuro moves in from behind, saying that's exactly the limit of rank E. He forms a massive hand, saying only he can crush it. The statue turns, clenches its fist, and smashes the center of its own head, leaving just a small crack. Rokuro is stunned. Even his strongest attack barely made a scratch. Then the statue grabs him by the neck, preparing to fire a laser. But just then, the protagonist appears from behind, shouting for it to eat this hammer strike. He's about to smash the back of her neck, but then a third eye opens beneath her hair and fires a laser that shatters his axe. At the same time, Rokuro blocks an attack from the front. Diana, clearly falling for Rokuro, cries out his name, but the moment she does, the statue suddenly stands and locks, eyes on her, blasting a laser straight in her direction. Oh no, Diana, poor thing, takes the hit head on. Right then, Rokuro grabs the statue's head and covers its eye. He yells to Cyrus, we have to bring this creature down before it destroys Diana. He pulls its head back while the protagonist rushes forward to push with all his strength. But suddenly something feels strange. The statue's warm. Too warm. Its stone body glows red, and then it shows them both away. Now, oddly enough, she's blushing. For a moment, we forget what kind of story we're even reading. Sierra staggers to his feet, dazed, while the statue shyly covers itself. The protagonist, confused, why is she covering her eyes? And why is she also covering her chest? Rokuro groans. I can't believe this. I gave everything I had, and I barely scratched her. This statue is impossible to defeat, and worse, my right hand's destroyed. I can't even punch anymore. He's also got a few broken bones. The statue rises again and turns toward him. He knows he has to dodge, but his leg's weak. His foot's trembling. He can't move. Siri steps in front of him. Don't worry, I'll stop her with these 2 hands. Rokuro shouts, Ceres, are you insane? That laser will kill you. There's no way you can block it. The statue starts charging. Another blast, but Ceres channels all his training, striking her with pinpoint precision. She blushes again, and the laser fires upward, instead obliterating the entire room. The protagonist realizes his theory was right. The statue can feel touch. Diana's amazed that he redirected the beam, while Bella notices what's coming next. Rokuro's baffled. He's pushing the statue's pressure points. Why is he doing that? Ceres just tells him to get out now while he's providing cover with no other choice, and still confused. Rokuro starts running, but the statue begins turning again. Sarah sighs and says, "Fine, I'll get serious then." He unleashes a series of swift movements, and the lasers go completely off target, tearing through the room while the statue's mouth even opens in shock. Diana asks why our captain fights like that. Bella answers he's not always like this. It's just that this approach works best against this kind of enemy. She's clearly defending his honor with a few white lies. Rokuro manages to escape the death zone, saying it's nothing serious, though he admits he underestimated the statue. "She's not someone I can beat. Cyrus is in real danger." The protagonist sees her aiming again, but dodges sideways, sliding behind her and brushing his hand along her back. She shudders. Instantly, the statue trembles, blushing again, firing wild lasers as the protagonist retreats. He taunts, "You really think you can take me down with sloppy shots like that?" Diana exclaims. How amazing that move was, while Rokuro says, "I never imagined this statue could actually be suppressed by Cyrus." Her attacks are completely falling apart. The protagonist then says, "All right, that's enough." He raises his hand and smacks her right on the head. Focus on the fight. The stone lady starts steaming while Rock Hero stares, stunned. He never thought anyone could fight in such a wild and brilliant way. I really hope the editor put a parody illustration at the end of this chapter, just to give everyone that dopamine spike. Next chapter, Rokuro is leaning against a wall, saying that all those hits he took from the statue's chest made his bones feel like they were about to break. Ella, the beautiful, tells him to relax. She'll heal him before he gets hurt any worse. She asked him to expose his chest, saying it's just a temporary treatment. But when he does, she notices something strange. Wait, Rokuro's a woman. Bella is confused, too, while Diana is focused on pointing out that if Rokuro couldn't win, there's no way Ceres can. Rokuro, or I guess I should say she now, responds that the statues' attack and defense are far beyond what she expected. Even as a rank S, she could barely do anything. So how is Cyrus managing to slow down the statue's movements? He had complete control over it. It was clear that the boy's power surpassed that of a rank S. The protagonist says, "Queen statue, your lasers slowing down. Is it because your little eyes closed, or what? Are you shy?" He steps closer, preparing to act, but then realizes the statue's avoiding eye contact. It seems she not only feels touch, but also embarrassment. Here he goes again. He says that when she's shy and closing her eyes like that, she looks like a really cute woman. Then he charges, and saying her defense is completely exposed. He's about to strike from below, confident no one has ever gotten this close before, when the statue suddenly steps back and kicks him in the stomach. The trio gets ready to rush in, but Cyrus grabs her foot. Obviously, that just makes things worse for the statue. Bella's dying to jump into the fight, but Rokuro tells her to stay put. She'd only mess up Ceres' rhythm. He's managing fine. She needs to watch carefully. It wasn't that the statue kicked Ceres. It's that he grabbed her leg. Then Sierra shouts that she's about to feel the heat of his power. The statue looks startled. As the protagonist runs his hand along her, she fires another laser, but he dodges again, and this time, the beam's thinner rocker of Mavis is. It's far weaker than before. The protagonist says, "Hey, statue, those lasers you're shooting aren't that impressive anymore. Even if you hit me, I won't die." Which means this is almost over, but suddenly the statue moves her hand and grabs him by the neck, pulling him close, staring him right in the eyes. Rock Hero realizes it's bad at that range. He can't dodge, and the next shot will blow his head off. But this is serious. We're talking about he lifts his index finger and makes a teasing motion under her chin, pulling her closer. His friends think he's lost his mind. He's literally bringing death closer. Then he tells her to watch carefully and suddenly kisses the statue while activating his skill. The three of them stand there stunned. Why did he kiss the statue? And why did she freeze up like that? Oh my God, the protagonist really has done everything. In life, the statue, breathing hard, breaks free and shoves him away. Sarah, still smiling, says he felt her move her tongue. The statue blushes deeply and hides her face again. Right away, Diana says this is their chance. She's hiding her entire head between her arms, and the statue doesn't seem to be reacting at all. Rokuro says, "Wow, that reaction was so strong she doesn't even have the courage to attack anymore. Meanwhile, the protagonist acting all smug and playful. Hey, statue, you've got a pretty stiff tongue, you know that. But she doesn't move or respond to protagonist, calls his friends over, and the three of them realized he's somehow, one in the most unbelievable way, proud of himself. He tells them to relax. She's just turned into a shy maiden now, and apparently, these episodes were released around Christmas. Because at the end of every chapter the artist drops another crazy surprise. Next chapter we see Tyler standing before a passage, saying that something's off. The intel said this was supposed to be the place. Iron agrees, saying the information came directly from headquarters. So it has to be accurate. Probably another team passed through before them and changed the terrain. The scene shifts to the city. Everything's in chaos, with the dragon tearing apart. Everyone's asking why the association hasn't brought the dragon blade yet. A soldier up front says it looks like the entrance is blocked by an unbeatable creature. No one will be able to retrieve the sword, and without it they can't stop the dragon. Then a guy channeling green energy tells the captain they've managed to trap the dragon's foot. The problem is the chains won't hold for long. He orders everyone to attack, but the dragon just yanks its leg free, sending the poor man flying. The steel arm rank as captain tells everyone to calm down, he'll handle this. Suddenly he begins transforming, and a massive golden armor forms around him. Holy hell, he's like a one-person Megazord. He winds up for a punch, warning everyone not to move, and slams it straight into the dragon. But despite his giant form, he's basically punching the dragon's shin, and the beast doesn't even care. Inside the dragon, we see the next victim, a draconic woman covered in scales, her expression icy and cruel. She watches the attack and thinks that every time she eats, someone always shows up to interrupt her. And seriously, what perfect design. The artist of this story could handle every series out there. I'd allow it. She stretches her arm out, annoyed, saying he's getting on her nerves. The dragon's claw moves, swatting the ranks of captain, hard enough to send him flying, his armor vanishing as he crashes down. While being thrown back, he yells that behind them lies the city of Salem, and no matter how much they suffer, they can't give up now. But the dragon keeps advancing. The scene cuts to Saris, who says he's opening the door. He warns everyone to be careful. They don't know what's on the other side. As he pushes it open, light bursts out, and a wave of purple energy rises beneath Tyler's team. Iron says it doesn't feel like an earthquake. In fact, the entire area is being filled with magic. Someone must have activated the dungeon's mechanism, and the terrain is shifting again. The protagonist keeps pushing the door, and a massive laser erupts skyward in the city. Everyone feels the sudden surge of magic, and in an instant, it seems everyone inside the dungeon gets thrown out. Suddenly, they're standing in the open. Rokuro realizes the terrain completely changed because Ceres opened that door. Diana is half conscious. Some of the others are throwing up, and the captain collapses. Another rank ass named Tiger calls him a disgrace. The guild gave him a chance to reclaim the sword, and he failed. Now the whole place is transformed in moments. He can feel the magical pressure in the ground. It's so dense, it's terrifying. The scene shifts again to Sirius, now standing face to face with the legendary weapon itself. At that moment, Iron calls the captain over, telling her to look. Right in the center lies the fabled dragon slayer's sword. Sirius realizes that, at least in theory, this is exactly what he came for. But the others nearby start shoving the ranks kids there to claim it. Tyler, watching from afar, can't believe it. How can that guy be so lucky? How'd he end up that close to the sword? Can't let that brat take it before him. He tells his group to move out. They'll pull it out of the ground together. The sword itself seems to wonder why so many people are gathering around, and she's a little shy about it. Clearly the spirit inside must be another beautifully designed girl. The sword speaks to the protagonist, telling him not to look at her with those eyes. She says she doesn't have a sheath to cover her body, meaning she's basically a naked sword. The protagonist just stands there completely confused. Why is the sword saying that? He's trying to make sense of it, but he can't. But then the sword starts releasing a purple aura and warns that if he doesn't stop staring at her, she'll unleash all the pressure she has. So the better close his eyes right now series realizes this crazy sword actually has a personality. The energy she's using to suppress him is affecting everyone nearby. Most of the soldiers drop to the ground while the others feel like breathing this air burns their lungs like fire. Still, the protagonist stands right in front of the sword. Besides being a bit strange, he's also incredibly resistant for a human. Then the spirit appears. The invisible spirit of the sword, the blade itself, seems well hidden within that ghostly form. Tiger says that according to headquarters, anyone who can survive the sword's pressure is qualified to pull it out. His friend warns him to be careful. There might be other dangers nearby, but Tiger brushes it off relaxed. He says, the sword's unconscious, there's no danger. Meanwhile, the sword is warning Cyrus that anyone who comes near her will die. Bella, standing behind him, hears nothing. Carries asks if the others can hear a voice, but they all look confused. What voice? Then, out of nowhere, Tyler says the pressure must have scrambled. Carries his head and made him lose time. Now we'll see that whoever pulls the sword first has the best chance to succeed. He takes off running, shouting goodbye as he declares he'll remain a ranked. Forever. Bella begs Sirius not to let it happen, but he tells her to wait. It's better to let that guy try first. Tyler edges closer and closer, while the sword, beautiful and radiant, tells him to stay away. He ignores her, leaps forward and yells for Bella to watch right here and now in front of her and Sirius. He'd become the most powerful hero. The sword, however, wonders why he's trying to grab her handle. At the same time, Tyler mocks Cyrus, saying the trash will soon be beneath his feet. But the sword says his expression is frightening, raises her energy and strikes, piercing straight through his chest and armor. Tyler's teammates cry out his name while Cyrus watches the sword, calmly saying that people shouldn't be so cruel to her from the start. Even after hundreds of years, humans are still the same. She hates people like that. Tyler realizes he survived only because he was wearing an underlayer of deep sea mithril armor. Without it, he'd be dead. Everyone around is shocked. The sword attacked him. That means not only has she awakened, but she's also rejected him. His confidence in claiming the weapon instantly crumbles. Still, Tyler laughs, insisting it's fine. He's not a failure. This sword isn't meant for just anyone. Clearly, this must be a test for whoever seeks to slay the dragon. Only the one who passes it can become her wielder. He stands tall before her and says, I am Tyler, a rank and knight who survived your first strike. You must be excited to be master by me now. But the sword replies coldly, saying she isn't excited at all. She despises rude, arrogant men like him. Even killing him would feel disgusting. Ceres tells him, I think the sword didn't kill you because she probably found the idea of mixing with your blood too revolting. Tyler snaps, yelling for him to shut up, claiming he doesn't understand anything. Meanwhile, the sword thinks to herself that at least the younger one, the protagonist, seems to understand her. Tyler ignoring. Everyone lunges forward in a dark frenzy to grab her. He manages to grasp the hilt, which feels like touching her neck. Sword shouts at him to let go and releases a purple aura that begins melting his armor away. Everyone watching is stunned by how destructive her power is, while Tyler is convinced this must be a final trial. If he survives it, she'll be his. The sword keeps crying out that he's hurting her and ordering him to release her. Instead, he grips with both hands, shouting that he'll conquer her once and for all. His teammates cheered, saying he's about to become the savior of the city of Salem. But then the sword replies that he's disgusting. Being that cruel to a girl is unforgivable. In the very next second, the sword suddenly stops attacking and the energy fades away. Everyone around assumes it worked. It looks like all he has to do now is pull the blade out, and he'll have the weapon that can kill the dragon. Watching from a distance, Tiger says that as a rank S, he won't even need to step in apparently. The kid did it. Tyler grips the sword tightly, telling Bella to see how powerful he is, that this sword will belong to him. Everyone starts cheering his name while Bella tells the protagonist that he should have been the one to take the sword. He was the smarter one. But then the sword bends in a way that defies logic, muttering that all these wretched people are cheering for that fool. And now she'll tear every last one of them to pieces. Instantly, Sirius panics, grabs his whole team, and shouts for them to run. The Dragon Blade is furious. A surge of purple aura spreads outward, slicing through everything. Nearby bodies hit the ground. Arms are severed and Tyler is torn apart. Meanwhile, poor Irene stares in horror. Asking what's happening, the massive blade lifts one foot, then swings down another slash toward the two of them. She screams for Tyler to save her, but surprised, it's not the protagonist who steps in. It's the fool Tiger, charging in like a wall of steel. He dives forward, takes the hit, and orders everyone to get back. The attack fades, and the invisible sword remarks that his body is impressively durable. Everyone nearby comments that he's known as the shield of humanity. It's amazing his armor didn't even get scratched. Tiger tells his team to take the injured and bring them to the sanctuary, while the rest stay put. They'll handle the situation from here. Tyler's battered crew is carried away as Tiger begins to transform again, declaring that he's the strongest armor of humankind, and she's the sharpest blade. They're a match made in heaven. The sword sends another slash his way, but he charges head on, seemingly unharmed. The sword is surprised, and the crowd erupts in cheers, calling him the pride of Salem City. She keeps her stance, watching his. Tiger closes and arms ready for another strike. He smashes through the attack, standing right in front of her now, demanding that she stop resisting and let him be her master. But the sword, filled with rage, shouts that she'll never belong to him. She unleashes another strike that slams directly into Tiger's face, shattering his helmet and tearing open his cheek. Falling backward, Tiger wonders why he was rejected before even touching the hilt. His teammates shout for their captain, but he tells them, "Don't help me. It's your turn to try for the sword." The men hesitate. "Captain, if you've been a rank X like you failed, we don't stand a chance." The sword's fully awake now. No one can claim it. Tiger yells back, "Are you idiots? I said go and take that sword. Every one of you has a chance to be accepted by it." But they hesitate, again saying they don't want to die trying. Tiger roars that they're heroes, warriors of Salem City. How can they give up without even trying? He warns them that anyone who refuses to take the risk will be branded a deserter and executed right here, right now. From a distance, the sword sighs to herself. Finally, now that they've seen how powerful I am, they'll stop trying to capture me. But just then, Tiger grabs one soldier by the collar, shouting, demanding to know if they're truly that weak. "You were the first to die for hesitating this much." Then the blonde soldier's expression changes. He's noticed something. The others tell the captain to look. The protagonist is already standing right in front of the sword. Series is thinking. When Tiger grabbed the sword, she said something about the hilt in her neck. Also, this sword talks and seems to feel things a lot like a human. If there's a spirit or some kind of life in there, I might be able to trigger my power. He activates. Target locked, and the system marks her as a target. And holy, this girl looks like she jumped into a jar of glitter. She's sparkling everywhere. She's wondering why this guy is staring at her again. Cyrus looks surprised while people whisper, "Isn't that the captain of Squad 14? That's Cyrus." Tiger's asking himself if the guy's insane. He'll be cut in half before he can do anything. But the protagonist just stands there and says, "I'm a warrior. My duty is to protect humanity and Salem City from any threat, even if pulling this sword from a dragon is dangerous. Even if it costs me my life, I will never back down." Only problem, he's already bleeding from the nose. Supposedly, you shouldn't even be able to see the ghost form of the sword. Right, Tiger, stunned you hearing this. Even the weakest rank F fighter has more guts than you, A and B ranks. That kid really has a noble soul. Meanwhile, the sword seems a little flustered, a bit red. What's going on? He hasn't even touched that crazy thing yet. The sword says, "Weird, why do I feel a little itch when I look at him? He seems different from other humans." The protagonist is standing so close. Now his nose is bleeding. Sword wonders why he's staring at her body so oddly. Strangely, she doesn't want to reject him as much as she did the others. Without realizing it, he's inches away and she still hasn't done anything. She wants to stop him, So she's going to strike and slice him in half. But for some reason her foot is weak and she's numb. From afar people shout, "Hey." How did he get so close without the sword cutting him? Why isn't she reacting? Tigers puzzled the dragon. Sword has the judgment cut that kills anyone who approaches. That's why it's so hard to pull, so why does she seem asleep now? The sword murmurs, I feel so restless. Something is hitting my mind hard. Suppressing my urge to attack, she wonders if it's because he's standing right in front of her. Sarah stretches a foot and boom. Steps right in front of her, the onlookers. My God, he actually stepped forward. That's impossible. Tiger says the sword must have fallen asleep again. How is this kid lucky enough to arrive at the exact right moment? The sword asked herself why her hands feel so heavy. She's turning there perfectly drawn and weird. I don't even know what's happening, but the protagonist nose is gushing blood. The blonde in the background says, is Cyrus bleeding? The sword of judgment didn't strike. Tiger reminds everyone, don't forget. He's just a rank F knight the massive. Pressure from this sword is more than enough to make him bleed like that. The fact he's still standing is a miracle. At that moment, this hero is carrying his mission. Like a true soldier of the city, the protagonist wipes his face and says it's the first time his nose has bled this badly. This sword really lives up to her reputation. Bella calls out from distance. Serious, you won't hold up, come back now. But he answers, no, stay where you are, Bella. Protecting this city is my mission, and I will fight to the end without retreating. The dragon blade, getting bigger and bigger, stands there confused. Why is he staring at me like that? So weird, she wonders. At the same time, though, I feel my body. Temperature rising. This feeling is strange, and my heart's racing. What's going on, little sword? What are you doing, girl? She says she wants him to know her better good grief. Oh my God, the little sword finally gets shy. What a crazy blade, she covers herself. Again, wondering why she's acting so embarrassed. She tells that if you have to stop staring, because at this rate, she'll end up completely exposed. Then she lifts her foot and launches an attack. Everyone nearby notices the edge of her strike forming. It's impossible to dodge. When Saris is standing right in front of her, but Saris decides to counter, he grabs the blade with his hand and slams a move onto its little foot. The sword feels something odd. Then he swings his arm up and it runs down her whole leg. The boy unleash a powerful attack. She bends back from the blow of screaming. People watching from afar shout. What, he actually broke her attack sequence. Tiger says, hey, she didn't even break Cyrus's armor. How did he take that full force with only his body? Wasn't he just a rank F? How is his body so tough? The sword trembles, saying she's only felt something like this once before. She'd only gets these sensations when she cuts through armor and flesh, when she shatters a magic shield, when she tears down indestructible gates, or when flames and hammers forge her. These are feelings she's never had. Good heavens, what's happening here? She says there's electricity running through her and an itchy feeling. He's panting, and now she's not sure how she'll survive this. Meanwhile, the protagonist stands right in front of the blade. He steels himself, grabs the sides of the sword, and says the time to pull her free has come. She's blushing and pleading. Don't touch, right there. As he reaches up, she falls back, begging for mercy, saying it's getting intense. The blade starts to lift out of the ground. Everyone's bewildered. Hold on. No way a rank F is going to pull it out. At this rate, this weak guy will become a master of the sword of judgment. The sword warns that if he keeps going, things will get worse. While Cyrus grits his teeth and vowed he'll pull her free to save the city. Then something grabs the hilt, looks like the spirit, that anchor. Her warns it won't let him pull her out so easily. Things won't be that simple. She glares. Are they going to see each other? Everyone around wonders. Why does it look like the sword has sunk back into the ground? Indeed, the poor rank F strength isn't enough. The sword thinks, that feeling might be breaking my mind, but his attacks are useless. I may have waited a long time for a true, worthy warrior to pull me up, but this is too embarrassing. I'll never allow something like this to happen. It would be a total disgrace. He keeps pushing down into the earth's service, exhausted, wonders if the damn thing is using his power to suppress him. The problem is the energy is overwhelming his bodies. Shaking, he can barely breathe. The sword says she's a pure blade, an immaculate item, and she can't let this sensation destroy her reasoned protagonist, now actually bleeding. Keeps forcing with all his strength while she insists. She's a spirit and he has a physical body. At this rate, he'll surely die. So she tells him it's better to give up. But the protagonist gives a speech. I'm a brave hero, Salem City. For the good of everyone here and to bring justice to those who suffer, I have to endure pain myself. From afar, the others are stunned. Captain, look at his face. The kid's not giving up, he's really fighting too. Protect the city, Tiger thinks to himself. That someone with such perseverance is destined to become a rank as one day come on your rank. But I believe in you. The sword seems confused. Something's happening inside her, and she mutters that she can't believe things have come to this. No one would ever do something like this in the name of justice. The protagonist decides it's time to change strategy. He politely says, "Excuse me," then scratches lightly at the hilt. The sword shouts at him to stop. She's losing her composure, saying he's driving her crazy, but fine, she won't let him get away unscathed. She'll endure. She's endured countless times being burned. Endless battles, defeats, victories. She's been polished, shattered, reforged, and survived it all. This level of assault isn't something she can't withstand. But the protagonist grips the blade, and his attack lands perfectly. I don't even know what's happening anymore. All I know is that he says her power truly is overwhelming, but finally, her energy begins to wane, and the perfect opportunity arrives. The blade starts to lift from the ground, and people in the background shout that it really looks like it's coming out now. But then the sword's eye glows, and she declares she'll endure no matter what. She decides to unleash 100% of her suppressive power. Energy bursts outward, purple waves tearing through everything, lifting chunks of stone into the air. The protagonist groans, saying it's far too heavy. This pressure is on another level. My bones are starting to crack. She's trying to crush me where I stand. So I can't move at all. From afar, Bella screams and runs toward him, but her own blade evaporates the moment it touches the aura. Tiger yells, "Don't get close. Fall back now." That's a high-level gravity ability. The density is so extreme. You can see it with a naked eye. Anyone who touches it will be vaporized. The sword's confused. Why isn't his body disintegrating? The difference in power between them is enormous. She glares down, saying, "Your hand, your body. Nothing of mine will ever move, not even a millimeter. You don't have a single chance of pulling me out, so disappear before you're crushed into a pile of flesh." The protagonist answers, "You underestimate the justice in my heart." He moves with sudden speed, and the poor sword takes another hit, writhing from the shock. He declares, "No matter what happens, even if I end up turned into a pile of flesh, I won't give up as long as I keep fighting. There's still a chance to win." He unleashes another strike, telling her to withstand this blow. And I have no idea what's going on anymore. Of the poor sword's clearly suffering. Sparks and shock waves ripple across her body. She's trembling, saying she needs to stay conscious, that she has to stop him. She grips the side of the hilt again, the energy expanding even more, while everyone shouts to fall back. Bella gets blasted away, while the protagonist's fingers are being torn apart. Eddie keeps his movement steady, the sword dazed, wonders why this human is risking so much. Why is he doing all this shouting about justice and responsibility while pushing himself so far? But Sirius doesn't stop. He keeps attacking, one strike after another, and the sword screams in agony. He shouts, "When are you finally going to come out of that ground?" Then the sword begins to rise its hilt, emerging as it finally looks like it's coming free. Everyone watches stunned as a crater forms around it. Then suddenly the sword floats into the air. It falls straight into the protagonist's hands right in front of him. Good Lord, what a stubborn sword. That thing took 4 whole chapters to pull out. Everyone's in shock. Wait, did that rank F really pull it from the ground? Tiger exclaims. Cyrus did it. He actually drew the sword. Meanwhile, the sword herself is mortified, thinking this is humiliating. She tried her hardest to resist, but in the end, she couldn't hold on. The next chapter opens with the dragon advancing toward the city. Countless destroyed weapons scattered across the ground. A chubby mage, the great sorcerer YY, steps forward saying blades may not work. But he has magic. He activates 8 magic circles. The echo of annihilation from each one burst. A golden explosion that slams into the dragon, creating a massive blaze when the staff finally stops glowing and the smoke clears. YY is revealed to be a woman. Apparently she's a plump mage who uses her body fat as mana. She's panting exhausted, saying that the attack must have done something. But of course from within the smoke, the dragon's claw emerges unscathed. The creature keeps moving forward completely intact. Why, I can't believe it. An 8-circle spell didn't leave a single scratch. Without the sword of judgment to pierce that magic shield, nothing can harm it. Someone calls out, "Commander, why, what do we do?" She replies, "There's nothing else that can be done. They'll have to wait for the sword to arrive. At the dragon's current speed, it'll reach the city in 15 hours. That's enough time to evacuate the citizens. They better spread the message fast. All attacks on Bergelga must cease for now. The warrior's new priority is to return to the city and get everyone out safely." Staring at the dragon, YY mutters, "Why did it suddenly change course towards Salem City? That shouldn't be happening. We need to find out what caused it." Back at the ritual, the sword is holding the protagonist's hand, telling him this is the final step. He must feel the beat of her heart to synchronize with her essence. Once that happens, she'll merge with him and follow his commands. He can't let go until the ritual is complete. Cyrus, trembling, says it's a spirit. "But my palm can feel how hot its heart is. The sensation is incredible," Tiger yells. Healers. The kids losing blood non-stop bring a healer now. Bella shouts that he's on the verge of collapsing under the sword's judgment. But Cyrus, straining through the pain, says, "No, it's nothing, I can handle it." However, the drops of his blood seem to resonate with the distant dragon, which suddenly stirs, saying that scent is too powerful. She's certain what she's been searching for is right ahead. Suddenly she spreads her wings wide and shoots into the sky. YY glances back just in time to see the dragon accelerating at full speed. "No, don't go that fast. People haven't evacuated yet," she cries. But it's too late. A broadcast echoes through the city. The dragon Bergelba has increased speed and is approaching rapidly. All heroes in the city must evacuate immediately. Tiger exclaims, "Damn it, we've got to get out of here." The protagonist says that Diana's guild brought a helicopter. They can fly out, but Tiger grabs his arm and says he knows a faster route than any helicopter. Then he leaps. Somehow, while the dragon closes in fast, YY screams that someone has to stop the dragon right now. And suddenly, something slams into it. The dragon crashes head first into the ground. When Yaya looks back, she sees a massive gash across its head. The magical shield of Bergelga has been destroyed. That could only mean one thing. Someone had successfully drawn the sword of judgment. A few of the soldiers glance back and see Tiger arriving. In front of him stands the sword of judgment. Surely the rank has hero managed to draw it. Now, they were safe. The protagonist looks to the side. "Tiger, did you use teleportation magic?" Tiger replies, "That's my limit when I'm carrying 2 people. Unfortunately, I can't do anything more serious." Nods, then looks ahead, and there it is, the infamous Dragon Bergelga, one of the soldiers. Beside him says, "Hey, rank F kid, get out of the way. You'll just slow down the rank S." He tries to push Sirius aside, saying he'll interfere with Tiger, but Tiger himself grabs the man's face and slams him to the ground. Then Tiger says, "Captain, Sirius, what do you want me to do?" "Just don't get in my way." The others stare in confusion. "Wait, what's going on? Why is the rank as Tiger listening to that weak kid? That's not the same arrogant ranked as we all know." The protagonist steps forward and grabs the side of the sword. The soldiers can't believe it. Why is Cyrus holding the legendary sword? Don't tell me it was the rank F who pulled it out. And now they're finally face to face with the dragon. Sarah's comments, "That magic shield of hers is seriously tough. The first strike didn't even make a dent." The sword responds with your current strength. You'll need to hit her at least 3 times. And then there she is, Bergelga, beautifully drawn, smirking. As she says this, human is starting to excite her. She soars through the air, massive and majestic, shouting as she'll devour him. The dragon charges with full force, while the protagonist tells the sword that it looks like she's coming straight for them. making things easier, and unleashes a purple slash that collides head-on with the dragon, tearing open a crater in her shoulder. The shockwave throws nearby soldiers off their feet. The moment Bergelna plants her feet and raises her head, Cyrus dives from above, launching another strike while shouting that it ends here then. An explosion of dragons spreads her wings and retreats, avoiding the finishing blow. He can't believe something with a body that huge can move that fast. Bergelga starts gathering flames in her throat, while everyone shouts to fall back. They'll die if they stay. The attack comes full force, engulfing everything in fire, but right in the middle of it the protagonist swings the sword, slicing the fiery blast in half and sending the slash back toward the dragon. Then something happens. The dragon suddenly freezes. A sharp cracking sound echoes through the battlefield, and YY looks up asking, "What was that noise?" It sounds exactly like a magic shield breaking. The sword returns to the protagonist's hand as he stares through the smoke, wondering where the dragon went. She's gone. He asks if the sword's spirit managed to hit the target. The sword confirms, "Yes, I struck her again. The shield should be broken now." But then he hears two separate explosions, followed by something crashing to the ground. He turns and sees a smoking crater nearby. Suddenly the entire ground begins to shake, and the dragon's massive head bursts upward from below. Jaws open wide, ready to swallow him whole. Oh no. And it looks like the protagonist really gets eaten. The soldiers panic, trembling as they shout that the one who pulled the sword has been devoured. It was to be expected. Then mutter, "You can't trust a rank F to save the world. The rank S should have been the one to wield that blade." But why? Says even if he was just a rank F, he fought bravely. Destroy the magic shield, and that alone is enough. Now it's up to the remaining rank A and rank S fighters to finish this. The boy's death won't be in vain. She declares that they'll begin the counterattack. Meanwhile, Ceres is falling into the dragon's stomach, along with parts of the ruined city. And honestly, if I know this guy, there's no way he's done for. You already know what's coming next. He's looking around saying, "Inside this stomach there's lava and houses. What's going on here?" Then he turns to the side, and there she is. The primordial spirit of Bergelga. She says, "You're inside my stomach," which means you've already been consumed. Right away, the protagonist realizes this is her true form. She warns him, "Give up now and be peacefully melted in the lava. You'll be absorbed into me, the lava." Around him starts to move, but the protagonist quickly activates his instant slash. Wait, what just happened? He's already behind her. He didn't realize she was that huge. My God, she turns, shocked by his speed, and he strikes her foot full force. Nothing happens. He's confused. Wait, why didn't that cut her? I already broke the magic shield. She answers, "Boy, dragon scales are just a minor defense. My true primordial form isn't something you could defeat so easily." The sword chimes in, "With the power you have right now, Cyrus, we'll need thousands of strikes to break that armor." And then comes the tail. Nobody likes the tail. It smacks the protagonist right across the face, sending him flying. He realizes he has no choice. It's time to get serious. He locks her as a target, and that familiar purple aura flares up. As he's pushed back, cards appear around him. He draws the first one. You've obtained the path of heaven. When you get the mark points on the target's body, a wave of pain will spread through them. Their powers will also be nullified according to the level of pain. Inflicted lots of pain, the dragon Bergelga curls one of her monstrous feet and flexes her demonic claws, muttering that she feels something strange. It must be the humans doing. But with the defenses, she has no matter what he tries, it'll have no effect on her. She's beautifully drawn, while the sword's spirit explains that Bergelga's defenses come from 5 magic scales. On her head, her back, her chest, and her forearms. To defeat her, he must destroy all 5. Only then can he break her defense completely. His first accurate strike lands. She stomps the ground, but when she looks down, something's wrong. What's happening? Some kind of condition triggered upon contact. The player's perception increases. Through the vines and the detection zone is now on her arm. I'm honestly confused by what activated, since it said arm, but the energy flared around her leg. Oh, this must be that power we got from Gaela, the priestess from the church. He decides to test it. Suddenly vines coil around Bergoba's body. She feels something restraining her and wonders what kind of strange attack this is. The effect lasts only 2 seconds and outside the dragon's body. She lets out a roar. Soldiers watching from afar shout, "Our attacks are working, but YY warns stay cautious. Don't let your guard down." Inside the stomach, there's just 1.2 seconds left before the effect ends. Bergold raises her foot, saying he's bold for daring to attack her like this. He'll be crushed beneath her heel, but the protagonist dodges her stomp and slashes through the first layer of armor, destroying it completely. Beautiful hit. She can't understand how her scales were shattered so easily. Then within a second, the effect spreads outside her leg. Scales crack apart and the soldiers cheer, saying the battle's turning in their favor. YY starts activating her circles, again shouting, "Keep it up, everyone. We can bring Bergelga down right here and now." Bergelga is struggling, and you can tell how much effort the artist put into this scene. The protagonist steps back, catching his breath, and that's when he notices the new mark has appeared across his back. He wonders if it has something to do with random points. Still confused by what's happening meanwhile, Regilda grabs her leg, cursing that infuriating brat. The moment that strange circle appeared, a weird energy surged through her body. She didn't take any damage, so must have been some other kind of magic. The sword tells the protagonist that the dragon spirit is incredibly resilient. Meanwhile, poor Bergelga realizes she let her guard down for a moment. She thought that circle was just a minor spell, but it seems this boy has something up his sleeve. She decides she needs to stay focused and make sure that trick doesn't work on her again. Then she says he'll be consumed by the magma in her stomach. She lunges forward, declaring that his digestion will begin now and that her scales will soon regenerate. Cyrus dodges, but he's shaken. She's getting faster and faster. He needs to finish this quickly. She raises a hand glowing with purple light and swings. Suddenly the entire magma field rushes toward him. He realizes that her first move was just a distraction, and now there's no way to dodge. He moves closer to the mark, but the system warns that the spatial card is active, and he has to keep his distance. Apparently it affects him too, and to make matters worse, Bergelga is already behind him. She says there's no escape and his magic attacks are useless against her. But before she can hit him, he slashes to the side and accidentally touches the circle. It seems he managed to avoid the attack after all. Now it's starting to make sense. When she activated that spell, another one, something left behind by the old bishop, Sophrona, was triggered. The perception zone shifted to her mouth, and Bergold's arm is suddenly grabbed by that same old devouring tentacle magic. Bergold is completely thrown off. What is this feeling? She mutters, "Good Lord. What's going on now?" Isn't the protagonist biting her? Cerise's moves are completely unpredictable. Hergilda tries to defend herself, but her magic seems to have vanished. The effect lasts for 5 seconds, giving Cerise enough time to land a clean slash on her armor. She starts realizing that strange circle is impossible to break while he grins, saying there are only 5 scales left. As her armor breaks apart, she feels her power fading. Strangely, every time that weird sensation appears, her defensive magic collapses and her scales turn useless. He lands another strike, though she manages to retreat. But her magic still has 3.4 seconds of inactivity left. He mutters that his tongue nearly burned when he made that strike. Bergelga, baffled, wonders if that strange magic had something to do with his mouth. He says it left a bitter taste. Now it makes sense that green attack functions like an extension of his body. But the poor dragon isn't amused. She snarls that he's the most insufferable human she's ever met and swings her tail. But he blocks it with the sword. Her magic remains disabled for another 1.7 seconds. So he decides to go for another scale. The closest one is on her front, so he says that would be the next target. But Bergelg is convinced this pest has ulterior motives and dodges, retreating again. Sarah stops thinking that was close. She really can move insanely fast. He keeps trying to close the distance, but she keeps backing away until the timer hits 0.1 seconds. Then another mark appears behind her. He realizes that as soon as her magic becomes active, again a new mark forms right after at that exact moment. Bergelga exclaims that her magic has returned. She raises her arms, vowing never to touch a circle like that again, and says this perverted strange human will die here. Her next attack shoots straight toward him, and even though she knows hitting him with lava won't be easy, she refuses to stop attacking for even a second. Eventually, she thinks of get tired and be consumed by the flames. The protagonist is so far away that even his instant slash can't reach. But Bergelda suddenly hesitates for a second, her eyes flickering strangely. Yes, she's another odd one. Who'd expect the monster girl of this story to act normal anyway? She mutters to herself that she must be going crazy. She doesn't care about the opinion of some worthless human like him. Right at that moment, Ceres manages to close the distance, leaping from rock to rock when he gets close. Enough, he activates the instant slash. The strike lands squarely on her stomach. Yet nothing happens, she tells him. Unless you hit that marked circle, your slashes are meaningless no matter how many times you try. But he's already behind her, saying he knows that perfectly well. It was just a move to get close. He swings again, but she blocks it with her forearm and scoffs, asking if you really think someone as weak as him can match the strength of a dragoness. Didn't even know that word existed until now. She tells him he doesn't understand what he's dealing with, while the sword spirit warns its master that he doesn't have enough power to bring her down like this. Ceres insists he knows, but he's giving it everything. He's got Bergelda's smirks behind the blows he's running out of strength. This is her perfect chance to finish him off. She leans forward, ready to crush him completely, but then he slides his sword along her armor and suddenly goes in for a kiss. Out of nowhere, seriously. He's getting way too comfortable with this kind of move. The poor dragoness freezes, utterly confused. Honestly, I'm starting to feel bad for her. That's definitely harassment. It's somehow for the sake of humanity. His strength skyrockets by 1,000 points. They break apart, but now the protagonist is overpowering her, forcing her down toward the mark area. She's about to fall backward, and he says, just a little more. She wonders if she's imagining things. His strength suddenly feels drastically higher, but even then it shouldn't be enough to push her. With blood dripping from his nose, Cyrus mutters that unfortunately he'll have to use everything he's got burgled, glares at him, demanding to know what he's planning. Then he headbutts her hard. She tells him to stop with these ridiculous attacks, but Cyrus, soldier of humanity, doesn't back down. He keeps slamming his head from side to side in a relentless barrage. His agility hits 2,400 and his strength climbs past 5,100. With that surge of energy, he finally manages to drive her toward the circle. At the same moment, she pushes him back, but the perception zones trigger on her arm and mouth. He activates his ability, and the vines burst forth again. The boy even starts humming under his breath. Her magic becomes null for 11 seconds. The protagonist launches brutal attacks, while Bergelga tries to understand what's happening. The nullification time jumps to 18 seconds, and now, without mercy, he lifts his sword and lands a clean, devastating slash. The poor dragoness begs him to stop. If this keeps up, she'll be completely exposed without her protective scales. According to the rules of dragonkind, if someone sees her body without a single scale, she's bound to become that person's wife. Sirius keeps attacking, muttering that dragons are tougher than he expected. Rigeld pleads for him not to look, saying it's blasphemy against the dragon clan. She tells him to get off her, calling him a creep, and swings to hit him. But her magic is still inactive for 16 more seconds, and he destroys another arm instead. He says that's enough. He still has plenty of time to destroy every last scale. Now only the one on her forehead remains. He rushes in for the final strike, but she folds her arms in front of her face and shouts, no way, managing to block it. The ground beneath them starts collapsing from the sheer power of their fight. He can barely stay on his feet. She twists to the side and plunges back into the lava while he's left standing on a stone ledge. Worst part, just a single touch from the lava already burned part of his armor. He thinks, now all that's left on the scales on her back, her right leg, and her forehead I still have 12.1 seconds. I can't waste them. But she's hiding under the lava. So how am I supposed to break those scales? Urgeldis swims beneath the molten surface muttering, "Filthy human, once my magic recovers, I'll tear you apart." Meanwhile, Ceres is glaring at the sword, and the spirit asks why he's staring like that. He replies, "You were a legendary sword, right? Then you should be able to handle the heat of this lava. I'm going to throw you down there to destroy the dragons. Scales, and after that I'll pull you back with my hand." The sword panics, twisting around in midair. "No, I refuse. I can't go in there. A little contact with lava is fine, but if I'm completely submerged, my blade's edge will be ruined forever." The protagonist tells her to stop whining and return to normal, or he'll throw her again on purpose. That's when she straightens up again. He glances downward, noticing she's still hiding below. The timer keeps ticking. 2 seconds. 1 second, then suddenly a new mark appears. You find it strange. Why did it show up there? Until now, all of them had appeared. Close to her, are these things really random? Or do they follow some kind of pattern at that moment? Bergelga rises from beneath the lava. The fewer scales she has, the less time she can stay submerged. She needs to end this fast. Sirius feels something approaching as she roars, promising to burn him alive. This time, he's in midair, realizing she's given up on. Frontal assaults, and is trying to catch him off guard. From above, he looks down. Where is she? Is she hiding under the lava again? Then he notices something interesting. The sequence of those glowing symbols seems to form a diamond-shaped pattern. I need to figure out what this path of heaven ability actually means before he can think further. The lava beneath him explodes. Burgled bursts out, and he senses the attack coming from behind. But too late, he barely manages to turn and block. Still gets sent flying. He tries to throw the sword toward her, but she dodges and dies right back into the lava before he can hit her. She's learning. She knows she can't let him touch her again. That weapon won't affect her now. Worse yet, Service is falling through open air with nothing to land on. He calls out to the sword spirit, who rockets forward like a torpedo, catching him and slamming into the wall, barely saving him from falling straight into the lava. He realizes that monster isn't coming out anymore. Looks like she's sticking to ambush attacks now. Stay alive. I need to find a place with enough footholds to stand on. But then he sees her destroying every single flipping rock around him. He understands that standing still won't work. He'll have to keep moving. Bergelga, not being stupid, knows those ruins are giving him cover. Once she destroys them all, it'll be over for him. Cyrus keeps jumping from ruin to ruin, but she keeps smashing them apart, taunting him that no matter how hard he tries, it's useless. The ruins won't last forever. Finally, Service says he's reached his limit. Stones crumble beside him as he looks at the sword and wonders, will this really work? Bergelga, seeing him standing still, soon she's given up. He's not even moving. Just to be sure, she decides to destroy every remaining ruin near him at that moment. The protagonist quietly apologizes to the sword. The spirit, confused, asks why he's saying that. He explains, it's a life or death situation, and sometimes sacrifices have to be made, so I'm sorry. At the same time, Bergelga destroyed the last remaining piece of stone behind her and emerged from the lava, smiling as she said everything was now clear. Carries looks at the sword and tells her she'll have to endure this. Burgled gathers her energy, her massive body glowing as she prepares her final attack. The lava burns hotter than ever, and even the rocks are melting. The protagonist knows she's coming. She dives straight toward him through the molten waves while he raises the sword, saying the time has come. He aims directly at the mark point and throws the sword with all his strength just as Bergelba charges from behind. The blade pierces through the stone and trembles slightly before the sword spirit speaks. Now I understand why you apologize. The mark zones activate, but since it's not Bergelga herself touching them, they only trigger for half a second. At that same instant, as the timer hits 0.1, she rises from the lava. When she breaks through the surface, her eyes widen. Right in front of her is the glowing mark. She can't understand why the shining circle is there. Too late, girl circles appear all over her body. At that moment, the protagonist explains that the 4 markings form a cross. with this last one directly in the center. Now the full body marker has been activated. The entire area of her body lights up, and he becomes one with her through the connection. He swings, landing a perfect strike while channeling an electric current through the blow. Bergelga screams for him to let go, but there are still 60 seconds left. Sirius doesn't hesitate. His hand slams against her back, shattering her armor completely. An unstoppable warrior who shows no mercy to his enemies. Outside, the dragon roars in agony. Burgled can't believe that a mere human broke through her back armor. Soldiers on the ground cheer, shouting, "Let's go, everyone!" The dragons scales are breaking apart. Finish this once and for all. YY exhausted nods and says, "Yes, just a little more. The dragon will fall soon." At the same time, the armor on Bergalga's forehead shatters as well. Cyrus is relentless. He strikes her thigh, next breaking through another section. Bergelda cries out that she doesn't want to eat him anymore. She's had enough. She pushes him away while roaring in pain, the dragon's body trembling from outside. The city erupts in celebration. Come on, everyone. The dragon's giving its final cry. This is our chance. Give it everything you've got. As Burgled shoves the protagonist away, she growls that she's sick of him, and she opens her mouth and spits him out. He crashes to the ground in front of everyone, sword in hand, completely drained. The soldiers stare in disbelief. Sirius, you're still alive. Burgled rises into the air, but her magic is still nullified. 444 more seconds. Everyone scrambles to finish her before she recovers. If they fail now, all their effort will be wasted. Sirius remembers her flight magic. Once her power returns, she'll be able to use it again and escape, far out of reach. The soldiers fire off attacks, but none of them land. Everyone starts climbing to higher ground, desperate to hit her before she gets away. Bergelga, furious, can't believe she was forced into this position by a single human. At that moment, Sirius places a hand on one of the soldiers' shoulders and says he has a better idea. Meanwhile, the driving is troubles in the air, wondering when the strange sensation in her body will fade. Her magic won't activate, and it feels completely wrong. A burly soldier looks at Sirius and says, "Are you sure about this, man? I can't promise you'll make it out alive." Sirius replies firmly, "Just do it, we're out of time." There are still 28 seconds left, and the man braces himself, apparently preparing to launch him up in the air. Alda sighs in relief. "Hot at this distance, there's no way he can reach me. I just have to wait a few more seconds, and my power will be restored." Down below, the soldier slams his fist into a rock, sending the protagonist flying upward like a projectile straight toward her. Sarah soars past her, gliding under her massive wings, and that's when she suddenly senses something is. They're shouting. He jumped off the rock, and now he's ran up against her face, shouting that today she won't get away. 10 seconds were left when he lands. Another strike right on her head, telling her to get back down to the ground. You can feel it different from before. This slash actually seems to be doing real damage, and wow, Burgled really felt it because she did shove down and explodes into the earth. Everyone screams at the dragon. Looks like she's fallen, and they start moving in. At least she landed on her wing. So in theory, she shouldn't be able to fly anymore. She still had 6 seconds without magic, and the whole army was spread out in front of her. People were hyped and closing in. The problem is the nullification hits 0. Burgled lifts her head and taunts them, "You fools. Do you really think you can beat me just because my scales are gone?" Then she raises her head and activates Requiem of the Soul. Everyone feels the pressure, covers their ears, and YY is in agony. Good God. She senses something strange. Her eyes roll, and her soul literally leaves her body. Even poor Cyrus sees his body start to be abandoned. Lucky for him, he's got that giant sword. Spirit holding him together. Jesus, when that kid's in spirit form, his life looks better than ours. And the beast says she won't let him fall. She pushes him back into his body at the same time. Bergelga is devouring everyone's souls, saying that everyone here will become food. She realizes she needs even more people to fully recover, and expands the soul-sinning field. The entire city is affected, and the knights start collapsing to the ground. Can't miss Bergelga is powerful. Even as Athelf and Daphne fainted, it seems. The priestesses, Seder Yug, none of them had a chance. The gluttonous thing is pulling every soul to her. Then she opens one eye and says the problem solved. Cyrus looks around and realizes all the heroes are down. Virgil Gajeers, you're impressive. I couldn't devour you. He asks what she means, and she replies obviously. I devoured everyone else's souls. There are so many souls that it will take a while to digest, but it's enough nourishment to restore the scales he destroyed. Lucky there were so many people in this city. Now they're all in cinder. Sarah snaps, I'll make you spit everyone back out. You don't have those scales anymore, so I'm going to finish you fast. Virgil that tells him to stop being stupid. If she dies, the souls inside her will vanish too. Sirius thinks if he kills her, everyone dies. But if he doesn't kill her, she'll keep eating everyone's souls. He's an impossible spot Bergeltha offers. How about this? I'll eat only you and spit everyone else out. Ceres is no fool, I refuse. Don't you think I know that once you recover by consuming me, you'll devour everyone? The monster laughs. That was clearly her plan. Then the old system chimes in. He thought something good would happen, but it turns out the path of heaven ability that activated hadn't finished. So he can't draw another card yet. Suddenly, Brigilda asks why he's here. No, stop that. Ceres is half agonizing and confused. What the hell? Why is this mad thing talking to herself? Then Brigilda's eye goes red. Was she taken over by Azathoth? She calls Cyrus by name. Of course he recognizes it. The damned Azathoth had possessed her. I was already impressed. Bergelga was stronger than the big villain, and now this. Next chapter opens with a stomp and a grin. This flame, mixed with her power, is even more lethal. She doesn't hesitate and breathes out, tearing the entire battlefield apart. Sirius dodges the main impact, but the flames expand so violently that he's about to be hit anyway. The energy rushes toward him, yet he manages to swing his sword. But even the smoke alone is enough to burn one of his eyes. He turns and slashes behind him, but another blast hits his chest, sending him crashing across the rocks. The poor guy's bouncing around helplessly, taking a brutal beating. He wonders how he's supposed to dodge when he can't even see, especially with attacks coming from every direction. At the same time, Berkelga's massive hand comes swinging toward him, but then the sword suddenly activates some kind of strange resonance, asking him if he can feel it. Oh, she's resonating, and now, even with his eyes closed, he can see through the blade's vision. Thanks to that, he manages to evade her incoming strike. He lands on his feet just as Brigilda conjures another attack, mocking him. Since you like dodging so much, you deserve another one. Flames burst from behind him, forcing the protagonist to retreat. But suddenly the fire stops. Brigilda notices it right away. Damn it, that spell hasn't recharged yet. I used the flames twice, and they're already depleted. Azathoth smiles at her, calling her useless and demanding she finish absorbing the souls so she can regain her strength. And Brigilda obeys without resistance inside her body. She's straining, saying that absorbing thousands of souls like this is too much. It's a constant stream of energy that can't be interrupted, even for seconds still. She reassures Azathoth that she'll give it her all. And now, zooming in on her head, you can actually see the glowing mark on her back. Outside, Sirius realizes what's happening. That curse Azathoth has taken control of Bergalba's body, slowly regaining strength by feeding on souls. The longer this continues, the worse it'll get. He decides I'll have to go inside the dragon again and force that thing onto the mark. It's the only way to end her magic. But before he can act, another colossal stomp from Brigilda shatters the ground. The protagonist is thrown back, engulfed in smoke. It manages to crash against a wall and catches himself. He decides it's time to move forward and leaps straight toward her mouth as Athos coughs, finding it ridiculous. Does he really think I don't know what he's planning? She says she gone unleash another torrent of flames, claiming she could already feel the magical disturbance and knew what he was trying to do. That's why I saved this energy. Now that you're Medare, there's no escaping. You'll be burned to ashes and devoured. Cyrus yells to the sword that at this rate he'll be roasted alive, so from now on he'll take full control. He hurls it straight toward the dragon's open mouth as Azathoth breathes fire. When the flames die down, Cyrus hits the ground, but the sword keeps going. Sliding deep into the dragon's throat, the sword spirit asks if the master can see what it sees, and Cyrus answers yes. It's as if his vision has split into two. One through his own eyes, the other through the sword, as Azathoth charges in to strike. Again, and with one eye injured, Cyrus can barely keep his balance as knocked aside while the ground shakes under her heavy blows. Meanwhile, inside, Brigilda is desperately trying to keep the soul absorption spell active. The problem is Athos' constant movements are disrupting the barrier, and maintaining it becomes harder with every shake. That's when the sword appears. Behind her, nearly slicing her hand, Brigilda gasps, realizing that the damn human didn't enter himself. He threw his weapon instead. The boy's trying to control the sword remotely and push her into that glowing mark again. But she scoffs, thinking if he believes that controlling the sword while fighting Azathoth will make a difference, he's underestimating me. To deal with him, she says one hand is more than enough. She swings at the weapon, but the sword makes a sharp maneuver, skimming across the lava's surface and shooting upward. Still, Burgold controls the lava itself and commands it to surge toward the blade, slamming it down into the ground. She laughs and says those moves really are pathetic. It's easy to find an opening without even trying. Finally, this human would learn that everything he did was meaningless and it was over now. But that's when the protagonist gives an order. The sword spirit bursts out of its weapon form and dives straight at Pergolga, pushing her back. The fool is completely shocked. She never imagined the sword had a spirit, and now she's about to fall. But wait, she doesn't fall, she's just floating there. Ceres is confused, until he notices she's wrapped her tail around a boulder thanks to all of Azathoth's violet, shaking a pile of rocks had formed there, giving her something to cling to. Outside, Ceres almost gets hit again as Azathoth swings her tail everywhere, mocking him and telling him not to lose. Focus during a fight like this. Meanwhile, the sword spirit apologizes to her master, saying she can't push any further. At that moment, Burgold channels a spell into her hand and blasts the spirit away, trapping her inside a sphere filled with souls. She grins, saying it's perfect. Now the spirit will become nourishment for her as well. But inside that sphere, someone catches the sword, and there she is, surrounded by all the girls whose powers Sirius had once used. Strangely, they're all glowing with golden light. Confused but united outside, amid the smoke, Cyrus says he's fine. The distance between him and the mark is close enough. He tells them to leave the rest to him. Then suddenly he dashes forward with full force and slams into the dragon's side, sending shock waves through the air. Inside, the pile of rock shifts toward Bergelga. She tries to move, but it's too late. The hit aimed at Azathoth causes the rock to crash into her. Cyrus immediately activates nullification, and though she begs him not to, it's too late. Duration of nullification 10 minutes. With that, the circle imprisoning all the souls shatters. Azathoth, startled, demands to know what's happening as she's forced to release the souls. They pour out, returning to the city and their bodies. At the same time as Faf grabs Bergelga by the neck, furious, asking how she could be so useless that she couldn't even handle a few human souls. Bergelga apologizes, saying she tried her best, but with her body destroyed and starving for energy, it was too hard to endure. She adds that at least it would take a day before everyone wakes up again. Enough time for them to escape. Once her scales recovered, she swore they'd get revenge. But Azathoth, glaring down at her, reminds her that she's a soul, too, and clearly she's planning to absorb her. Virgilda pleads for her to stop, but her form begins to unravel as Azathoth orders her to surrender her body. The system notifies the protagonist that the target has been eliminated, and the dragon in front of him begins to dissolve. But something feels off. The sword spirit hasn't returned. Did that really destroy her? There's no way the artist wouldn't just kill off the dragon like that. She has to join the main cast. It's impossible otherwise. Still, Cyrus is more concerned about the sword. She should be nearby. Then he senses something strange. When he looks up, he sees her, Bergelga floating in the air, with a smile he's confused. Why is she there? The system said she was eliminated. That's when a cold realization hits him. Something's wrong. Just by looking at her face, he can tell. The damn Azathoth is inside her body. He wonders what she's doing in there. But before he can even think, she opens her mouth and unleashes another burst of flames. Straight at him, the protagonist dodges, running behind a rock, trying to figure out how Azathoth still has the dragon girl's powers. It looks like the poor dragon had been completely absorbed, and now she's right in front of him, ready to kick him with full force. To be honest, I actually preferred the dragon girl back when she was still a dragon. I think the artist really awakens something in people. The protagonist crosses his arms to defend himself, but the impact hits squarely, shattering the dungeon ceiling before he crashes to the ground, before he can even catch his breath. As Azathoth slams her foot down on his chest, crushing him, she mocks him, saying that after all this time his power has barely improved. The poor guy struggles to push her foot off, but he doesn't have the strength. She calls him an idiot, saying he doesn't even know how to use the power he was given when she received that power. In just 1 month, she reached a level of strength beyond human comprehension. She sneers that he's a fool who doesn't even know how to command his own harem, even if those rules existed. He should have known that he needed to constantly grow stronger. If he had done that, he would reach the top of the world in no time. Ceres answers that this is exactly why the system chose to abandon her. Azathoth replies that maybe so, but now the outcome is already decided. She begins conjuring a massive sphere of energy, telling him that he's the one under her foot and he's about to be destroyed. The energy expands like a giant Genkidama, and she says her farewell. But then something hits her in the back. It's the sword of judgment, landing right in front of our hero. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have caused any damage, and as Athos laughs, she says goodbye and launches her attack. At that moment, the sword spirit gives Ceres a kiss on the cheek, granting him a power boost of 2,000 for an instant. He manages to smack her foot away while the sword strikes her arm, deflecting the attack. Ceres slides back and retreats while Azathoth looks confused. The sword spirit apologizes for taking so long, but says at least she managed to bring everyone else here. When Ceres turns around, he sees the whole gang. More than 600 calories of pure, unstoppable energy. Bella puts her hand on her hip and says he'd better explain how all these girls know about his special magic. Yug immediately argues that she was the first and the one who cares the most about his power. She's there to help him fight. Satyr, clearly annoyed, says she's not like Yug. She'd only came because she heard that if the dragon isn't defeated, her soul won't return to her body, and that's why she decided to help the saint. Calm and Radiant says she's there on a mission. Even in her soul form, she can still use purification magic, and healing his wounds is her duty. Daphne, who somehow looks even more mature, now says she still has an unfinished fight with the vampire back in the city, so she can't die here. That's the only reason she's helping him one more time. And while the artwork in that final panel, absolute perfection. I don't even know how the artist does it, but it's insane. Then we see another attack coming towards Cyrus. Just in time, Bella appears and strikes Azathoth from behind. His agility surges by 4,120%, and the explosion shakes the entire cavern. Smoke rises everywhere, and Azathoth looks confused. The boy has vanished, but he notices something. The attack hadn't hit completely. There's no way a human should be that fast. Too late, though. Service is already at her side, slicing horizontally. Unfortunately, as Athos stretches out her arm and blocks the hit, she smirks, saying it's funny that he thinks he can land a sneak attack like that. She starts forming another energy sphere, saying humans are far too arrogant. Just then, the sword spirit's soul touches Sirius, telling him she's there to help. Azathoth launches a massive strike, and Sirius is thrown back violently. But he digs his feet and channels all his strength into the swing and knocks her arm away. Azathoth is shocked. She took a scratch. How is that even possible? Her magic keeps expanding, and she yells that the boy will die here. Ceres, however, realizes that his Attacks are finally starting to do some real damage, though this level of power still isn't enough. At that moment, Yug leans close to his ear and says she had stayed far enough away. She was supposed to be an ally, but the poor guy suddenly feels a sharp bite sink into his neck. He's left dizzy and disoriented while Asahoff begins forming a massive fire sphere. The poor boy's serious. Someone no one would ever want to trade places with keeps suffering. Still, the pain only fuels his strength and his attack power surges by 16,000. He grabs his sword again and slashes directly toward Azathoth, slicing through the energy sphere and cutting deep in her palm. Azathoth looks stunned. How is this human managing to pierce dragon scales? Meanwhile, Yug is feeling proud of herself, saying, no one can empower her master better than she can. It's because she knows him so well that the strength she grants him is the most effective of all. As Athos' body now swells with power and she smashes her fist against Service's sword, sending up a cloud of smoke. Behind him, she's baffled, wondering how he blocked her strike again. So close she thinks I'm using everything I have, so why is he still smiling? Her anger flares when she sees his grin, and she shouts at him to stop acting so confident and to stop underestimating her. The next punch lands squarely on his blade, hitting just behind his head, and the poor guy is thrown back, crashing hard against the wall in an explosion of debris. Azathoth looks at the wreckage and says she finally hit him directly. No matter how much he smiles with his face shattered, this is the end for him. The girls all start calling out to the protagonist. He's in terrible shape, but if he's broken, what he needs now is healing from beyond the physical realm. The saint channels a spell of body restoration. She smiles, noting that in her spiritual form, she can move freely, making it even easier to cast. She says he'll be fully healed soon, and sure enough, our boy starts to recover. Azathoth watches the smoke from a distance, and then Cyrus appears, again smiling, saying that punch really did hit hard. Azathoth can't understand why his face doesn't have a single scratch. She starts to lose it, forming another massive orb of energy in front of her mouth. Raising her head, she releases streaks of purple lightning everywhere as the energy expands violently. Cyrus realizes this attack is completely different. It's on a level far beyond the previous ones. He's going to need a lot more power to counter it. Then suddenly, Seda grabs him by the face, and he's blasted apart yet again. A bonus of 10,500 power appears, and Yug laughs, saying that was weak. Then someone grabs him by the head. Daphne slams into him with her shoulder, saying that no human would ever lose to a beast. Cyrus recognizes the energy of her attack, and his power spikes again, 13,700. Then another 16,500. His stats keep rising non-stop as he says he can't even hear anything anymore. As Athith finishes charging and fires a devastating laser string at him, but right then his eyes flash golden. He grips the sword tightly and unleashes a massive purple slash, cutting straight through as Athith's beam. The strike hits perfectly, and she staggers confused, muttering that he should have been blown into countless pieces. He wasn't supposed to be this strong. She falls to her knees, her armor disintegrating, her soul beginning to separate from her body. She whispers that she can't let herself be taken. She needs to return her soul to her vessel. Then whether it's Azathoth or the dragon's own consciousness, it's unclear. She sees the boy, surrounded by the glowing souls of all the women. Confused, she realizes he must have used some kind of soul binding magic to keep them connected to him. With so many near him, his strength keeps growing endlessly. In the end, Cyrus was just like her, binding souls. Nearby was a technique she herself had discovered thousands of years ago, but that technique carries a fatal flaw. Service steps forward and says, in that last attack of yours, you used up all your magic, didn't you? This is the end, Azathoth. It's over, but he smiles and says he doesn't think so. The real problem with soul chains is that if you sever all the links connected to the caster, the one who created the spell will collapse for 10 seconds, with their defense completely nullified. And that's something only he with centuries of experience would know he begins one final transformation, saying that even though his magic is gone, he still has the body of the great dragon Berkelga. Then the dragon's head begins to form, and he says that her teeth alone are enough to tear through those connections. In the blink of an eye, the girls are thrown backward as he lunges forward to bite, looking like one of those shark tracks from Hot Wheels. She smiles and says goodbye and snaps her jaw shut, swallowing Suru's whole. Yug and the others scream, saying he's going to die, while Azathoth approaches to finish him off, declaring that now that he's paralyzed, it's over. He'll kill the boy, and the system will finally return to his body, but Cyrus grabs his arm. Azathoth freezes confused. Wait, what's going on? If you use the soul binding spell, he should be immobilized for 10 seconds. So why is he moving? Ceres twists his arm, and Azathoth lets out a cry of pain. Cyrus draws his sword and says that the bastard has scared his companions enough. He swings one powerful slash and everything around is ripped apart along with the dragon's head. The ground itself is torn open as the girls shield their faces from the shockwave. Bella looks through the dust and sees only smoke. The entire area has been split cleanly in half, reshaped by a single strike. It was power far beyond what any ranks warrior could display. Through the smoke, the dragon's body lies, severed down the middle. Azathoth's voice echoes, weakly asking what kind of soul technique this was. Change shouldn't have been breakable. Why did he fall unconscious? Ceres glances at her and says, "What are you talking about? I have no idea what spell you mean. I never bound anyone if they're by my side. It's because they want to be." The guy's pure chat energy. Azathoth closes her eyes and says she understands now. It seems she finally realizes why the system couldn't return. And with that, Azathoth is erased. Our protagonist's body purges the remaining corruption. In front of him, he finds a dragon egg, clearly belonging to Berkelga. A month later, the scene shifts to a guild meeting. The leader and guild president Sphinx slams his hand on the table and says, "Everyone, in order to take down Berkelga, we destroy the entire base and half the city. We basically spent all the guild's money and resources, and unless we rebuild, soon the guild will have to disband." He pounds the table, again shouting at Charlton to come up with a solution right now. But the chubby guy has absolutely no idea what to do. Meanwhile, while they're all struggling with that mess, the protagonist is just at home, with a small Berkelga playfully biting his head, Bella bringing him food. And don't forget to like this video, it helps Mamre make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.